change it all.
Plenty of action coming your way, live from the Harbor City. It is day 3 of Intel Extreme Masters, and the trial by fire that is CS2 continues. Coming up next, 6 games across 2 streams with only 2 precious arena spots remaining. We're gonna start the whole action with Monte against Fnatic at 1:30 Sydney time, but before all of that, let's check out the lobby.
All right, we're in the lobby again, and we're going to have a chat with Fnatic. I'm actually really nervous about this one because I see Dexter over there, and I'm like a really big fan of Dexter as well. We've never met. This is my first time meeting Dexter. How are you feeling, Dexter?
Hey, going, buddy. It's nice to meet you.
I'm good, thank you. Did you ever think that this Fnatic jersey looks like it's on a Weber barbecue bag? Have you seen those Weber barbecue bags?
Yeah, I have. I actually thought it was like those like party shirts that you wear when you're like 5 and you're like really cool, like you have the flames coming up and you're like, I'm the coolest at like the school dance or something like that.
I mean, to be fair, I think actually as far as Australian CS players are concerned, you are among the coolest, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, you know, you got JKS, he's up there, and then now you're kind of like the guy that's doing it for AU. So what's it kind of like to be back here, obviously competing in AU? You know, when was the last time actually you came back to Australia? Have you had holidays here and stuff like that?
I was here for Christmas, but yeah, being away for like 10 months at a time is always going to be a bit tough. But yeah, it's nice to be the coolest. Between me and Chad, I guess, that are the coolest around here. So it's good.
How are you feeling about coming in and competing at IEM Sydney, though? Obviously, you know, big deal for all the Aussie fans to see an Australian player on the stage. Now, that could be you, that could be JKS, that could be Greyhound, that could be Vertex. So I feel like we've actually got a pretty good opportunity to have at least a player on the stage. Do you think it's going to be you?
Yeah, definitely hope so. I think we just need to play pretty damn amazing because it's like totally new game and you have like no idea what's going to go on. And yeah, it's pretty crazy times right now, I would say.
All right, I want to jump over here then, Mezzy. Obviously, you just said nah to the answer to answer that question. So do you want to dig into that one for me? Are you not feeling too confident about going into CS2?
No, I'm just trolling. I think I don't know, new game. Oldest team here, so you never know what can happen. Maybe the experience will kick in. We'll see. But practice has been interesting for sure. New game, I think a lot of new stuff. But I think it'll be good to see what teams are kind of doing in like a tier 1 level now with the new game. So it'll be fun.
Do you think it's a buff to have Dexter on your team, having an Australian on the team? If you do make it to the arena, I think is going to be a big benefit just for the crowd support. Yeah,
for sure. I mean, even just having an Aussie on the team, just extra style points for sure. Get the extra cool points in the team for sure. I think UK and Aussie in the team is made for success for sure.
Awesome. Thanks for the chat. All right. Everyone else has tried to run off, but we're going to go and chase them down. Guys, you can't escape. I know you want to. We can do a double if you want, if that's easier. I'll stand in the middle. All right. It's been a while, obviously, since you guys have been down under. Actually, have you guys ever been? I don't think you've been down under, have you?
First time for me.
First time?
Yeah.
What about you?
Third for me.
Third?
Yeah.
So you would have been with Fnatic that whole time, obviously.
Yeah, correct.
So how's it been kind of coming back? Obviously, you know, I know the conversation a lot of the time is around the jet lag and the time difference and this kind of thing. How are you guys dealing with that?
It's kind of rough, to be honest. Wake up in like middle of the night, like 2 a.m. and stuff. But I mean, it is what it is. You have to like accept it. Like it's kind of so nice here. So have to just fight through it and just enjoy the day, I guess.
Do you get used to it after doing it a few years?
No, you never do.
What about for you? Has anyone actually given you any tips or anything like that? Any of the teammates trying to help you out with? Because I assume this would have been one of the longest flights you've ever taken, right?
Yeah, 100%. I think my whole travel day was like 36 hours. So yeah, definitely one of the longest ones. But I mean, I'm pretty at least I feel pretty good, like changing the jet lag and stuff. And usually I don't have a really big problem with it. Of course, I just wake up a few times in the night, but I just go to sleep again and it's all good. It's just probably the 2 first days is the most rough, but usually I kind of like plan out my schedule and sleep schedule, so it kind of works out usually.
Have you had the opportunity to check out much of Sydney yet?
Not much, just been walking around just like near the hotel, and yeah, it's pretty cool city, to be honest. I like it. Yeah.
Good vibes. So you're happy with your time in Sydney so far? We're feeling good, we're feeling happy, we're all ready to go. Is that kind of the situation at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, people are really nice. And the atmosphere in the city is pretty nice. The weather is good. I mean, what more do you want, and the view as well everywhere. There's a bit of like there's a bit of US to it with like the big buildings, skyscrapers, and nice weather. So yeah, I like it.
All right, there you go. Fnatic feeling good going into IEM Sydney. Wish you guys the best, obviously. No bias involved because we do want to see Dexter in the arena, but we'll see you in the next one.
All right, we got ends. We're in Sydney. I was going to grab these boys. Snappy. Be nice. How are you doing?
I'm tired.
Long flight?
Yeah, and I'm fighting the urge to sleep.
The trick is just stay up and then, once it's 11, just crash or 10.
I tried that and then I woke up at 1 a.m.
It do be like that. It can be rough. Apart from that, Sydney.
It's a nice city so far. I like it.
Have you had a chance to go out for a stroll or something?
Yeah, we saw the Opera House and walked a bit around the city, and it's a nice place, Australia so far.
Talking about the game, CS2, first time, first big LAN event. Any thoughts?
Probably going to be random.
I mean, BO1, MR12s, upset city, or you think you guys still have it in the bag?
I mean, I still believe we'll win, but I think in general we're going to see a lot of weird results.
Okay. What are your just general expectations, so to speak?
We don't have any. We don't have any for the rest of 2023. Every tournament we just play and try to learn, and then 2024 is where we put some goals again. But for now, I think it's a mistake to put a lot of goals in a game where you don't know where you actually are.
Cool. I mean, I think it's pretty understandable, right? Like brand new game and all of that. A lot of bugs in the game right now. Let's be real about it. A lot of things, hopefully, which are being fixed as as we're talking. Valve seems to be working overtime as well. Is there a couple of things which you feel needs to be changed or fixed ASAP? If you're talking to Valve right now, what are a couple of things you want to get fixed? or could be 5. Could be any number.
It's obviously not very optimized to PCs. That is not great. So for a lot of casual gamers, it's hard to play the game. Then the movement is obviously terrible. In general, the mouse feeling, unless you have the best PC in the world, is pretty bad. Here, DSL is good, but I need to go out and invest in a new PC, and mine is only 2 years old. So I think that's a pretty big thing. And it's not something everyone can just go out and do. What else? Where to start? MR12, the economy.
I actually want to hear your thoughts a little bit more on that. So everyone's like, hey, let's put the loss bonus at 1900. Do you think that's good enough of a fix, or do you want more? Do you have any ideas on what the fix might need to be?
Yeah, I do. But it's more complicated than that. I don't think you can just change this and then it's going to be fine. I think there's multiple factors to it. I think, for example, right now you get 800 if you plant the bomb. They should decrease that. And then maybe you should get some more money for potentially diffusing, so it incentivizes retakes. There's a lot of other things. I think you could even be brutal and keep the money bonus at 1400, but one of the big issues they have right now is the money bonus is 800 when you plant, meaning that the Ts will get Galils and potentially AKs if they get the bomb down and lose the pistol. Then if they win that, the money bonus goes to 1400, but my idea is that the money bonus, well, either you put it to 1900 all the time, or what you do is you don't decrease the money bonus from 1900 before a team strings together 2 rounds. Because the big issue right now is if the CT win the pistol, then the T win the second round after the bomb plant, and then the CT goes to 1400. And now, by doing this, you will go down 4-1, right? And you wouldn't have had a proper buy because you would maybe force, then you would have 1900, then into 4300, and you still wouldn't have a proper buy until it would be 6-1.
So you're saying it's going to be a lot of 13-2s, 13-1s maybe, day one?
Well, I don't know about that, but I just think that the economy in this state is too brutal, and it's a bit too... There's too much emphasis on that second round especially.
Cool. So, I mean, a lot of us are hoping as well, basically, at the end of IEM Sydney, hopefully we have a pretty decent sample size to work with for the fixes, right?
Yeah, but I do think we have enough logic to use to not be able to need a big sample size to begin with. So I think a lot of it is we didn't need a big sample size. Also in terms of this MR12, MR15, I don't know why they didn't start with just adjusting the round time. Right now, they put the smokes up to 20 seconds, 20 and a half seconds instead of 16 and a half, 17. That's going to increase rounds, like potentially. Maybe it's going to be more fast-paced because you can now nade them also, right? But in the past, we have loads of data of rounds being 1 minute 45, bomb time 35 seconds, and all of this. You could also, instead of having 20-second freeze time, you could have maybe 16, 17. You could maybe decrease 4 timeouts to maybe 2 or 3. There's a lot of things you could have done before making MR12, in my opinion, to decrease the time of the matches. And I think what they've done now is just going to make the results way more random, because the amount of rounds is obviously easier to, as an underdog, to get to only 13 compared to 16, because you will be playing less gun rounds. So yeah.
All right, thank you. You know what? I'm going to leave you be. You seem really, really tired. So I hope you get some sleep, and hopefully you're ready for tomorrow, right? Thanks, man. Hello, hello. How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
This is actually my crash. All right.
I'm doing great. I'm doing fantastic. I actually didn't get any jet lag, but everyone seems to be kind of wrecked flying in from Europe. How about you?
Yesterday I went to sleep at 10. I woke up at 4, like I'm destroyed. If I didn't have this makeup, you will see my eyes darker than ever.
And that's why we have makeup, right? I've been asking a lot of people, like in CS2, everyone. I was speaking to Snappy as well. He's like obviously talking about economy and all the nerdy stuff because he's an IGL and all of that. How are the rifles feeling?
I mean, I think the spray is a bit unfortunate to play because in the CSGO I used to spray. But you have like new guns right now that actually people can play, like the SG and the AUG. But I mean, the game is broken only because of the picker advantage.
Do you think, have you had a chance to play, on LAN, maybe some free practice games? Because I heard from a couple of players that, the picker's advantage seems to be way lesser on LAN. Have you had a chance to try that out, maybe?
I didn't. I still don't know. We had like, when I'm playing from my home, there is no way you can hold an angle. But I played like few games. I feel a bit of change, but let's see in the tournament what will happen.
Have you had a chance to scrim a little bit with some of the teams in CS2 yet?
Yeah, we played yesterday. Daicha, Madden, Nico, and JKS, and we played against cheaters, and it wasn't a nice experience, I would say.
Do you want to tell Valve anything about this particular problem?
I mean, you have to fix this anti-cheat because it's impossible to play right now.
Fair enough. Wise words right there. And something a little bit more fun. How have you been finding Sydney? Is it your first time here in Australia?
Yeah, it's the first time, and I feel like this city is amazing.
And you've been here for 24 hours now?
I think more than 48. I came 2 days ago, and we checked, we walked a bit in the city. We want to go to the beach today. At least me, but yesterday we went in the opera. It was nice, everything, the people, everyone.
Nice, good to hear that. And what are your let's say maybe as a team, maybe for you personally, what are your expectations for for Sydney? It's a first CS2 LAN event and all of that. Obviously, we don't know what's really going to happen, how the games are going to be. A lot of new things for the very first time. But overall, what are your and maybe even your team's expectations for Sydney?
I think the next few tournaments in CS2, I don't think we will have any goals. We just need to have open mind to make mistakes, and that's it. We know everything gonna be random in this game, in this tournament. So
okay, so basically have fun.
Yeah, exactly. You need to have fun, you need to smile while you're playing and accept this game.
Cool. Thank you very much, man. And good luck. So yeah, have fun, boys. That's exactly what ENCE are going to be doing here.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we've got one man here. His name's Frank, FGW in the movie making community. He's kind of a big deal out there. Now, look, this is the man with the plan, the man that makes it all happen. Everything that people see at home, all the videos. You're the brainchild, Frank. Look, you're here. You're in Australia. It's early in the morning. What are we expecting on the cards for this event? Anything crazy? Anything big?
Not sure about big. There's a few bangers in the works as usual, but we'll have to see how they go for the most part. I won't spoil anything because we've got some experimental stuff. But let's see. You know what's coming.
Yeah, look, should be some fun and games. But look, Frank, you're dealing with CS2 now. Does it change much on your end? Does it make things a little bit harder?
Yeah, I mean, it makes things tricky in terms of, like, usually we'd have a bit of in-game content and aim to do that with the players. We opted out of that on this media day just because of, like, we don't really know what the fuck's happening. So we didn't want to add that variable in there. I'm sure that League Ops and everyone are dealing with all of that stuff themselves. So, yeah, it changed things, but, you know, we pivoted a bit.
And look, there's massive talk, water cooler talk around the office. It's in the Slack channels. It's everywhere, basically. Rushley Ranger opting not to come down under to observe the first CS2 Tier 1 LAN event. Do you have any comments for the young lad about this type of behavior?
Yeah, I mean, I would like to say that it wasn't predictable, but some people can't hack it, you know. Some people, they're not built for the grind that is esports, and you know, it really separates the strong from the weak. But he's putting in a shift from home, so we'll give him that.
Do you think it puts his status as #1 observer in the world in jeopardy, Frank?
Certainly. I mean, first CS2 event, and you're passing that up. I think, yeah, he's definitely in danger there of losing that title.
If you at home agree, have your vote in the YouTube comments right now. Has Rushley Ranger dropped off? Has he lost touch with the man? Is Rushley Ranger no longer the best observer in the world? Let us know.
It's put up or shut up here at the third day of IEM Sydney. 10 teams remain, 4 already guaranteeing themselves a spot in the playoffs, while the remaining 6 are still battling for one of the 2 spots in the Aware Super Theater. Before that, we're gonna hear from Mr. Rushley and his statistics and figures from the first days of the tournament. That and much more here, live from Sydney. So everybody, let's start the show.
Intel Extreme Masters Sydney is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, the United States Air Force, and Monster Energy.
Making history, absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A flawless win.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the Black Finals. It's no
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
The James Craig Bark, once an esteemed workhorse in the late 19th and earliest 20th century, with the rise in popularity in steamships, she was abandoned in 1925 in Tasmania. A hole was even blown in her stern to prevent her from drifting and becoming a navigational hazard. In 1972, however, she was resurrected, and now from her home in Sydney, she's one of only 4 barks that still regularly go out to sea. Who says just because you get knocked down doesn't mean you can't get back up again? What Snacks was out to prove yesterday after taking down both FaZe and Apex. Now a rematch versus Carrigan & Co. is the only thing separating Gamer Legion from the arena. Speaking of which, FaZe on a mission to redeem themselves in this very tournament. 2 best-of-3 secured, 1 more revenge game required today. But the most important redemption arc of all was for the P90. Now Aussie fans, look away now because this spelled the end for Greyhound, but for Monty, Bro and Co, spelt tournament survival. Beautiful stuff there to end out the series. Of course, we've got plenty more Chaos and Counter-Strike coming your way today. 6 best-of-3s to be exact to see which 2 more teams will be making it through to the arena here in Sydney. But we've got to open up the day. Of course, I've got Kassad. We've also got Yanko. How was your night's sleep? You came in yesterday, right?
Yeah, I feel like it was fine, you know, it was good. I'm here, I'm alive, and I have to say, Freya, I'm extremely glad that you were the one handling the both segment after what happened in Malta with Trace. I feel that's a safe call. And, whatever you said, steamships, they're cool.
We don't talk about.
I guess you can say you are the captain now.
I am the captain now. Yeah. Boat facts, Counter-Strike facts. A lot going down yesterday, Kassan. What was your highlight?
Definitely a lot of things going on. We saw yesterday in the very most important game of the day, I guess, against FaZe against Navi. FaZe took them down in 3 maps. Navi didn't really, put much of a resistance except on the second map where they completely demolished FaZe. I don't know what happened. I said to myself, FaZe struggles are not over yet. Now we have teams that are eliminated. We can see Navi, Apex, Vitality, Greyhound, Lin Vision, and Vertex as well. So both Australian teams are out of the tournament. Sadly, we still have JKS in the playoffs for the Australian fans, and we have Dexter playing in today against Monty, and possibly in that very last match of the day to qualify for the arena. We have some footage from Greyhound here. Very disappointed. I don't know what they're going to do. They really need to get a European coach or something, because this thing is not working. We have Lin Vision here. They didn't really perform at all on this event, but there is still a lot going on in the future. So
yeah, kind of sad for the Australian representatives. Greyhound didn't want to be going out in that fashion, and the fact that we've got first tier 1 CS2 tournament occurring in Australia, we heard how much that meant to them, Janko, and kind of heartbreaking that it ends in that fashion, right?
Yeah, it is difficult, right? Especially having to play for some teams 2 games in one day, and then there's a lot of some teams bringing new stuff, right? Like Gamer Legion or Fnatic in some sense, and then you have teams like G2 who are focused more on just individually trying to get as good as possible in the game and sort of keeping it a little bit more simple. A couple of teams that were also had to play Blast Showdown, which was still in CSGO. So yeah, a little bit unfortunate that all of the Asian teams get eliminated so early, but Vitality as well, the #1 team in the world, out on day 1, had that late series against FaZe where FaZe was able to come out on top. So yeah, a lot of interesting results so far.
Yeah, should we look on the bright side of life and look at the teams that have made it through to the arena? Obviously, G2, it was great to see them making it through yesterday, particularly as I heard from in an interview with Nico saying, didn't feel like he had the best individual form, but as a team they showed up, and honestly really showed up.
Maybe not that he wasn't playing his greatest CS, but they performed well as a team. They had the critical and surgical T sides, and I think they deserve to be in the playoffs together with Ents, who kind of, even despite the fact that they were not playing the great Counter-Strike, they managed to qualify, and they're going to meet each other in that quarterfinal. Obviously, we have the biggest surprise of the event so far. That's Bad Boom with Nefani, Chiron, and the company that kind of advanced immediately into the quarterfinals. At least they're going to be facing Mouse with the stand-in. Mouse that, again, riding that confidence wave from the EPL, coming into this event in CS2, still playing well, even without one of their best players in that previous event they won. So 4 best teams, I think, right now are already in the playoffs. The 4 best teams that play the best Counter-Strike here in Sydney.
Yeah, I think we were maybe sleeping on BetBoom a little bit.
Absolutely. Me personally, 100%.
Maybe a little bit. I think they played really well, obviously, in their games. And I think, you said Chiron and Nafani, who were on that photo, are, in the top 5 highest rated players for this tournament. Los Electronic and Monacy, right, as well. So yeah, they had a great opening, important for them as well, because it's going to mean a lot moving forward, getting all the points for the rankings for the invites.
Yes, of course, we do have some casters to be checking in with too, both from the A and B stream side of things. So yeah, let's go ahead and see how they're doing this morning.
Crazy action yesterday and controversial updates overnight. We come to our last day at the group stage here in sunny Sydney. Let's see what the boys have to say about yesterday and today's action to come.
Yeah, James, I think it's been pretty good so far. Good games today as well. We've got to see who's going to go to playoffs. I want to hear about what's been going down on the B stream, though.
Well, it hasn't been great news, actually, for the Aussie fans, unfortunately. But it is beautiful weather today, so I'm feeling good. I'm hoping that we're going to get to see Dexter through to the playoffs. Good luck, Fnatic, today.
Yeah, we got JKS in the arena, but honorary Australians, Jacob and Mitha, gone. All the Aussie teams gone. Our regional brothers in the Chinese CS gone. So we only got some European CS to watch, and probably tomorrow I'll be gone and cut at this point as well.
Hey Future Pros, let's look at an Overpass util set we are seeing teams use going into CS2. I've seen FaZe storing it a lot, but let's look at Fnatic as they are showing some good variants. The Smoke Molly combo that's thrown here blocks off the T-Cross from stairs, and Molly's playground. On its own, it's nice, and it can lead to some easy kills. But you can add a little seasoning to this. You can pair it up with some deep double HEs shown here, and also do some cheeky HE smoke plays. It's a fantastic way to garner some early mid control. Let's see how it develops.
Man, I'm loving these little nerdy nuggets coming from Rush. Kassad, I don't want to throw you under the bus, but you had a tweet about the HE grenades that some people agreed with, some people didn't.
Listen, I said that for me it's a kind of a waste of money most of the times. Yes, there is some good plays, there's some situational proper plays that you can use and get some information, but I don't see any value in using $300-$600, but you can get a potential damage or a kill. Economical value is too much of an important thing rather than just getting a grenade into a smoke and possibly getting nothing. For me, just imagine if you have like a couple of flashes or an extra flash instead of that HE that you can flash for your teammate, maybe secure information or a kill as well. For me, okay, I understand in the beginning people are gonna test it, people are gonna be so hyped to use it, but I think over time the people are gonna use it less and less, and just in certain situations in a kind of trick place.
It's the new hot piece of utility in town, Frey. Everyone's super horny about it. Everyone's using it all the time. And then you'll see after a little while, people will see what's the good use for it, what's not, and maybe it will fade away a little bit. Sometimes it's just also the danger of it. Oh, like they threw the nade, and now there's this. Oh, maybe they know or maybe don't know. The same way, like you will hear on the other side of the map a flash pop, and then you say, oh, they cleared top banana, and then that will maybe cause you to do something. So still too little of a sample size to see really how it will go.
Would you compare it to you remember when the utility drop update came out and everyone was losing their minds going, oh my god, this is going to change the game, and then didn't really change it too much.
The play that I have in mind, for example, is you have a banana smoke, right? There's a CT and maybe the T's drop a nade behind the wall, flash at the same time, and they just run through. Instead of running through the smoke, they're going to run through the empty kind of space. Plays like that maybe makes sense to me to invest that kind of grenade into this play, but just for an info play and possibly, getting somebody like in the back or something like that, I don't see any value. I think it's going to decrease. We're going to see more variables of like tricky, gimmicky plays with that.
And moving away from, grenades and utility, Janko, is there anything that you've been, impressed by so far with the new iteration in CS2?
Impressed would be a little bit too strong, but there was some cool stuff that we saw yesterday, even in the Na'Vi phase game, right? I saw it made it everywhere after that. The twist sort of using the HE to blow up the smoke, but it was only a bait as he was running through bathrooms and sort of got Ima in the back, right? So already the second level of that play where, you're waiting for someone, you hear the sound cue of the nade, you're waiting for someone to peek you and you want to get the kill, but he was already flanking and sort of game. So just some sort of like gimmicky plays like that and the different smokes like what we just saw from Rush, that overpass, the start of utility, the double mollies deep and everything in CSGO, that was the opening of the round for ages, right? And now you have something else, and that little thing can change the meta on the map.
What about AWP usage? Because we actually had Manasi up here on the desk with us, right? He was looking really hot with the AWP and kind of said, maybe people are over-exaggerating how much of an issue it is.
Well, obviously he's going to say that
he's
the fastest AWPer in the competitive scene.
Fastest gun in the West.
Yeah, exactly. It's just everywhere. Literally,
upside down.
He doesn't get affected. He did say he was a little bit pissed off on day one.
Yeah.
But it turned out to be just fine on day two. We saw that he was dominating in that game against Complexity. Overall, I see some OPAs are struggling a little bit right now. It is a real thing, the speaker's advantage and the shadows and everything that's happening right now. But I don't think it's a some sort of a critical thing. It's gonna fade out. It's gonna be better.
I think a lot of that stuff is just you've been playing one game for so long, right? And for Mones, that's the only game he knows. So your natural feel is one thing, and then you switch to CS2. It's like someone gave you a slightly lighter or more heavier ball in basketball, and all of a sudden, like your shot changes and the feel for it, and it takes time to get used to it because you've been doing it for so long in one way that it's hard to expect to get that same feeling so quickly. And I think that's something that a lot of operators will have to go through. Some will be better at adjusting, some worse, but it will never be the exact same feeling. It's a different game.
Well, hopefully the team's feeling good nonetheless coming into day 3 of the Intel Extreme Masters Sydney 2023. We've got 2 games for you guys to be choosing from this morning. Of course, in the A stream, we've got Fnatic versus Monty. The B stream side of life, we've got Cloud9 versus Complexity. It's all coming your way after this break.
Hey gamers, are you going outside this summer?
Yeah.
Me neither. That's why I'll be wearing the ESL Essentials collection while I safely tan behind my monitor.
Wow, I love it.
Well, you know what they say.
You love it, you wear it.
Made from 100% cotton, the ESL Essential shorts exhibit a comfortable waistband, embroidery with the ESL logo.
Look at the flexibility on those bad boys.
Thanks.
I meant the shorts.
With a two-tone gray and white blend, the Zip hoodie is made of American fleece, so it's breathable yet warm. It's Lime time! Try out our new and improved colorful sweater in all sizes.
So what are you waiting for? Don't you dare change the channel! Pick up the phone and call now.
Call now and get your hands on the new ESL Warmly hand warmers. Side effects may include warmer hands, more frags, and better stats. For more information, visit shop.esl.com. Terms and conditions apply.
sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristess. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen, nein. Engel und Teufel tanzen Schwansee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht.
It is day 3 here at IEM Sydney 2023, and that means it's the final day of the group stage. We've already decided a few of our teams that will make it through to playoffs, but today is the day where we send a bunch more home and qualify another couple into Friday. But Pilsy here alongside me. Looking forward to today's game. We're kicking things off with Complexity and Cloud9, two teams that have had a bit of an up and down run coming into IEM Sydney. Not too sure what to make of it thus far, and obviously a bit of a run still yet to be made here in the lower bracket of IEM Sydney.
Yeah, going to get to kind of find out how the arena is going to shape up at by the end of today. So I'm excited. I'm even so excited I spilled water on myself before the broadcast started.
Man,
so
that is embarrassing.
That's a great start. Hopefully the teams get off to a better start than I do.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously, as far as things have been concerned, how have you been feeling about IEM Sydney so far? We're talking Counter-Strike 2, you know, the first event down under in 4 years. Yeah. Seems to have been progressing quite nicely. I mean, I feel like as far as, you know, the tech issues are concerned and stuff like that, it's kind of gone without a hitch, which, you know, look, to be fair, a lot of people were wondering whether or not that would be the case coming into this event.
Yeah, it's been great. It's been something, you know, like obviously I think I would agree with you. Based on what my expectations were for a brand new game coming into an event like this, I expected absolutely everything to go wrong. I would say it's gone really, really smoothly for the most part.
Touch wood.
However, that doesn't stop people from complaining anyway.
Yeah, all right. Well, let's talk about Complexity as we do jump into the discussion around our first match on the B stream today. Now, Complexity, the North American hopes, I suppose, although they do seem to have a little bit of a mix going on these days, don't they? But big news, obviously, is that Elige is in this roster. He is one of the previous winners at IEM Sydney. If we go back to 2019, he was here with Team Liquid.
With a bit more hair.
Yes, but hey, how are they going to go today, Pilsy? That's the big question mark. Obviously, up against a fairly tough-looking outfit in Cloud9.
Yeah, I think for Complexity, you know, they looked very good in their initial matchup against Monty, able to take the dub there. I think that might have been a bit of an outlier dub, to be honest, though, because JT had a pretty massive performance in that game. He was really having an excellent map for himself. I'm not sure if that's something you can necessarily rely on, and I think their follow-up best of 3 against G2 kind of highlighted that. It was more so what you expected to see with, you know, most of the guys just playing kind of okay, and Elige kind of being that player that's above and beyond, being the main player who's in that tier 1, has got that big stage experience and really did kind of deliver. So look, at the end of the day for Complexity, I don't think they're going to be too disappointed losing to a team like G2. It is obviously one of the favorites for this tournament and a team that's expected to go deep. And now that they've gone into the lower bracket, they're facing a team that on paper is very, very scary, but a team that they've already toppled recently over at Pro League, even though that was in Go.
I mean, you know what's funny is that, like, when you're looking at this on paper and the conversations that were happening around this Cloud9 roster coming into the iteration that it is in now, people were sort of thinking, saying, assuming that they were going to be one of the best teams in the world, maybe the best team in the world, just looking at it. And that hasn't necessarily turned out to be the case. Now, we're highlighting Floppy for this one, and specifically the fact that he played so well in that game against Cloud9.
at ESL Pro League Season 18 is something that we're looking to see replicated, and it's currently not quite happening at IEM Sydney 2023.
Yeah, I mean, new game. I asked the question, who is going to, really step up to another level with CS2 coming out, and which players are going to kind of suffer. I'm not sure we've got enough data to draw many conclusions, but at least so far, looking at how Floppy did in that series versus how he's been going at IEM Sydney so far, not the best of showings. He just kind of played okay against Monty and then against G2. Obviously a difficult series for a team like Complexity to be taking, even though they've been in some pretty impressive form as of lately. I think people have been pleasantly surprised with Complexity, optimistic about Complexity. However, it's going to be a make or break here, a best of 3 against Cloud9, and then later on they've got to play the winner of Monty and Fnatic. At least they've already beaten Monty so far, and Fnatic is kind of a team that seems a little bit more beatable. I suppose the main team that I want to focus on, though, obviously is Cloud9, because they are this team that, like you said, we highlighted that they could be world beaters on paper. A lot of teams had their eyes on them. But I think mostly they've just been quite underwhelming, and the fact that they already dropped to Fnatic out of that upper bracket is somewhat worrying. You had some lackluster individual performances in that game, but they did topple Linvision pretty convincingly. Linvision not really in great form this tournament, which is disappointing to us. But for the pundits and your main sort of Counter-Strike aficionado, I don't think that they can necessarily draw too many conclusions from Cloud9 beating a Chinese team that didn't bring good form into this event.
Yeah, they also went to a sausage sizzle yesterday, Pilski, so I don't know if that's going to help them.
And Electronic didn't look particularly happy about it. I'm not sure he's built for the service industry. Perfecto, on the other hand, I would hire him. I would for sure hire him.
He was in there, wasn't he?
He was very personable. He was lovely. I would love to be served by a gentle, large Russian man, bringing me food.
I don't know about you, Pilski, but I'll say when I do get a sausage sizzle in me, my peak performance does increase. So I don't know if that's going to be the case for Cloud9. Hopefully they're going to be able to bring it to the table today. And look, I guess at the end of the day for Cloud9, it's still a work in progress, I think is probably the way to put it, right? It's not been, I suppose, exactly what everyone expected from this roster, but you're kind of starting to see the pieces of the puzzle fall into place. You're seeing some of the individuals kind of opening up and having their opportunities, and maybe things need to be shifted around a little bit more. Who knows about that? But if they can qualify to the playoffs here at IEM Sydney 2023, then I think that definitely is going to be the start of something that Cloud9 will look to build upon. Still a couple of steps yet to make before we get to that point, though, and Cloud9's obviously got to go up against Complexity first, and as you've said, same case for Complexity. They will also have to then go up against the winner of Monty and Fnatic later on today. One of the key players that we've been talking about at this event, and perhaps the key player at this event, as he is the top-statted, top-rated player right now, is Electronic. 1.55 rating for the event so far. Pretty solid stuff.
Yeah, and I think they've swapped around the IGL duties as far as I understand it. Electronic was doing the IGLing. Now I think it's Hobbit. Could be wrong about that. Teams do change up all the time. However, Electronic being off IGL is something that I think most people wanted to see. He is a player that, can be a top 5 player in the world, and in an anchor role, maybe even the best anchor player in the world. Definitely someone that can bring you a lot of multi-kills, can even get on the aggressive end of the spectrum and find you some nice entries as well. So Electronic Unleashed is what we all want to see, and so far at this event, he's been taking a lot of scalps.
Yeah, I mean, I've been hearing a little bit about him. I think he's been looking pretty good so far, but we haven't seen... have they played 3 maps so far? Is that right? I believe they got that.
Yeah, and look, 2 of them against Linvision. I'm not going to lie, that might be a bit stat farmy. To be top-rated player in the event so far, when you're playing a Chinese team at a best of 1, is probably not anything to really write home about. But Electronic is definitely someone to keep your eye on. Hobbit had a great opening best of 1 as well. I think most people, their worries with Cloud9 mostly lie with Axile at the moment. He's a player that on that original Cloud9 roster that had such a sick run in the online era where they almost looked unbeatable. They were just absolutely dominating everybody. Axile on the aggressive end of the spectrum was a wonder to behold, and I don't think in this iteration of Cloud9 he's really found himself. And I think particularly for a player that leans towards the aggressive end of the spectrum, you want to see him thrive in CS2. This is IEM swing knee, mate.
Yeah, apparently. Well, you can see all the prep there for Complexity, but we'll talk about how they played against each other the last time they faced and whether or not some of that prep's going to come through for Complexity, or maybe was there a bit more to learn there for Cloud9 after going down 0-2 at Pro League.
I think this best of 3 series perfectly sums up how people feel about these two teams right now. In a series like this, everyone would be expecting Cloud9 to win quite handedly. The fact that Complexity was able to defeat Cloud9 2-0 in a series in Pro League like this, I think is the kind of result that makes people feel optimistic about Complexity and makes people question Cloud9.
Yeah, Ancient and Anubis were the 2 maps there, so we'll have to keep an eye on whether or not
we're going to get that. That was in Go.
Yeah, exactly. But it is time for Veto, so we get to find out whether or not it is going to indeed end up being Ancient Anubis or somewhere else that we're going to head towards. So both are still available in the pool here based on those first couple of bans, and Anubis is the first choice. So it seems like we're headed in a very similar direction to what they played on in ESL Pro League Season 18.
Yeah, let's see if we get a different map in the Veto this time around. Vertigo getting taken out, Overpass getting taken out, so we will get Inferno as it decided. This time it's a different third map with Cloud9 once again having the choice. It was Inferno removed by Complexity before. This time it's Vertigo removed, and with Inferno and Overpass left in, Cloud9 have actually opted not to go to the same third map as last time, despite the fact that it wasn't played. But exactly like you said, we're going to see the same 2 opening maps repeating themselves, and what that tells me is Complexity, they're looking at that series, they're feeling great about their performance in that series, and they're saying to themselves, we feel confident we can replicate that. Cloud9, on the other hand, what that tells me is they're also backing themselves. They're probably thinking to themselves, what was that? We had a complete off day. We should never be getting stomped by Complexity like this, and today is going to be a different story.
Yeah, I really like to see that from both teams, but I guess what really matters is how it looks coming into the server. We can talk about feel, we can talk about confidence, we can talk about past history, but what matters is today for both Complexity and Cloud9. They've got a very long run, still yet 2 best of 3s to play for the winner of this one, standing between them and a spot at the playoffs on Friday. And it's time to jump into Anubis for map number 1. Complexity will be starting off on the T side. And already you can see Cloud9 angling into some of those dualies for Electronic, setting him up for success. Not a bad shout.
Yeah, I think for a team like Cloud9, after getting knocked into the lower bracket early on and with the questions around their roster, these are the kind of best of 3 series that you want to start to find some redemption. Complexity edging towards B here. Couple sets of util as they kick off this B side execute. Hobbit under pressure, but with the kit and no armor, just wants to play retake while the rest of Cloud9 start to take the rest of the map.
Yeah, very standard stuff so far from Complexity, right? Just a smoke toward Temple, smoke toward front of site, gets them in, gets the bomb plant down, and now it's JT fighting against 2 and maybe almost winning there as well. Doesn't quite end up going his way. The Glocks not seeming to help Complexity too much here, but still Liege and Grim are able to salvage a little bit, though both players being stuck in E-Box in a situation like this doesn't really help out too much. Hobbit's got a kit. He's safe for that defuse. He's sticking it, and there's nothing Complexity can do about it.
Trying to get a few more kills towards the end of the round with the bomb plant to maybe shore up their force by round number 2. These small little couple of extra kills can sometimes make a pretty big difference in terms of what you can put together in the next round. Complexity, after kind of sight given to them, a successful execute in terms of getting into the post plant, maybe not having the smooth mid to late round that they were looking for. And as I mentioned, in comes the force buy. All Galil's AK armor for Grim, who, like I said, got a multi-frag in the pistol that can make a pretty big difference, and then a scout for Hulzerk, but no utility for the T side. So this is going to be contact CS.
Smoke straight in mid and 1 out of E-Box here for Cloud9. So looking to control those areas of the map early on in the round.
Yeah, as a team with a lot more grenades in a round like this, their job is really just to use that utility to be able to create advantages. But Shiro looking for information over on B long, instantly punished there. So man disadvantage for the CT side now, and somewhat of a weaponry disadvantage as well.
Tends to be the case when the T side gets that bomb plant down. Got Got an AK there for Grim.
Not many people would say MP9 is a disadvantage, to be honest. Complexity slowly closing the net towards this big site, making their way through water, sitting outside B main. Like I said, no grenades. This is all just contact play, good spacing.
Yeah, I'm not feeling very confident here if I'm Hobbit either, right? Having to solo hold the B site with only an MP9. You've got Perfecto kind of floating around, but he's really not in a position to help you out too much at this stage. No flashes or anything like that. Maybe he can get a molly into main, but it's just not going to help at all. Is it? Hobbit goes down for free. Now it's on to the rest of the squad, and Maxine, Electronic, and Perfecto able to strike. Does make this one still a little interesting. Upgrade there for Axile. Won't matter because Grim's got the headshot with the AK, and JT covers off the rest. Complexity will win round 2. The force buy works out this time.
Crushing for the CT economy. They're going to have to force themselves, but particularly in MR12, these round 2 force buys on the T side post bomb plant are absolutely brutal. See how Cloud9 is going to respond and recover to that. Of course, they are double eco, so they will have to force themselves. UMP out for Axile, mostly pistols across the board with a scout on Shiro. Complexity with much better utility than they had in the last round. Quick 3-1-1 across the map, looking to look for duels towards this B main area. Use this rifle advantage. Shiro really wants to try to connect this headshot with this scout, try to chip down the numbers of the cheat side.
Grim's been looking pretty good so far with that AK in hand. 5-0 at the moment. Not sure he's the kind of guy that I'd like to be challenging if I'm Cloud9.
Complexity after the initial contact towards B, now starting to work the middle of the map. Oh, a Liege with Electronic to deal with. Great flash from Axile to set up Electronic for success, but is traded out eventually. Axile to take next contact from House now.
That smoke's going to start to fade fairly soon. And it's going to bring with it quite a tenuous position for Axile, so quite safely it moves back into cams. And as a result, mid-control is going to be gone over to the side of Complexity. It's on steady, working their way through the map, but it definitely does look like it's going to be a split. Floppy doesn't quite get his timing right, though. Perfecto gets a freebie, and then a nice headshot onto Grim as well with that deagle. It's falling apart a little bit here for Complexity. Cloud9 will make their own force buy work.
Absolutely amazing for the CT side to recover in that situation. Making the pistols work. Great flash timing to set up Electronic for this opening pick. Yes, it's only a 1-for-1, but it allows the CT's rotations to settle a lot more when they see Complexity going for that contact play across bridge. Allows Cloud9 to exactly this, lean a little bit more heavily towards the A side of the map, and unfortunately Complexity could have split towards B, but unfortunately read it incorrectly, and now they must go again for this force buy early on. Both teams fighting for control of the economy. And Electronic, in the fine form that he's in, you want to see him continue to find success taking these duels towards bridge, especially supported by some solid utility from the rest of his team, of which they have a lot now. Aggression on A main from Axile, and like I said, a player who, in his best form, in the best era of Cloud9, was very aggressive, able to get in the face and find great intuitive timings to find picks. So, already giving Cloud9 a bit of an advantage, and winning this round for the CT side would really help them steady the game that was so unstable to begin with after losing that second round.
Yeah, Axile's been someone that has been coming under fire a little bit in terms of his output at this event so far. 0.77 rating overall, and for someone that was really touted as being one of the big up-and-comers, hasn't quite worked out for him, at least at this event, but maybe there's still a peak yet to come, right? And if that is still the case, you'd be peaking at the right time if you're Cloud9, right? Peak today or peak tomorrow, going into the playoffs, and then you can really put some pressure on some of those top teams.
Grim not peaking at the right time. Doesn't look like it's going to work out for a Liege either. These contact plays with the Deagles, not finding much success, not many shots being connected here, but in comes the walk-through E-box from Holzerk. He's at least connected a shot onto Shiro, but a difficult shot to hit nothing but head there onto a strafing MP9. Cloud9 steadies the ship up 3-1. They break the T-side economy and now have a chance at an anti-eco. They should have great money going forward on this CT side, and they will continue to front run for the foreseeable future in this half.
Yeah, very good start. Complexity's map pick as well, so if they are left reeling a little on Anubis, that's going to shake them for the rest of this series. Just back to the Glocks this time around for Complexity. couple of P250s invested into. No util at all. This will be a farm round for Complexity. Where's Shiro with that MP9? He's in toward mid. So it might not get his opportunity if the push comes back toward A.
It's really just a bit of a nothing round for Complexity. For Cloud9, very important to keep max guns alive, just steady that economy as much as possible and try to min-max it. Still plenty of rounds to play with, even in the MR12 format. Make sure that you're not going to make yourself reset. Nice little edge. Nate does quite a lot of chip damage there. And look at this, Shiro on his way over to the right side of the map.
Nice flash. The timing looks good. Axile is going to say thank you very much for that one, Shiro. What a round from Cloud9.
That's a confidence builder for Axile.
Yeah.
He's already found some nice timings. He's already set up his teammates for success with some good utility. So
that's perfect, isn't it?
I think he's going to start to feel better and better as this game goes on. And Axile, from a rough performance in the opening couple of games here in Sydney, if he starts to step up, that is going to lift the floor of this Cloud9 roster, who some of which have already been putting in some good performances. Electronic and Hobbit have had some great maps so far.
That is very true. We're back into the buy round here, and straight away, JT able to strike through the smoke. Electronic gets his timing wrong.
B main push in the mid round, though, in response from Cloud9. Not wanting to rest on their laurels and sit by the wayside from a man disadvantage situation. Hobbit's flank timing, all important as Complexity take a chokehold on mid and start this A split, I believe. Oh no, they're looking towards B initially, waiting out this initial util. There's the HE nade to set them up to start to scale into the site. Axile able to pick 2 on the cross. Absolutely beautiful.
I mean, that's one of those situations, isn't it, where we're talking about in Counter-Strike 2, do you want to be holding an angle? Well, if you can do it like that, then yeah, is the answer, though Grim has been able to double back down, and what started nicely for Cloud9 has actually swung back in the other direction. Hobbit and Perfecto maybe even thinking about holding on to these weapons at this point in time.
Yeah, he never got a chance to get involved. Like, great flank timing. And Axile getting 2 there, put them in the pole position, but Grim just takes matters into his own hands. He's in great form so far this game. Looks like Cloud9 just trying to take guns away here. The new bomb radius really going to start to push these Ts off the site. Hobbit has got the exit covered. Perfecto trying to catch them in transition here.
There's one already for Perfecto and another for Hobbit, who will lose his life for his troubles. But a fairly costly round in the end for Complexity. Still, you'll take it early stages of the half.
Yeah, and usually you wouldn't want to trade with the T side on the CT side of the economy, but Cloud9, with the start that they've had so far to this game, they are going to be able to recover from that financially. So actually Cloud9 emptying their bank accounts, 1 alive on each team. Complexity going to have to reinvest in this next round. You know, that means round 7, all important swing round. Start to decide this half. Initial smokes towards house. Bridge smoke in reply from the CTs. Complexity throwing this progression utility towards B, trying to bait out CT utility. Cloud9 just zoning the Ts away from E-Box. In comes the push across bridge on the flash timing here for Complexity. It's a 1-for-1 so far. Shiro scrambling to get out of dodge.
Not quite able to get away from JT, but at least is going to be traded down. Speaking of which, that nade should do the same to Axile.
That changes things. You can see Complexity, as soon as they get that nade kill, they immediately start to walk back, understanding that that's the mid information taken away from the CT side, which forces Hobbit to float across, re-clear middle. Perfecto also staying active in the meanwhile. Both of these CTs moving, looking for a right timing to find a duel. Veto in this retake ace position, may be able to actually pick a T on the cross into the site here.
I was going to say, they may have found the right positions here, Cloud9, to have an early impact, though. Perfecto, this is an awkward peak when you've got 3 players watching Heaven. Still, timing looked okay, but in the end, nobody walking away with a couple of bullets blasted across their face. Perfecto dealt with by Halzer. Good spacing from Complexity, and now it's just Hobbit who has to look to try to creep through this smoke. He's got a fair bit of util to work with. No smoke, though, for a defuse.
No head armor for Grim. Still hasn't upgraded his.
Hobbit's been good at this event so far, though. A little bit slow to start in this game, and will be swung by Halzer. Nice timing. There goes another head, and there goes another round for Complexity. They're slowly building in this first half.
And keeps this game competitive. We had the back and forth of the force buys between both teams, and Cloud9 getting that win in the important swing round previously, and then the anti-eco, they were setting themselves up for success, but Complexity immediately hits back in this round. Those trades in middle, all important to rob the CTs of information, and then, you know, they just play it by the numbers after that. Just play the contact in towards the extremities. So Complexity again against the pistols, looking to just take duels towards B main. But look at the boost up over the smoke. Perfecto almost found himself an angle. Unfortunately, Hobbit cleared up by that HE nade. It is a hero rifle, but mostly a save here for Cloud9, looking towards round 9.
Yeah, Smoke's keeping Cloud9 at bay for the moment, but Complexity more than happy to just hang around outside of B main and slowly but surely take these fights. Now another set of util getting tossed in by Complexity, and it's on to Shiro. He's already got one. Can he find an angle for another now that his position is known? M4 in hand had to be the difference maker and won't be. Grim doubling down. Clean as a whistle on the entries.
Really having a fantastic game so far. Has to be said for Grim. Electronic, not much for him to do in this round, and I think Complexity with 4 alive here. He'd love to find Grim there. Actually, that was the right player to be taking a duel with, given the fact that Grim had no head armor. See if he's going to upgrade it heading into this round, or whether it's maybe a little bit of an oversight. Floppy a little sleepy early on in this game. Hasn't had a chance to get involved.
Well, what's the response here from Cloud9 after a string of a few rounds now in a row for Complexity, equalizing the scoreline? Looks like a bit more presence in toward mid. 2 players there, one toward A, 2 toward B. Fight again for Grim.
Yeah, no head armor. He hadn't upgraded it, and Hobbit's punished him for that.
Yeah, flash through the smoke as well is going to be dealt with by Perfecto. Still some pressure in onto the B bomb site, but the fact that Perfecto is still persisting there, and now the bomb's been dropped outside of mid, this round has fallen apart for Complexity. Far too many trades coming through from Cloud9, and intelligent CT pushes as well, catching Complexity roster off guard.
This is very winnable here for Hallzerk. Finds the pick on the bridge player, well aware that his spawn is compromised. Electronic floating around in there. Perfecto looking for the timing out waterside. There are 1v1s to be taken in this round. The CTs still not linking up. Hallzerk, very cerebral from him, realizing where Electronic would reposition to cut the rotation back towards the A side of the map, but unfortunately can't connect the shot, and Cloud9 surviving with 2 players. Again, there's been really no clean economic rounds for some of these teams, and Complexity, they're going to take a timeout because their money's a little weird. Grim, 2k, 3k for Hallzerk. They could put together some kind of 8k Mac 10 buy, perhaps. Maybe a scout for Hallzerk is definitely a possibility. And it may be worth it because the reset window is definitely there after Cloud9 reduced their loss bonus to $1,900 with only 2 players surviving. If Complexity do force here, they will find a swing round timing where they can reset the economy here, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Scout comes out for Hallzerk, 3 rifles, and Tech 9 or a Mac 10, I'd imagine. Cloud9 very aggressive across bridge. Both teams seem to really just be changing up their approach about whether they... Ooh, hold on, chicken. No swimming, mate. Can't you read? Can't bloody read the sign.
I don't think chickens can read, actually. I've never met one that could.
This is something we need to remedy, Jordan. Some chicken education. Oh, Scout. Bit of a tag there onto Perfecto. Axile continuing to aggress over on house side. Jumping around with an SMG. Blood thinks it's Call of Duty right now. Can't blame him, though. I've been getting railed by that all week in CS2 Premier.
He's lucky to be alive, to be quite honest with you, but they're going to re-aggress onto A long. They've got that smoke deep, and so they do still control that area of the map. Meanwhile, Complexity on their way over to B, and it might well end up just being a contact play into the site here from Complexity.
I mean, it's 1 minute 20. Neither one of these teams has many nades left.
Goes down.
Oh,
Hobbit out of the picture early on in the piece, but Perfecto is at least able to secure one. Still bomb site now for Complexity.
See how C9 approach this retake. Axile making moves through middle here. Clears out close middle, so they know there's no T lurk, but they're mostly going to complete this retake in through CT spawn. It's going to be a big crossfire to break.
Yeah, tough retake for Complexity, and that is exactly why. JT, Floppy in combination, finding headshots together.
Yeah, that
then
was...
Elige one more, round is done.
That was never going to work, unfortunately, in the position that Complexity were in. I think Cloud9 didn't really have enough time to clear the rest of the map and make that less of a one-dimensional retake. Unfortunately, they had no CT utility to be able to come in towards that retake with. That's why you see a lot of teams quite passive on the save in these kind of situations. But a retake in through spawn side there, very, very difficult prospect into the crossfire that Complexity established for themselves across this, Ninja B main site. Basically just walking into a firing squad and Complexity setting themselves up a post plant. Like, look at this. As soon as JT takes contact, Floppy's swinging in, and then another player swinging from main at the same time. Like, you're running into a triangle crossfire
just not
off the
happen.
contact. It's just, yeah.
Illuminati. Triangles everywhere, man.
100%. Watch your back.
X-Files music plays.
Perfecto. Hero Rifle yet again here. It's a save from Cloud9, but they're going to give themselves an outside shot at winning it.
Oh, that nade. Oh, that's painful. 37 HP for Axtile now. And they're going to try to get aggressive into mid. That is not going to work. Elige is looking sharp.
So is Grim at the moment.
Everyone's doing okay for Complexity. I know it seems strange to say, right? Elige is 4-7.
Well,
but
in the initial group stage game against Monty, it was JT who was popping the hell off on this map. In their best of one, he had like a 26 bomb or something in 22 rounds or 23 rounds.
Oh, hang on a second, Hobbit. Ooh, couldn't quite hold on for the third, but even still, he's caused a bit of a ruckus and maybe given Cloud9 a little bit of an inkling back into this round. Electronic, though, will go down and Axile to follow suit. That keeps it safe for Complexity. A little bit of a speed bump, Pilski, but that's all right. We go straight over those here in Australia.
Yeah. You're meant to go about 20. Some of the people in my suburb, their car leaves the ground a little bit. Go over those.
Get those extra star points.
That's it. I think Complexity, a 7-5 would be a serviceable half on the T side of Anubis here. If Cloud9 can get a 6-6 though, they're going to be quite happy with how this CT side went, to be honest.
Well, they have the money to buy into the final round of the half.
Orp comes out for for Hulzerk, but Shiro on the Org.
Look at that, it's a T and a CT smoke in the exact same spot in mid, and indeed Complexity decide to go through it, which is to their detriment. Electronic was waiting.
An advantage now for Cloud9. Looking to finish this half strong, and Hobbit with the aggression on B main finally catches Grim, who was holding that passive position. Now Floppy trying to activate. It's just aggression across the map from Cloud9, catching perfect timings in B main, A main, middle. There's just nowhere that's safe for Complexity right now.
C9 has no chill. Hulzerk. Haven't seen too much AWPing so far in the map for Complexity, but maybe that's yet to come on CT side. Now it's JT's job to creep in through mid. He's been spotted out, and I can't see this working. Best case scenario, it was a 1-for-1, which will leave Hulzerk alone to his own devices. A nice relaxing round to finish off the first half of Anubis for Cloud9. Seems like Hobbit's position is known. But every second Hulzerk waits is a second disappearing from the round. Nice flick, but he's still got so much more to do with 35 on the clock. And Perfecto playing a close angle will be a tough one to clear for the AWPer of Complexity. He's getting a bit of backup now as well. We all knew that one was going the way of Cloud9. So 6 apiece at the end of the half, and things are hanging quite nicely in the balance for the first game of day 3 of IEM Sydney 2023. Welcome back Down Under. It is a beautiful day here in Sydney, but we're spending it inside watching Counter-Strike. Where would you rather be? But here, it is Complexity and Cloud9 butting heads on Anubis. It's about as sunny on Anubis as it is outside today.
Beautiful weather. ESL.gg/warmly, because that's just what the weather's like. Very nice. I think Cloud9 going to be quite happy with that CT half, moving on to the T side of Anubis. But look, Complexity nowhere near out of things. Could really go either way. Decoy thrown in there as Axile sprints straight into E-Box. They're not trying to force the issue too much on B. He's actually got an entry. The bomb's on the other side of the map. There's duels on A main and B main at the same time. This round's a complete mess.
4 players on A from Complexity. On B at the start of the round. I gotta say, trying to work into the site from E-Box is never a good feeling, but especially when there's 4 players waiting for you.
Yeah, this player lost over on Canal's side, though, is a bit of a weird one for Cloud9. That's why they're slowing this one down. Shiro, low HP as well, drops the bomb behind him. Mid-round aggression, though, for Complexity, not resting on their laurels, going and taking bridge control, understanding that they got the pick over on that A side of the map, and there's no movement in towards E-Box anymore, so something's amiss. And Detective Elige going to go and try and find out what's going on.
Well, Shiro not having too much success with that P250.
I think Elige has been heard here by Perfecto, so he's... Oh, I was going to say he's done! Oh, the hitboxes! Oh, help! Floppy swung Shiro as well. It might not have even been the hitboxes. I just love to have a win.
I think you just missed
it. 1 on 4. User error, perhaps. And unfortunately, it was a tall task, and he's but a wee boy.
I'm sure they're going to do him with a replay. You know what I mean? Like, they've got that one.
Let's
the
do it.
replay operator's like, we can get him now.
I can find out.
Let's see what we get. Pretty routine stuff at the start of the round. Oh, we didn't get it from Perfecto's POV.
Elige has no hair, so
he got scared. He got startled. Does that happen to you? That happens to me all the time.
No, I play Counter-Strike in something close to a state of a coma, you know,
Counter-Strike is a horror game to me.
Really?
Yeah, you like jump scares and everything.
Oh, look at this.
Good
Tech
timing.
9s, Mac 10s, all across the bridge. Elige for 3. He makes it look so easy with the MP9. Nothing but headshots. And Cloud9, that's really going to slow down the momentum, Jordan. We're hoping to get off to a hot start on this T side, and Complexity just getting in their face, man.
Okay. It's kicking off here on day 3. Complexity know what is on the line. Floppy taking the role of the cute kangaroo in one of the promo videos. Be a fan favorite, I think, if they do make it into the arena. That's the sharp couple of taps from Axile.
Don't want to lose too many guns here, Complexity. Let's keep this one nice and clean. Hot flash down into water. Trying to bait someone to peek on bridge side. Hello. Takes a shot at Grim on E-Box. Exile's just trying to make this one expensive. 30 seconds. He's not getting on the side and getting the plant here. We all know it.
All right. That's an interesting smoke.
Fake flash, I believe. It's much harder in CS2 to differentiate between the different kinds of nades based on the model.
It is. I'd struggle with it. Okay, well, in the end, Complexity won't lose more than the 1 member.
17 and 6 for Grim. Great game he's having. Yeah. It's good spray control.
Get that smiling Elige meme out.
Yeah, that was classic Elige. Green screen Elige at his best. Cloud9 on the full eco now. And Complexity throwing down the gauntlet. Saying, look, we got that dub over at Pro League and this one's going much the same way. Unless you do something about it.
Well, what can they do about it with only pistols in the back pocket?
Yeah, nothing in this round. They're just looking to take a couple of guns away if they can, because Complexity's economy is starting to build up quite a lot. Holzerk's the bank of Complexity right now. Jason Lake's been sending him transfers straight into the account. Oh my god!
Gotta send some to Shiro. That Glock is putting in work. Holzerk in.
Absolutely glocked.
The perfect spot to deal with the push, though, from Electronic, and still not really much success from Cloud9 so far in the half.
More money for Hulzerk. Man's made of money at this point, and to be honest, given the cost of living in Norway, I'd say he's probably going to need to be if he wants to set himself up for retirement.
Easy as you like there for Complexity. Looking cool, calm, and collected.
Yeah, this is where the 6-6 half, though, is going to do Cloud9 a lot of favors. They did a lot of work on their CT side, which is going to give them the chance to recover from losing these initial couple of rounds and at least have a couple of cracks to adapt. It's something that on certain score lines and something the pros have been mentioning a lot in interviews recently, that not only due to the fact that it's a new game and there's new gimmicks, but also the MR12 format gives you way less gun rounds to be able to adapt and make a change. Some games you don't even get to do it. But Cloud9 will have a couple of gun rounds to have a crack here.
Oh, they're already 3 rounds away, Complexity, from at least getting it to number 12, which is always a comforted position. 1-for-1 on the entry from Axile, and they're going to layer a couple of flashes through those. Some of those seem to have caught Axile. He can't push any further forward. Smoke in his face. He's slowed down.
Yeah, Cloud9 wrestle control of A main here, deny information to the CT side. They've also got a little bit of presence over towards B main. Elige is having a bit of a shoulder in middle. That hasn't been taken by the T's, and he's actually made a nice little info play across bridge here. So Complexity looking to shift in the mid-round. And look at that. Shiro was ready for it, but a missed shot onto Elige means that it's a man advantage for Complexity instead of the other way around.
It happens. But a fairly inopportune time for it to occur for Cloud9. Means that Axile's going to have to go and retrieve the bomb. And 40 seconds left here for Cloud9. There's a resmoke in for B main. Complexity feeling comfortable. JT's got a big role to play here, but I'm not sure what Axile's doing there.
Couldn't tell you.
That
I think he was looking at the new textures. These maps are pretty, you know.
It's got
the bricks hitting different these days.
A butterfly.
Look at that.
Or was it like a piece of candy? Piece of candy.
Yeah, Cloud9 just going to save here. Bombs dropped in. As soon as the bomb got dropped in water, these players at B main were like,
Like, is he lining up a smoke or something? I don't know. Did he have any?
Oh,
it's a mess.
Oh, dear.
Electronic died after time.
Legally blind. $250. Yikes. Complexity very happy about how that one went. What a way to lose a round from C9. They went 1-for-1 in A main, Jordan. They're in a 4-on-4. They were in control of that round. Here's what happened afterwards. Ready? Shiro misses a shot.
What is he looking at? What is he looking at? Is he trying to line up a piece of util?
Yeah, I think so. Like a volley, probably. But seriously, Shiro misses the shot on the bridge player, concedes another player disadvantage, then Axile gets shot looking at the ground, and then Electronic dies after time. What a nightmare situation for Cloud9. They're going to try and resolve it the old-fashioned way. AK's armor, contact into the site.
Oh, it's not gone too well for Cloud9 come the second half. Here's Floppy, ready and waiting. Awkward spot to find himself in now, but he's able to get that smoke down to provide a little bit more space. Unfortunately, CS2 smokes don't stop bullets. Valve haven't added that one yet, though they've been making some interesting changes. And Complexity now no longer in control of the A-bomb site.
Electronic on the lurk with the Glock. Not much really for him to do in a round like this. Complexity setting up for the retake. They're going to get disrupted here early on by Axile in an aggressive position like that.
Retake's on here for Complexity, but Electronic from behind, only good for one. Still, that causes enough of a ruckus to keep the numbers favourable for Cloud9. Hobbit stuck in the corner, doesn't need to move, is finished off by Hulzerk. Crossfire, too good. Perfecto finishes off Grim, and that is Cloud9 having finally some success.
Still plenty of money for Complexity, though. They'll well and truly be able to recover from that one. AWP gets picked up for Shiro on the T side here. Saw some heroic AWPing from Alistair in the game yesterday on T side Ancient.
Oh, that's true. And on CT, to be fair. Wasn't enough to get the dub, though.
Yeah. Old news, old news. AWP out for Elige. Double AWP for Complexity on CT side. So spending all of their money, if this round doesn't go well for them, that's going to be Cloud9 straight back into this game.
They've got time to play, though, Complexity, to recover that economy.
Oh, this Orb duel going to be all critical. Between Shiro and Halzer. Molly out! Shiro with the man advantage here. Orb on the T side has gone well for Cloud9, but they've had the man advantage before and then it's fallen apart. Not this time. Electronic, great lurk timing across bridge. Further extending the advantage for Complexity. You can see they want to get active. They know they have to make a play here or they're going to be bankrupt, and C9's back into this game.
Yeah, Grim is quaking in his boots over toward B with only an AWP. And obviously defend against a big brush of Cloud9 members, so he's hoping that something else will happen over toward A, and that will be the case. The push into A long for Complexity is going to be tested, and it is going to be dealt with. For one in the end, as Elige is able to trade it down.
Yeah, Cloud9 not in a rush to go anywhere, though. Just waiting for Complexity to make more mistakes from a man disadvantage situation. They're expecting the pushes, and Cloud9, after making contact over on A main, rerouting back towards B. Smoking off those deep angles, leaving the lurk behind in middle.
It's missing by a B's dick. But that's enough. Cloud9 will win the round. Now the question is going to be whether or not Complexity can hold on to these two AWPs. Already you've got Electronic on the hunt through mid. He's gone in the wrong direction, though.
Yeah, these AWPs will be massive to save for Complexity. An outside shot at winning the next round. Pistols around them. Electronic going down.
Hello? Hi, Electronic.
Bit disappointing.
All right.
Yeah. We saw. Yeah. Yep. I'd like to see if the AWPs get saved, and they will. Lovely. So Complexity, I dare say, probably just going to be pistols around the AWP. Going to take a save here. Cloud9, though, that's a big round for them to win. You know, they've kind of been hanging in the balance, but that's going to buy them more time to continue to recover, continue to make adaptations. Exile, another great little entry from him. Seems to be finding some consistent impact here. His aggression timings on point for Cloud9. Timeout for Complexity. Difficult decision to be making, you know, but I think, yeah, I think most teams in these situations, they're just going to go pistols around the AWP. And if the round doesn't go well, continue try to save the AWPs. They've still got a lot of legs left in this half. It's not a bad thing to be building up more loss bonus at this 10-8 scoreline. It's only MR12. You know, you'd really want to be maxing out the loss bonus in an MR15 format where you have more times to get those 3.4k loss bonus buys. But even in an MR12, you know, you've still got 6 rounds left to play here. There's really a minimum. There's no rush.
Still a threatening round. Double AWP, just not quite able to have the impact yet. Grim is waiting for the swing on the right side of the pillar. Not going to get it.
Yeah, I think
away.
Maybe in a gun round you take a risk like that, but you understand that you're at a pretty big advantage in terms of weapons and utility in a round like this as Cloud9. Even if the force has come out, Axile, these entries are looking crispy today. But the good thing about being on a head stack is that Floppy immediately retrieves that AWP after Elige goes down.
Grim's on the push here as well, but Perfecto waiting for it still. We're talking about Floppy. He's managing to connect onto Axile. The real push is coming over toward the B side of the map, and that nade might even end up being false information for Complexity because I don't actually think they spotted anyone in E-Box. Util's getting tossed on out. Holzerk, not much of an assistance with that USP, and Grim was dealt with by the nade. So,
yeah, probably just a gun save for Complexity here. AK and all picked up. Save that for the next round. I love that little detail, though. Grim, you saw him buy that HE nade earlier on in the round. Only an HE nade purchase for him. And what he did that was clever is in the E-Box smoke, just drops the nade when the smoke has about 5 seconds left on it. Because a lot of the time, that's when the Ts are going to start to move into a position where they're going to actually make something happen. You know, you don't want to nade the smoke when it's just up. You want to nade the smoke when you expect the Ts to be there and create that timing to pick them with the AWP. JT, will he hold on to the AK here?
No,
Cloud9 on the hunt. The aim punch is way too much for the CTs to handle here. And That's not good news for Complexity, although they still can put together a buy here. Losing those 2 extra guns without taking more guns away from Cloud9 is really going to take a couple extra grenades away from them.
Yeah, the success is starting to escape Complexity. Cloud9 working hard, much like they did at the sausage sizzle at Bunnings yesterday.
Yeah.
Are they having as much fun? I'm not sure.
Zerk, blast cannon orb from him. Leech boosted up over the bridge smoke here. Cloud9 just continuing to play this slow default brand of Counter-Strike, working the map. Electronic applying utility pressure towards middle. Grim with the man advantage though. Picks Shiro early on towards B main here. It's going to put the press on Cloud9 a little.
Yeah, Hobbart's got some words for the team at the moment. He's certainly having a chat. Not sure he's pulling that rotation across. The nade goes into the smoke, and that actually gives Hobbit the kill onto JT.
I mean, JT wanted to take that fight.
He did.
Unfortunately, I think he's ended up in a 95-4 kind of situation on the M4 spray there. This is going to prompt Cloud9 to start creeping up E-box, start to contact into this B site, but the push is split up a little bit.
Also,
B main smoke coming down.
Or wallbanged?
Maybe spam through the smoke. Could have been an HE as well. He's got no armor.
Not even a bloody good HE if he's down to 16 HP, but either way, he's dead now, so that doesn't matter, and it's on to Grim to try to hold the line. He gets the bink, and he gets the kill as well. Elish on the rotation through the E-box, has to be helping him out, and it's not quite gone the way Cloud9 wanted it to. It's down to Hobbit on 5 HP. Oh dear, Elish lives on 8.
20 seconds.
There's a hair's breadth in it.
He's going to save it. Still plenty of cash to continue reinvesting in Cloud9. Look, maybe if he hits that shot onto the lead, you might consider going for it. But regardless, Cloud9, although they did lose the round, somewhat happy with the outcome of that round. As we head towards the tail end of this half, they are bankrupting the CT economy, reducing their loss bonus. And with the cash that they built up over the last few rounds, they have the ability to continue to buy, continue to try to go for that juicy reset window right at the end of the game and try to close this game to regulation on the T side here.
Yeah, oh, that's so sad. Hobbit down on 5 HP. JT won't be happy with that.
That was a 95-4.
Yeah.
You know, he sprayed him down, and then the last, probably 12 to 20 bullets of his spray went into Narnia, and Hobbit just killed him. It happens to the best of us.
Not me, though. I can only hit 2 or 3 bullets. So, faster play into mid from Cloud9 this time, picking the pace up. That has caught Elish off guard.
Be a massive reset round if Cloud9 is able to realize it. Hulzerk pecking one back though. Molotov's off the angle. Cloud9
JT
continuing to spread the map. Perfecto has been tasked with holding onto this B main controller. Complexity after spotting him out.
Oof.
They're going to fall back.
What's going on?
Simultaneously, the fights are happening in A main. It's just both teams working map control across the map. Similar to what C9 was doing, Complexity are playing a very fluid CT side that necessitates aggression. We've ended up in a 3-on-3 here. Not only are the Ts active, well, the Ts are actually less active than the CTs here. Complexity are looking for information here, looking to re-clear middle. They know Electronic loves to stick around like a bad smell over here on bridge.
Okay. And things slowed down. But with 35 seconds left, Cloud9 are going to have to get a bit of a wriggle on.
Group up with Electronic.
Choose to go toward A here. It is just Floppy holding that position. He's got no delaying util at all.
11 bullets as well. He hasn't reloaded his M4.
Yeah, that's probably good for 1 kill only, you would think. That said, maybe I've spoken too soon. Floppy, oh, that was crispy indeed. But now it's on to Perfecto, 13 seconds. I don't see him winning this round from here. He'll get at least the kill onto Floppy and might get one more. Wouldn't have won him the round, though. That is very well done from Floppy.
Big impact, has to be said. Complexity only surviving with 2 players once again without the bomb plant for Cloud9. Shiro's a little poorer than the rest of them. There is enough money to buy, but it's very light util. Shiro just down to a Galil and armor. What is this buy? Is Hobbit going to buy AK armor too? All right, this is it for Cloud9. 3 smokes and a Molotov. There's no nuance in a round like this is going to be contact CS, maybe some default execute smokes or information denial smokes, but it's got to be shots hit on the T side here.
Or is it just run and gun?
Well, it's not. They're once again spreading the map like they've been doing every single round. They've got to wait out and respect that initial utility. The CTs have a pretty distinctive grenade advantage in this round. Smoke goes into house for the Ts. Complexity going to boost over that. Make sure they don't lose too much bridge control, but Grim aggressing in the mid-round finds 2. Elige finds another one. This is C9 on the ropes now in a 2-on-5.
Yeah, Perfecto and Axal, how do you come back from this? They're completely at ends with each other. They're on the opposite sides of the map. The bomb's not in their control either. Axal's going to have to go and retrieve that. Time's ticking away. Elige is on the push as well. It has gone horribly wrong for Cloud9 in this, what will certainly be the final round of the map. Complexity 1 away from securing number 13, and it is just Perfecto trying to hold the line. He's going to dislodge Grim, but he has so much more to do.
What a map from Grim, 26 and 11. Another multi-frag aggressing out B main. I mean, the bomb's on the other side of the map. This is a foregone conclusion, unfortunately.
Yeah. Look at this setup from Complexity as well. Just every single member in the same square formation. There's no way you're winning that one, Perfecto. It's 13-9 for Complexity. And they will be very pleased with their first outing here on day 3 of IEM Sydney 2023. It's going to be a long road ahead, Pilski, but that is the way to start it.
Yeah, I mean, the series not done yet, but, you know, we repeat the same map pool again. And like I said, Complexity would have been confident, especially their win on Anubis against Monty, which is what started their IEM Sydney campaign so well. They're going to continue to feel confident here going up against, you know, Cloud9. Having beaten them over in Pro League, they've beaten them once again here in the initial map. And Cloud9, unfortunately, although they showed some good signs in that map, I really do feel like some of the individuals on Complexity having some massive impact multi-frags. And what a bloody map from Grim. Right from start to finish, this man was insane. He's surely got to be our aim high player.
Yeah, Complexity giving the North American fans something to be happy about if they're staying up late. Hey, welcome to the Aussie lifestyle. We're in IEM Sydney now. We're in control of the time zone. But I tell you what, this is a fairly solid performance from Complexity, so it might be worth staying up a little bit later. You know, I know it's getting pretty late over there, but they might give you something more to cheer about. Could well be a 2-0 on the cards again. Similar to what we saw at ESL Pro League, Cloud9. Did it really feel like anyone got going in that map?
Yeah, I think just decent performance across the board from most of the players, but nothing to get, you know, too excited about.
Wow, I think he's tapping quick.
Yeah.
See that?
Yeah.
He's a touch typer.
Yeah, for sure. Grim, what an insane map from him, though. I think that's really just my highlight of this game. I honestly think he was the difference maker between the two teams. It feels like he actually, you know, when there's only 4 rounds in the game like that, when there was so many impact multi-frags in these gun rounds that kind of, you know, gave Complexity a chance to reset Cloud9's economy, that really was a bit of a difference maker for me.
Yeah, well, I guess obviously for Cloud9, the fact that it was still at least reasonably close on that map should hopefully give them a bit of confidence heading into their own map choice. But now they're one map, I should say, away from facing elimination here at IEM Sydney. And let's be real, for all these teams that have come from overseas that have traveled all the way to be here, it's not going to be fun getting knocked out without making it through to the playoffs. Obviously, hey, at least you made it through to day 3, but that is not really much of a consolation prize when you've spent probably 30 hours to get here and you played only a couple of games of Counter-Strike. So they're definitely wanting to go further than where they're at the moment, and Complexity seem to be the team that might be in the position to do that. They've also had good performances from a lot of different individuals at this event, and I think that's a positive sign as well for Complexity, that you've got opportunities from across the board to sort of step up in any given map or game and potentially put them over the line.
Yeah, I think for Cloud9, I mean, you know, they would have hoped that a repeat Veto is not going to, you know, repeat the same historic storyline over there in Pro League. Unfortunately, so far it looks to be heading that direction. They've got to go back to the drawing board and kind of recover themselves from some lackluster performances and be able to turn things around on Ancient.
Well, someone that did not have a lackluster performance, of course, was Grim, who is our Air Force AIM high player to check out in this one.
Insane.
26 kills for him, 2.3
8 multi-kills, yeah.
Yeah, 8 multi-kills. And you got to say, like, 8 multi-kills, I mean, that seems like a lot if you're talking about Go terms, but even now moving into CS2. Less rounds to do it in, still getting the job done.
Absolutely destroyed. Reminds me of when he was... The whole reason why he stepped up into these tier 1 teams and, got his shot on Liquid is like his carry performances over on Triumph and in the NA scene where, everyone was like, this guy's absolutely sick. And I think seeing him put up a performance like this reminds me of exactly how he was playing back in some of those teams. There's definitely some very skilled players individually in NA, and I think, he's obviously earned his stripes here, and hopefully we can continue to see good form like that from him. It definitely does Complexity a lot of favors playing some of these top teams at IEM, and after maybe a disappointing little run of form from a lot of NA teams for the most part, and some, historically NA organizations even moving away from the region, Complexity.
Cloud9, for example.
If they're going into the playoffs, Cloud9, perfect example. If they're going into the playoffs, are going to give something for the American boys to smile about, that's for sure.
Yeah, I would like to see this Complexity project succeed, because I look at the roster on paper and I think, you know what, that actually looks pretty good. And that's one of the first times I felt like that, maybe in the last few years, for the North American prospect. So I would like to see it go pretty well for them. But that said, I'm also kind of a fan of this Cloud9 roster, and I wouldn't necessarily want to say goodbye to them yet. But I mean, that is the nature of the beast, isn't it, right? When you're playing in a competition like this, there is only so many opportunities, and unfortunately they found themselves down in the bracket, Pilski. And even beyond this, right, even if they do win this game, then there's still another matchup that they're going to have to play against the winner of Fnatic and Monty, and that's a tough ask too.
Yeah, I think for Cloud9 at this point, you just have to look at their performances for what they are. They might be on paper this team that could win the whole tournament, but at the end of the day, you look at them losing to Fnatic, and you look at them losing to Complexity, who I think most people would say they'd be make or break for playoffs. Maybe they're just not a team that is worthy of the playoffs unless they can show us different on Ancient.
Not at this moment, but I tell you what, the information coming through from the A-stream is that Fnatic did get themselves the dub over there as well. So we're lining up maybe for Fnatic versus Complexity in the lower bracket final of this group, but we've still got more maps to play in both of those matches, and we'll take a short break before we get to those maps. It is Complexity and Cloud9 here on the big stream. We'll be on Ancient next.
New game, same challenges. Play in enjoyable lobbies. The most feared anti-cheat. The fairest matchmaking. And choosing your preferred server might just help with that pesky peeker's advantage. See for yourself.
You love it, you wear it. Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Candy cake, please.
Это что такое? What is this? А, блядь, как брызнуло в руку.
Right, guys, it is IEM Sydney. We're gonna do another episode of Role Swap, and right now I have Cloud9, it's Electronic and Veto. Вообще, знаете, что сейчас будет происходить?
Понятия вообще нет. Сейчас страшно даже.
Ну, это Сидней. Зато отличное место, хорошая погода, солнышко.
В центре мира.
В центре мира, может, не особо. Не, ну ладно. Alright, guys, we're trying to find like a place, like that is like really, really Australian. Sizzling, barbecuing. Are you excited anyway, maybe?
Yeah,
really excited. Alright, then let's go.
Let's go.
What is your name and what is happening here?
My name's Aaron. I'm grilling some sausages for a budding sausage sizzle as a fundraiser for our group, Cultural Descent. We basically just do a whole lot of art things, cultural events, art shows, poetries, that sort of stuff.
All right, guys, have like a day off, so I believe they should be able to help you out. Will you be okay with that?
Yeah, that'd be great.
All right.
Yeah.
Guys, let's go on the outside. Let's do it.
Excuse me, guys.
So,
what shall
grab some gloves over here. If you want, got some sausages over there, fresh sausages. You can throw them on here. There's a nice gap there. Keep an eye on the sausages.
Okay.
Sure they're good. These ones are probably done over here. I will grab a tray.
Which one's ready?
Grab
Is
these
this one?
ones.
Yeah. Okay. One.
Yep. Keep rolling. I'll eventually talk to you.
They're like really impressed by how you're like really good at turning around because like, you know, like, they usually grab one and they're like struggling with it and you're just like...
Yeah, it takes some practice. But yeah, this is decades of experience with family barbecues.
Oh, yeah.
You can hold the front tray, please.
I can hold, yeah.
These.
А, блядь, горячо нахуй.
You're just saying it's hot.
Yeah.
It's like, ah! With a bit of swearing, you know, for the spiciness.
Yeah. Where are you guys from?
Russia.
Russia?
Yeah.
Counter-Strike, I heard. This is...
Yeah.
Yeah, so that can go back in the
Okay.
table.
Enjoy, guys. Yeah, I will help with the tray. I'm a, you know, I can help. Okay, free. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Nice deal. I'm gonna bring some onions for you.
Yep. Yeah. So just hold it here and I'll sort of dip it in. Yeah.
Масло брызгает. А, блядь, как брызнуло в руку.
So the next stage is you go over here and you basically get a slice of bread, sausage, onion, and get it over to the as the customer wants.
Sorry?
Sausage with onion
То же самое.
and a bowl of water.
This is for you. Next one.
Was that three sausages?
Three?
Three, please.
3 сосиски с луком. With onion, right?
Yes, sir. Candy Coke, please.
Ага. Это что такое? What is this?
Oh, lemonade then.
This one?
Yes, cheers.
Hi, I'm Ben. I live in Sydney, and yeah,
Pretty soon you're gonna get to enjoy like your hot dogs and whatever drink you decide to go for.
we call them snags.
Snags. Oh, I'm learning more things. All right, but the thing is, do you know what CS is?
Yeah, I know Counter-Strike. Yeah, I played it when I was young.
So your two snags got made by Electronic.
Snags plural, snag one.
Whatever is in your hand, God prepared. By the best players in the world when it comes like to CS2. I do wonder, maybe this will maybe in some way like motivate you like to watch IEM Sydney that is gonna happen during like the next few days.
Didn't know that, no.
You can watch it like on Twitch. You know, like you don't need to be present in the arena. You can watch it on Twitch.
Yeah, I might do that. I've got Twitch, so may as well.
When we just arrived, they were kind of
Yeah, so-
skeptical. They were afraid that they're gonna work with snakes, spiders. Right now, they're really working as a team. Electronic already like knows where everything is. Like, where's the Coca-Cola? You know, like he's the one who's accepting the orders, and then he passes it to Perfecto. Look at him. He's having a great time.
Sorry, I'm working. Sorry. No have time.
I'm sorry, guys. We cannot talk directly to the staff because right now they are very busy. But you know, we are really grateful that we have the opportunity to even film this.
Один с луком, один без? Да. You're welcome.
So we're pretty much done with the cooking, but I do want to know like what is the experience for the guys.
Прикольно, необычно. То же самое. Хочется открыть картошку и продавать сосиски.
Продавать.
Ну ладно, бесплатно будем варить.
Мне кажется, вы выступили довольно неплохо, но как бы вы еще пока что любители. А вот этот человек, он все-таки профессионал. Я хочу получить от него оценку. I need your most honest opinion. How did they do? Like, did they do good?
They did quite all right for their first time, yeah. Pretty good. I would definitely have you guys help out again.
And do you have an advice like for the future, like to maybe do a better job at this?
Yeah, maybe a bit quicker on rolling sausages, but yeah, apart from that, yeah, pretty good.
Well, Complexity are feeling pretty happy about things after winning map 1 reasonably solidly over Cloud9. Now, though, it's time to move on to Cloud9's map choice. Pilski, we did see the lads from Cloud9 cooking up some sausages at Bunnings. They seem to be able to handle their sausages quite nicely, but can they handle Counter-Strike? Can they handle being down a map against Complexity? Will things turn out to be a little bit too floppy for them? I wonder. That is the big question going into map 2 here. And Ancient is what's on the cards. Who you got? What do you reckon? Is it Complexity 2-0 from here?
I would say it's looking less floppy, more grim for them at the moment. Man was insane, almost like a 1.8 rating. What a bloody map of Anubis from that man. Last time they played, I mean, it was the exact same maps. It was relatively close on Anubis, relatively back and forth, which is exactly what we got this time. I tell you what though, Complexity 16-6 them on their pick of Ancient in Go over at Pro League. So last time, this was the less close to the two maps, and Complexity, they had a serviceable T side, but they had a really, really good CT side against Cloud9 last time, and they're going to get to start on it this time.
Well, if Grim's going to bring anything like what he did on Anubis into this one, then I dare say it will be a 2-0 for Complexity. But Cloud9 seem to have called it correctly, and they're going to go straight over to B, where Floppy is trying to anchor.
The Molly's missed.
The Molly has just blown up in the middle of the air. It was like a magic trick. It's gone. And so is Axal's head. Floppy, he is pulling off a bit of magic at the moment. There's another one from Elige. And actually, despite a decent call from Cloud9, that one missed piece of util kind of puts them in an awkward spot now where they have to deal with a 3-on-5. Hobbit already onto Halzerk, and a couple of low CT players here. Does make it look doable for Cloud9. Electronic only able to line up 2 heads, and now it's down to Elige on 5. Perfecto happily hiding away inside of that smoke, and it is done and dusted. Cloud9, they got it over the line in the end. It was a little bit harder than it needed to be, but hey, that'll do.
Yeah, I mean, the missed Molly, we'll talk about it. The reason is, for anyone who hasn't played CS2, throwing grenades is very different with the sub-ticked system. You know, the time in which the grenade leaves your hand can completely vary. Sometimes, you know, if you quick switch before the grenade actually goes off, it won't even throw. So throwing grenades on the fly, like running Molotovs and things like that, can actually have a great deal of variance, unfortunately. And maybe that might have contributed to the missed Molotov. Maybe it was missed for a different reason. Who knows? Either way, Cloud9 starting things off on the T side well. And like I said last time, they had a bit of a rougher run on the T side when Complexity played them at Pro League. So they started off this time well. They're going to be feeling a little bit more confident about keeping this series in the balance. Full save here for Complexity. Barreling straight through A, and I love that decision from Shiro to fall back. This is exactly why strafing pistols at you when you only have a Galil is so difficult to deal with.
He couldn't run fast enough. He couldn't do it. But Cloud9 might still be able to get through this one okay. Oof, that was scary though.
Yeah, look, for anyone who hasn't played against that, I've definitely been kind of delving in it at a much lower level than these players are playing at, obviously. But when you have a Galil, man, or like a rifle, an M4, and armorless pistols are running at you, in Go, I would have been rubbing my hands together. I'm saying, I am stat padding the hell out of this round. I'm going to get a nice spray down. In CS2, it feels so hard to hit them. It feels an absolute struggle to mop up these anti-eco kills sometimes.
Look at that shooting gallery, though.
Yeah, I mean, that'll do it. Regardless, they still lose 2 rifles to a full USP eco. That's not bad. Complexity will take that.
Yep, and straight up the mid-take attempt from Complexity. As soon as they get the util in their hands, it's a deep molly, a deep smoke as well, and they do have control of mid early on in the round. Not to mention lane as well.
Yeah, Complexity just trying to swing off of each other's aggression, pop flash onto the line, trying to set up Floppy for success coming out of Cheetah, but Cloud9 deny the aggression beautifully. A 2-man advantage for them now. JT continuing to move through the middle of the map. Lucky Hobbit was low because that was not a great timing for him. Elige now on the off angle from Cubby. Wants to multi-frag.
It's cost him a lot of HP there though, JT, so you get the kill, but it costs you 90 of your HP on someone that was so low. It just almost doesn't feel worth it.
This seems like a trend for Cloud9. Every time they're in a man advantage situation or an XVX in the mid-round, they just like to play it by the numbers. Just group in the mid-round, walk towards one of the extremities, contact plays. It's just simple, no-nonsense Counter-Strike. Throw high percentage pieces of utility if you're going to throw any at all. Electronics lost in the meanwhile, so they know Elige is still, petering around middle, but even in a 3-on-3 with an open plant and empty site here for Cloud9, they're going to be feeling good about how this one's going, and with no kit here for Complexity, they're not even going to attempt the retake.
Yeah, fair enough. Hang on to these 3 guns. Fantastic start for Cloud9. Bit of a confidence build-up, right? They've been a little bit nervy maybe at this event. And the first map has unsettled them a little bit, I dare say. But 3-0 to kick things off on your map choice, especially on a map that you lost so comfortably to this very same team but a couple of months ago. This is exactly the way they'd have envisioned things going. Have to imagine Complexity's got a little bit more in the tank, though. Have to wait and see what they've got for us.
See if they're even going to have the money to buy up around these rifles and drop additional guns. They'd love to continue fighting for this half, and they do. A good-looking buy on the CT side here. Cloud9's money a little skew if after dropping rifles all over the place the last couple of rounds. Definitely still a window to get into this game for Complexity, who once again invest a lot of utility trying to control middle. Floppy playing the pivot position inside Cheetah here. Complexity, after some initial mid control, have opted to fall away. Feed that back towards the T side and just keep the, utility to deny information and map control in place. They've got a deep smoke here on Cheetah side and deep middle. So that's forcing Cloud9 to kind of slow this round down. In comes the mid take in the mid round here for Cloud9. They want to re-clear this part of the map. They've spotted a Legion Red Room, so they can be quite confident that the CTs no longer control middle, and with this progression, Molly into Cheetah, this is Cloud9 further taking some steps in terms of map control, but at the cost of a lot of utility and a lot of time off the clock. Only 4 grenades remaining on this T side. It's going to have to, again, be quite a simplistic contact play in the mid-round.
Only the 1 remaining CT on that B site, though. You are seeing the push come back across from JT, and Complexity look like they want to fight for mid-control once again. This will certainly disrupt proceedings for Cloud9. Grim's been allowed to set himself up and even walk onto lane. He doesn't see anything there, though Hobbit is lurking in Cheetah and will be a problem. He's got a lot of information that there's nothing happening on the B side of the map, at least not for the moment. So an extra member in Hallzerk over toward A. It's a 2-pronged defense. Elige must get his timing right. Grim's dealt with Hobbit in the meanwhile. Electronic goes down to the AWP, and here's Elige. Time to strike. 2-man spray down with the M4A1S, and yes, he'll be mollied away from the box, but able to jump back up and deal with Perfecto as well. And speaking of, that was pretty Perfecto from Elige.
4 guns alive, rather. 4 Complexity. Nice little recovery, and like I said, they've been doing damage to the T-side economy in the meanwhile, so Cloud9, that's not going to be a particularly easy round for them to recover from, especially given the fact that they weren't able to put a plan together. And just look at how easy it is for Complexity to defend this late round A take. The reason being they did so much work taking mid control, forcing the grenades out of Cloud9, so that when they actually went for that A execute in the mid round, they didn't really have a whole lot of grenades to complete it with. Cloud9 going to even out their cash by forcing here. It's a bit of a mixed bag. Galil, AWP, boost up over the box. Oh, that's unlucky for Shiro. Doesn't quite finish off Grim, but Electronic will swing and get it done. Man advantage and for full control of this A site here for Cloud9, but the bomb's a little out of position.
Yeah, can they get that plant down? I mean, that's the difficulty with this site. Sometimes in Elige, he does not care at all. He's gone straight through and dealt with Axel in the meanwhile, though JT did drop, so it's not really much of a benefit for Complexity. And finally, Cloud9 feels safe enough to plant the bomb.
A1S picked up by Hobbit. These guns being picked up by the pistoling players, making this fight more and more troublesome for Complexity to deal with, and I'm not sure, yeah, they're not going to go for this. Just going to save. They've got enough money to be able to drop rifles in towards the next round and buy up. Where's Perfecto? He'd love to get his hands on a rifle if he can, but yeah, I don't think he's going to be, unless he finds an exit here, able to find one, really. He might even just be going on the hunt nice and early here, see if he can take an extra gun away from Complexity. Sometimes those are the breakpoints for the CT side. Losing that extra gun can really put a dent in your plans to buy in the next round. But Complexity, I mean, Perfecto not even hunting with the Deg armor. I'm surprised about that. He's just quite happy to hold on to that. Only $1,700 worth of gear. I'd love to see him go for an exit, to be honest. Nice little creative play for Cloud9 in that last round. Getting a lot of value out of what they had access to. AWP does enough damage for Grim, and that's an impact round out of Electronic. Has to be said.
Not quite as heavy presence in toward mid this time from Complexity. In fact, Alicia's completely giving mid up.
It's a deep setup in towards A main between Hallzerk and Grim. And you dare say, if they don't make contact and there's pressure elsewhere on the map, they will probably push in the mid-round. Floppy, again, using his utility just to disrupt Cloud9. That's been the name of the game for Complexity. Disrupt the map control in the mid-round. Slow the T-side down. Force them to use more grenades so that their takes in the late round are a little harder. But that's not really been the case as much this time for Cloud9. Floppy. All on his lonesome. Has to find success here. If he gets isolated and picked off, it's not good news for Complexity. He gets pop flash perfectly. Beautiful flash from Shiro, and Hobbit punishes.
Yeah, there was really no escape there off the back of that Molotov, was there? He could not get out. He had to go down swinging.
There's that push in the mid-round. Grim through A main. Electronic lucky to be alive, but in the meanwhile, Cloud9 creeping into this B site.
Oh, the volumetric smoke going to get the better of JT there. It does just bloom far enough to keep him out of sight. Elige, though, has maybe a little bit of an angle, but that was covered off by Shiro. And again, Complexity lose control of another bomb site. It seems like they're having their moments, Complexity, but they're too few and too far between to consistently get around. Once again, Cloud9 showing us exactly why they've decided to pick Ancient again.
Sure, the spade's going to be good enough this time. Double swing in. And Grim only able to hold on to an AK. It's going to have to be a save for Complexity in towards the next round, most likely. I still want to go down to like a couple of MP9s. I suppose Grim, with the loss bonus they're built up, could perhaps drop a rifle. Floppy and JT purchasing as well. You could have 4 rifles next round for Complexity. But yeah, that round, Cloud9, a lot easier for them to work the map control, not disrupted nearly as much in middle. Unfortunately, losing Floppy and Cheetah without him finding really any impact gives a lot of space for Cloud9 to start to scale up Cave and kick off that B-side execute. And despite the push into the extremity of A main from Complexity, there wasn't enough impact really found on the flank timing for Grim to make it worth it. Indeed, you are going to get the force here, and Mag 7's coming out for Hallzerk. I was doing some pretty dirty things with the Mag 7 last night.
You were.
And it feels very strong in CS2, I'm not going to lie.
Let's see if Hallzerk can have the same success. Grim certainly won't beaten by the pace of Cloud9. I think there was a bit of team damage in there. Not entirely sure Electronic's going to be happy with that one, but he's still on a bit of a tear in this round. Doesn't seem to be too perturbed.
He's having a map, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's not keen to go out of this event.
Fair enough. Wants to hang around in Australia a little bit longer.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe he's got a taste for the sausages, the bunning snags.
Honestly, he was not looking very impressed for the majority of that content.
It's just uncultured, I guess. You'll learn. Don't worry about it. You ever work a sausage sizzle?
I actually haven't. I've worked a lot. I've worked in hospitality a lot. More so front of house than actually hopping on the cooking duties.
I feel like every young boy in Australia should have worked on a sausage sizzle in their life.
Yeah, I've manned the barbecue, but I've never worked on an actual sausage sizzle, event.
Should have asked Heku to take you with. Would have been a good experience.
I think I would have just slowed them down, probably.
You don't reckon you can handle a good sausage?
More so in my mouth than, on the barbecue duties.
Yeah, right. That is a man who knows how to handle a sausage, though. I'll tell you that. He got training from the best.
I tell you what, though, Cloud9, they know how to handle this game of Ancient so far.
That is true.
They are kind of manhandling Complexity, to be honest. The pace changes are really catching Complexity off as well. The initial gun round was looking promising for them that round where they controlled middle so well. and then that made Cloud9's life very hard in the mid to late round. That was the impressive round. Since then, it's been Cloud9 a lot better in terms of map control, a lot better in terms of finding these nice timings, and you see them changing things up. The timing that they're taking mid, the timing that they're taking cheetah. You know, it's the difference between, oh, they're waiting 30, 40 seconds, then it's the pop flash to retake middle. Sometimes they're waiting even longer than that. They work cheetah first, they Molotov in towards cheetah, clear that out, and then retake middle. That round, it was Electronic just Wing straight out middle, and Elige isn't even ready for it.
Complexity going to have to do something, and they have to do it quick. This half is getting out of control, much like this cast. What can they do to change things up? What kind of adaptation can they make? Maybe a bit more aggression in toward mid. They have been giving that up, and I tell you what can you do against that?
They just keep catching Complexity. Pants down. And C9 continuing to assert their dominance. Another pick on Floppy in towards Cheetah side. They are kind of isolating him and picking him off.
Did go next?
Oh, not quite. It's not there yet, but Cloud9 definitely looking very good. This is the Cloud9 that everyone is scared of on paper.
Cloud9 just wants to maximize all the viewership time for the North American fans who are staying up late. Holzerk is dead. So is Elige.
This is what Cloud9 do so well. Man advantage, they just hold their map control. They wait for the CTs to regress in the mid-round. JT, there was no way he's getting anything done there. And this is CIS Counter-Strike at its best. Take man advantages, just cut sound in the mid-round. Hold for aggression, punish aggression. Turn your advantages into bigger and bigger advantages until the CTs have absolutely nothing left.
On the hunt for Grim. Ooh. Did he cop a tick from that molly? I think he might have, but doesn't seem to have mattered. He is at least able to win the duel against Axstar. Running out of bullets still won't matter. 6 remaining. And unfortunately is overwhelmed. There was just too many numbers for Cloud9 to work with. So no guns retrieved, or taken rather, through for Complexity.
Electronic looking scary this game.
So sure, man, look at that. Fearless. Nice double from Hobbit in that round as well. I mean, it's definitely coming together for Cloud9 here.
I mean, they're just doing so, you know, people talk about when they're setting up strats on the T side, here's how our structure is going to look like. This is the utility that we're going to throw. A skill that we're seeing right now for Cloud9 is something that's very difficult to master, which is just how do we create opportunities to find opening picks on an individual basis? And when we find those 5-on-4s, what are our protocols to 100% those rounds and convert them? And that's what they're doing so well right now. This time changing it up though. It's just a quick A-side execute. No real players in position for Complexity. They're scrambling in through Donut. They want to fight this A main smoke. Boost up punish there by Elige. And Cloud9 cancel.
Yeah, finally a good start for Complexity.
Nowhere near over though. That's the thing. These 4v5s on the T side when you're wolf packing around make a pretty big difference.
No utility. There's one smoke for Floppy.
Look out, mate! Oh, no one was covering him. They just contact straight in.
Okay.
That's what I was talking about, bro. 4-on-5 T side when you've got no grenades on CT side. You can just get caught by a contact timing and Complexity despite having a 5-on-4. You know, this was the ultimate thing that I used to think about T side Inferno. Like the CTs would get a pick and be up 5-on-4. I'd be like, this round's nowhere near done. Doesn't matter. They can still just turn it around, and that's what Cloud9's done.
Elige might be able to get Electronic, or maybe not. Electronic just a bit too all over it.
He's insane this game.
Be head banged off. 8-1. Cloud9 are just streaming away with the rounds.
Yeah. They're looking like they're on another level. Whatever they've done to kind of recollect themselves in the break is working an absolute treat. And look, Holzerk looks a little fulsome over on Shelf side there. It has to be said, but he thought that his rifler had him covered. A little bit of a, you know, half-second timing regardless, though, with the spacing that Cloud9 was exhibiting and how sharp they're looking individually so far this game. I'm not sure it would have made a difference, Jordan. Half-buy comes out for Complexity. Dude, these first picks have been insane. Let's have a look at the opening duels for this game.
Well, that's at least 2 or 3 for Shiro. He is not messing around. In Complexity, don't really have much to come into this round with, to be fair, but now down a player as well.
Yeah, opening duels looking pretty good. Electronic, Hobbit in particular, as well as Shiro. All 2-0, 2-0, 3-1 in opening duels.
That'll do it. Just the one round for Complexity. Man, what a difference a map change makes.
Yeah. And like I said, this was the map that Complexity spanked Cloud9 on at Pro League. Not the case today.
Must have learned something.
They learned electronics pretty good at this game.
Yeah, fair. Complexity going to look for something in this round, but they won't get much.
The shadow.
The shadow. That is one thing that players are having to still get used to, I feel. A lot of those kinds of positions around the map, particularly on Ancient. There's a couple in Donut as well. Nuke especially as well is a pretty egregious one for that.
I mean, yeah, 9-1 T-side. MR12 format, boys, that I would love to get behind Complexity with the rest of you NA lads, but I gotta say, you're already this far behind in an MR12 format. There's not much coming back usually. A little easier to make those T-side comebacks, I'll give you that, but still not looking good for the boys.
Where is the US representation in the chat, mate? They're all keen for Cloud9.
Yeah, apparently.
Why not at this point? I think when you're up 9-1, it's hard not to be a fan.
Well, Complexity's called a timeout. Horzerk's gone, get me a goddamn op. Whatever he said in that content piece.
Fair enough. All right. Mid-util getting tossed out here by Cloud9. It's a smoke for Donut and for Red Room. There isn't actually going to be much to follow up with that. Complexity still happy to take control of that area of the map.
Mid-util from both sides, and Complexity making a pretty big adaptation here. They've once again taken mid-control, and they're doubled up on Cheetah's side. JT almost getting isolated. But he passes the test. Cleaned up by a nade, though.
Shiro might be in the spot to make a difference here if Elige makes one wrong step. Molotov to Shelf, and Electronic would have been dirty if he would have been able to transfer that spray, but still seeing players getting used to it.
Floppy finally finds some success from Cheetah. He has been getting first picked in a lot of these rounds and having quite a rough half for himself. Horzerk misses a sitter. That could be problematic as Perfecto now applying pressure from Cave side. Both of the entries go the way of Cloud9. And a winnable round for Complexity once again will slip through their fingers unless Grim can 1-on-2.
Well, he would have been good enough to do that on on Anubis, but I'm not sure about on Ancient. 10-1 now for Cloud9. The hype train don't stop. That is just dominance from Cloud9. And a real rude awakening for Complexity. They thought they were going to go swimming through this series very easily. Oh,
Horzerk's not happy.
He's mad. He's not happy, is he? He's yelling, screaming.
He missed a bit of a sitter in that 3-on-2. That should have been it. Okay, P90 guy. Let's go, Hobbit.
Oh, here
what you got for us?
It worked out. Straight through the flash, doesn't matter. Catches Horzerk anyway. And he's going to go for more. Floppy quaking in his boots, but holds the line. And Shiro's going to plant safe from Cave. That 9-4-on-4 in the post plant.
Oh, Grim, he thought he had a flank timing, and Electronics max chilling all the way back in spawn.
Bang, bang. There go another couple of heads.
Just looking so sharp. Complexity, it looks like they're getting deleted right now.
Okay, well, Elige gave it a good crack, but that is pretty much that. 11-1 at the end of the half. A very solid scoreline for Cloud9.
workshop waiting room. As we patiently wait for community maps, let's give you a little sneak peek of what's to come. Taking a trip over to DE_assembly. This map features a plane undergoing construction in a large hangar. The map is built for Wingman and is overall quite a compact map. It makes up with this with some multi-level design, adding lots of paths weaving in and around the under construction plane. This map has a great sense of scale for how small it is. Standing next to the plane's engines, you can really feel this. Overall, a very visually pleasing map. When asked for a comment, the creators said the move to PBR materials in Source 2 has unlocked new opportunities to push the quality of the map's many reflective surfaces beyond what was possible in CSGO. They say Nuke is a good example of this, allowing for interiors to be clean and quite literally shine in CS2. The creators went one step ahead with this one, even creating a website for the map, featuring a fictional airline with many well-known locations. A nice touch for sure. Now let's take a gander at a map that was featured in CSGO back in February 2022. CS Climb, a hostage map focused around a climbing gym. Is that what you call it? Climb house? Anyway, the center point of this map are these beautiful climbing walls with interlinking paths dotted around. Like many of the early maps for CS2, this map is also a port from CSGO, and the mappers say it's quite clear how much certain types of interiors can benefit from Source 2's overhauled lighting system. They say the lighting completely blows out anything you can make in CSGO out of the water. DE Boulder is a map still under construction, but some areas are really starting to come together. This Wingman map is based on the Metora monasteries in Greece. Set on a giant rock formation, this map will have some great panorama views of the mountains around. This skybox is still a work in progress, but from what I've seen so far, I think when it's completed, it could be one of the prettiest ones out there. The creators say that this is a straightforward map, but offers a dynamic layout with quick rotations through an atmospheric wine cellar underneath mid. I tell you what, it's bloody beautiful as well.
It's all Cloud9 on Ancient at the moment, 11-1 in the first half. Who would have thought, after seeing the way the first map played out, that Cloud9 could come out the gates so strong? I'm sure there were a few people that thought, but not me. Didn't think it was going to go that way. And Complexity might be already starting to try and think about Inferno at this point, because I don't know about their chances of coming back on Ancient.
Yeah, MR12, this is almost an undoable scoreline. Untenable. When you're down 11-1. I think it's more so warm-up for the third map for Complexity here, if I'm honest. And Complexity, look, they're going to try to start it off on this T-side pistol. Initially waiting out in middle. Smoke to red room. Going to start to walk through middle, maybe a molly into donut and try to kick off an A-split here.
Well, Molly into Donut's going to clear that one out for Complexity. They've got to dislodge a couple of members on the site already. Axile has been dispatched off, but they haven't cleared out Shiro. And he'll bang a couple of heads off before he drops. Nice, sharp shots with the P2000. Electronic, another one. It just seems like Cloud9 are on another level at the moment. And the flash even catches JT and Floppy. There's going to be a swing coming through from the CT spawn, but it might not be needed. Electronic, what is that? He is sizzling today. Another fantastic round for Cloud9. 19-6 for Electronic.
Yeah, he's had a hell of a game here. Really just putting Cloud9 on his back. Some of the other boys definitely putting in some important frags, but Electronic is on another level right now.
That's sausage
I also want to mention, by the way, 5 P2000s.
Yeah.
For Cloud9.
Yeah.
No USPs. 0.
I mean, I'm...
The P2000 is back.
I've been meaning to swap. I just can't remember to do it before the game, and then I get in the game and I pull out my USP on the CT pistol and I think, oh crap.
Look, Force Buy's out here for Complexity. Could definitely do some damage after that bomb plant. Not necessarily the end of the game just yet. Waiting out the initial mid utility. Complexity have taken some lane control here. shouldering out this big ramp, spots out the AK so they know what they're working against. Veto copying a scout tag here. R9 very active in middle. We'll try to take maybe duels towards Shelf or towards lane perhaps. But instead, as these smokes start to dissipate over B main, Cheetah and bottom mid, Cloud9 looked like they were going to fall away, but Electronic's feeling confident today, and I can't blame him the way he's playing.
Slow creep up on the ramp from Complexity. Cloud9 have the members where they need to, though. Hobbit's already good for one, and Perfecto's in a great spot to grab one more. Has given away his position, though, with that tap, and so will drop as a result. Axile exiting middle. Here's the footsteps from Elige and slows things down. MP9 on the swing is not going to be enough this time around. Still a tough ask for Complexity, though, because the bomb is over toward B. They've dispatched of Electronic, and now it's on to Hobbit with that scout in hand. Both Complexity members have been offered an opening into Cave.
A4 picked up by Hobbit. Clears out spawn side, maybe even considering the save at 45 HP here.
Well, Smoke's gone down on ramp, so that'll make his job more difficult if he does want to go for this round. Is being watched as well by Grim. Ooh, he almost found a timing there onto Elige, but Grim was watching. So Complexity survived for at least one more round.
Yeah. It's a bit of a formality here, but these kind of rounds do help you mentally heading into the next map. You feel like as Complexity, look, this game's already over, but if we can win some rounds, if we can get some momentum back in our favor before we head towards the third map and make Cloud9 feel a little more beatable for ourselves, it's definitely going to help out. Force buy out from Cloud9 with a hero org on Electronic.
That is an interesting choice, isn't it? Where's he going to be set up? Looks like it's the boost onto ramp. Hang on, his head's been spotted by Floppy. So what's plan B?
He's going to play in on the site side. Progression molly into Cheetah here from Complexity. Going to secure Cheetah first and then work mid from Shelf perhaps. Indeed, meeting up with the Elige bottom middle. Smoke towards Red Room. Denying info to the CT side. Progression molly. Or HE, I believe it was, into Cave. Which Cloud9, they reply with their own smoke. Electronic, after the Cave pressure comes in, opts to aggress B ramp, but loses his life. So it's only pistols left over here for Cloud9. Should be not too hard for Complexity to clean up.
Still looking a little bit tentative to push their way into B. Floppy's going to recollect the bomb. Once he got as far as util is concerned, Molly, couple of flashes. He can send the lads in. It's going to be Molly for the cutout. Perfecto had his chance there, but wasn't able to land the bullets with the 5-7. Now it comes down to Hobbit, who can also no longer do the same. Only the one extra kill in that round for Cloud9.
This is all helping Complexity. Well, meanwhile, in the A stream, we've actually got a very similar story, don't we? Fnatic winning a tight map 1, and Monty immediately reply by putting the press on themselves. Up 11-3 over Fnatic at the moment.
Yeah, I dare say that one's going to be going to a third map as well. Things are getting pretty tight here on day 3 of IEM Sydney. Nobody wants to say goodbye. Nobody wants to go home. Beautiful country, of course. Spend an extra couple of days here would be nice. And that is what Complexity are hoping to do, at least in this map. A couple extra rounds. That's what they're asking for at the moment. No thoughts of winning the map just yet, but if they can continue to put one round together after another, who's to say it's impossible?
It's not impossible, but like I said, it's really just about momentum. It's about working your way into, you know, a map that you had absolutely no business winning right from the beginning, and trying to, like, what's the word? Make Cloud9 feel more mortal heading into the third map, because sometimes when you get absolutely demolished by a team, I know, you know, pro players, a lot of them will say, like, you know, I'm never going to get shaken by a certain win, but you do. When you're on the server, you do. When Electronic is 20 bombing you,
feels like you can't do anything.
You can't do anything, and you get killed. You get done 13-2, for example, and then you go through onto Inferno and Electronic 4Ks you on the pistol, he's in your head.
Rent-free.
Yeah. But if you, as Complexity, down from 12-1 or whatever it was, you know, you bring it back to, let's say, 13-8, and I'm getting entries on Electronic, I'm like, okay, yeah, I can kill these guys. You know, this is very doable.
Yep.
We just had a bad first half. You can start to make those mental hurdles a little easier to step over in your head.
Well, Cloud9 still one round away from map point.
Believing you can win is essential.
Not sure Complexity's at that point just yet, but JT looking fearless, charging his way into Cheetah, and this molly will dislodge Perfecto. His feet are burning. It's not the kind of sizzle that he wants to be involved in. In the meanwhile, though, Electronic has managed to get one.
Traded back by Complexity, who are continuing to apply the pressure to Perfecto. In the meanwhile, two players creeping through middle. Boost up on the off angle onto Shelf side. It was cheeky from Cloud9. They're well aware of Axel's position. He's dancing around with the FAMAS. But Complexity continue to put the good work in here. Despite the fact that Shiro catches one in transition. The K pick has been found in the meanwhile, and Complexity will set themselves up in a nice little post land here.
Yeah, really need to see Perfecto getting one more there as well to make this round interesting for Cloud9. But in the end, it'll just be Shiro trying to hold on to that M4. So maybe we'll have a little bit longer to wait for the end of this map. Complexity will be hoping it'll be a lot longer than a little bit longer, but
yeah, I mean,
wishful thinking at the moment, I dare say.
Similar to the Greyhound game, I'm not going to sell you anything that I don't believe in just yet. But look, the number, it do be going up.
Number go up is good. And I've just been informed that Monty has picked up map 2 over Fnatic on the mainstream, which means that is going to go to a map 3. It's very much where we are expecting to go as well, but Complexity, they have other ideas, they have different plans. Another save out from Cloud9 this time, though they do have one M4 to play with. And who knows? Who knows? Complexity.
A bit of mid-pressure. They throw a B execute. A lot of B utility. Cloud9 was stacked on the site. In the meanwhile, though, Complexity just walking out. And Elige, despite the fact that Complexity have been getting pummeled, he's still been getting his. Which is actually similar to their series against G2. These two rifleists don't want to get isolated, don't want to lose their AKs, but it's going to happen.
Yeah.
The thing is, it's an A site after plant with lots of util for Complexity and no kits for the CT side. Like, it's not winnable for Cloud9, but they're just chipping in a couple of kills. But yeah, I mean, Elige, this is a similar scenario. I feel like win or lose for Complexity, he's always putting in numbers. In the game against G2, where they did lose 0-2, he still had something like 180 yard on the losing side.
So 6 for Complexity. One gun extra taken through from this round for Cloud9.
Yeah, I think Floppy, he had a really rough start to this game, which is, I think, what really did contribute to Complexity being put in the position that they were in, and Cloud9 having such a phenomenal run. Floppy had a really rough run of things defending Cheetah. But now that Complexity's starting to put up rounds, I mean, you could see it. He started off this game quite poorly, but now that he's working his way into the T side, he's putting up the numbers.
Smoke straight into Red Room again from Complexity, but this time no presence in mid from the T side as Cloud9 take control of that area of the map. Deep smoke, double molly. There was no getting in there for Complexity, at least not early, and perhaps not late either. Electronic will strike early.
Yeah, they're trying to nuke the smoke and catch Cloud9 jumping up onto Shelf there. But mistiming it and getting punished.
Could be the nail in the coffin for Complexity, down a member. Bearing in mind, Cloud9 still only needs that one round to push us through to map 3.
Complexity quite split up around the map, probably looking to take duels in towards Cheetah side and late clear middle here, but with only a minute on the clock, they need to speed this up sooner rather than later, especially with a aggressive crossfire in towards Cheetah. That's not going to be something that's going to be easy to dislodge in the mid-round. 45 seconds. Need to get a wriggle on here, boys.
Grim's got a resmoke for Red Room. He's just going to allow Complexity out there, and Floppy catches Hobbit creeping around looking for information. It's not done yet for Complexity. Still 2 players over to B to find, and I'm not sure they'll check for Veto. There needs to be a trade, and will be. Halzerk's got that done in the meanwhile, though. Still, the numbers are falling for Complexity, and with 20 seconds left on the clock, they just can't be messing around. They've got to go. JT can't get that kill onto Shiro, which leaves Halzerk to try to save the game for Complexity, and he might just be able to do that. Bomb plant going down. Axel gets aggressive out of cave, gives him the 1v1. The wall bang isn't enough. Axel survives on 5, and that is that. Electronics got it done. Cloud9 will secure the map victory on map number 2 against Complexity. It is 13-6, and we're going to Inferno.
Insane performance from Electronic. Came into this series as the top stat player in the tournament, and I think there's a reason. He might even have put himself straight back up there after that, the way that first map went. It was kind of an average performance for him, working house, being that lurk player, but he just put his carry pants on. He said, we're not going out of the tournament here, boys. I am going to hard carry this team to victory, and Cloud9 on that T side. What a bloody impeccable performance. An 11-1 run there. Shows you exactly why this team should be feared. Complexity, on the other hand, though, despite already losing the game in the first half, pretty much no matter what, I think it's good that they did kind of recover things on the T side, did start to work their way into the game a little bit. Some of the individuals starting to turn their performances around, because like I said, it's going to help them feel like Cloud9 is a little bit more beatable, overcome the mental hurdle of getting kind of demolished in that first half, and Cloud9 reclaiming some of that momentum. And just give them the belief that they can win a little bit more over on that third map. Like I said, of course you always say you believe you can win, but whether you as a player do believe that, especially when one of the best players in the world is running at you and having an insane performance, that's a different story.
Yeah, well, Complexity is going to give the North American fans a little bit more to think about. They're going to have to stay up late tonight if they want to watch their team going through deeper into IEM Sydney. But then again, obviously Cloud9 looking pretty impressive on that map. It's every possibility that they're going to be the ones that will carry on. And obviously quite tight on the other side of the bracket as well, with Fnatic and Monty equalized at 1 apiece as well. You've got 4 teams at the moment that are vying for 1 spot in the playoffs, and they're all still alive in the tournament, but only for 1 more map, at least for a couple of them. There you go, 13-6 for Cloud9 over Complexity. And 1 map yet to play in this best of 3 is what it comes down to on Inferno. Pilsky, things are getting pretty tight here in IEM Sydney. No one wants to go home. No one wants to say goodbye, but unfortunately, by virtue of having already lost a game in the group stages, they are down to their last life.
Yeah, I think you're also seeing a lot more individual performances kind of defining some of these maps as well. Like, it reminds me of Na'Vi in particular, who are obviously trying to drag Blade into the playoffs at the moment. The individuals having some map-defining performances on that team. So far in this series, I mean, Grim, phenomenal first map, and then Electronic, phenomenal map for himself, really leading from the front. It feels like in CS2 at the moment, if one of your riflers just decides to have an outstanding performance, and in an MR12 format, a good streak of rounds from a rifler, a good couple of multi-frags can really win you a game at the moment. Indeed.
Who's going to step up on Inferno? That is the question that we do have to ask ourselves. But obviously, at this point, it's anybody's guess, because this has been a bit of a up and down. It's been a bit of a topsy-turvy kind of a series, right? I mean, on map 1, Grim was just lights out, looking phenomenal. Wasn't able to back that up going into Ancient. And then on Ancient as well, we saw Electronic kind of coming back into the swing of things. I mean, is someone else going to step up alongside things there? I mean, it really has been the story of Electronic at IEM Sydney so far. That's going to be another one in the back pocket for him. I'm not sure if he's still at the top of the stats, but he was up there as number 1 coming into this game, and looking maybe pretty good to keep a hold of that.
Yeah, that was a really good map from him. Yeah, I think so far, you know, Cloud9 looking quite fearsome heading into the third map of Inferno, it has to be said, because although they did lose Anubis, without the, like I said, crazy individual performance from Krim, I felt like Cloud9, that map looked winnable from them. But for me, on Ancient there, I don't think that ever looked winnable for Complexity.
Well, let's take a quick look here as well at a comparison between Elige and Electronic from that map. You can see where the difference was made. I mean, Elige, he was working hard.
This is what I'm saying. Like, even when they're getting pummeled and when they lost to G2, like, he put up numbers in that series as well. Like, Elige, win or lose, he's still going to get his. I think it really is just a question of the rest of Complexity and whether they can find success as individuals, because Elige is just really that rock-solid performer. And, you know, Electronic, that was an insane map. Like, some of those entries on the T side, he was just full confidence, sprinting out. He was saying, look, flash me out mid on the timing. I'm going to go and bully this player on the CT side. I'm going to go and get this pick. And the thing is, like I said, the structure of Cloud9, having players that can find those picks, like when they're setting up Shiro for success, when Axile's finding some success, in this case, Electronic on the entries, the structure of Cloud9 just allows them to thrive in that situation, because they play the 5 versus 4 protocols just to perfection. You know, they're just holding around the map, they're punishing further mistakes, and the way that they just walk into those sites and use their utility in the mid to late round is just beautiful.
Yeah, 1.99 rating for Electronic in that map is absolutely
it's
crazy.
It's not 2 though, is it?
I mean, it's not 2.
It was alright. Yeah,
that
was an okay game. That was an alright map.
Back to bunnies, mate. Tell you what, though, 24 kills, that's almost the equivalent, I guess, now of 30 kills in the previous iteration, right? And that's a 30 bomb.
Yeah, I mean, that's more than a 30 bomb. That's almost a 40 bomb. And look, you know, even if, like you said, CS doesn't work out for him, it's probably similarly to what some actual Aussie CS players have done when their career doesn't work, he might go and work in Bunnings.
All right, well, with that, we'll take a quick break. It's time for map 3. In a second, at least, we've got Inferno coming up for you. It is Complexity and Cloud9. Don't go too far away. We'll see you in a sec.
Access statistics from all of your CS2 games? Simply search your Steam account to access a detailed breakdown of all your matches. Find your best maps, check when players are banned for cheating, and access other in-depth statistics from matchmaking and basic games. Gain access to your entire CS2 playing history with csstats.gg.
Oh, he's pushing smoke, bro. What's he trying so hard? Jesus Christ, man.
Summer is over.
He's so blind. One plus.
It's time to try hard. Join the first CS2 League season.
Market door one. Cat dead. Let's go.
Win your share of $214,000 on your path to ESL Pro League.
1-on-2 for Odyssey now. It's sacrificial. Gives his position away. He wants Odyssey's aim gone. But this man, the shepherd staff takes down the goat.
The Sisto is a new game, right? And obviously the new game is a new opportunity for you.
It's finally something different, you know, and even though it's the same game, it's something different. It just gives the fresh feel to it.
Everybody likes the game from what I heard, if they're not lying.
I was like scared about it because if I wouldn't get fun, I could have left the game. For now, it's good.
I think my role in CS2 was buffed. It's clicking W and running fast, so I'm very happy with it because I'm already doing the things that I did in CSGO. In CS2, it's just much better.
Manages to get out through the apartments. That flash from Neofrag. Oh,
The most difficult thing is to adapt your CSGO playstyle to CS2 realities.
We might put more focus in the pistol rounds.
Yeah, I think since it's MR12, like force buy runs, I think they're gonna play as well big role in the game. So, you know, maybe some force buy strategies coming in.
Now I think it's more about firepower. It's more about just shooting and go through.
That double kill on the cut. It's a lead that finds Frozen. Oh my god! That gives up this knockback. That's clean! Frozen! Oh my god!
I mean, people don't like changes. That's quite understandable.
Everyone is just getting started with the game, basically. There is a lot of room for error, I feel like.
Well, the most important thing to adapting is being open-minded. Like, you cannot come to a new thing and just instantly hate it.
There will be always bugs to find, but I think they're working on it. I think they're doing like a lot of updates recently.
back to pistol, back to pace, into B, and in your face. Oh! 3 Ds in 3 shots, and he wants every single one.
Those little sadness that is actually coming to an end, that maybe you're like, what we could have done, you know, if the game kept going.
I'm a bit sad CSGO is over, but I'm still happy that I've got some new opportunities.
A new beginning, a new grind, a new road. I'm happy to see us to come in.
The workshop waiting room. As we patiently wait for community maps, let's give you a little sneak peek preview of what's to come. Let's take a look at a mapper called Oral Stealth, who you might recognize from making the AIM Rogue Inferno map and also the first of its kind CSGO roguelite map. But today we are looking at Drawbridge, a wingman map based in a castle surrounded by a forest. This castle has been undergoing restoration, however after the construction workers abandon it, the Ts are coming to demolish it instead. When designing the layout, Oral Stealth wanted something a bit risky for both teams, making it hard to hold for the CTs and also hard to plant for the Ts. He says he started making the layout in CSGO, then remade everything in the Half-Life Alyx tools, which helped him learn the new tools and understand how mapping works, which he believes is a huge leap forward. A map now that really shows off the new water, it's DE Lion Fort. A map based in the ruins of an abandoned, well, fort. I haven't seen the lions yet though. This one has a very moody feel to it. Some of the areas are really nicely done, plus it's always good to see the new water used where it fits well. The creator says he was inspired by the game Prince of Persia Warrior Within, and has made his map in the 2055 rundown style. This one gives me glimpses of what some areas of a cobblestone remake could look like. Over to DE_Mills, a map based in a village in the Netherlands. This map is still a work in progress while the layout gets refined. I see the potential in this one as I know the mapper has an eye for layouts that work well from the past maps that I've played from him. Also, I didn't know this was a thing, but it makes complete sense. Callouts for the maps are placed into the map, which will greatly help for the playtesters' testings. The creator Catfood only had positive things to say about the new mapping tools, stating he wished he had access to them when creating his previous maps. While the pipeline is more fluent and direct, he believes designers will have to be more careful not to overdo it when it comes to visuals, as this could lead to player readability taking a hit, which I think we can all agree on. Let's fire off some screenshots of some maps that are currently work in progress. First we have DE_Calavera by T-Rexa and Squink, followed by a project that T-Rexa is also working on, DE_Inca, giving me Aztec vibes with this one. From Lizard Maps, we have DE_Abbey, a very enjoyable map that was included in the CSGO matchmaking in 2019. And finally, this vibrant map is San Juan by Radu Tunasi, which is looking very nice. It's fair to say the good maps are cooking.
Oh, g'day, you're here just in time for map number 3. It is Complexity and Cloud9 that we're watching right here on the B stream, and the revenge of the snag is underway, is it not? Pilski Electronic dominating on map number 2 to give Cloud9 their opportunity at a series victory here. Complexity maybe a little bit ruffled after that one, but we do still have one more map to play, and it's anybody's guess as to which way it's going to go.
Yeah, and we're going to close it out on New Inferno as well. So see the knife round here, decide who's going to start on which side. Looks like it's gone well for Complexity initially, but these 1-on-2 knife situations can somewhat be troublesome. There you go. Nice little left click from Elige. Small little detail there, but entering there on the knife in the 2-on-1, just getting that one slash, even if it's just the left click, allowing the T to get slowed down, and then the second left click from the second player with the right click, finishing him off. Instead of just going for multiple right clicks, that's how you can actually lose the knife round in a 2-on-1.
I don't think I've ever had actual knife round analysis.
Because most of the people who cast haven't had to play a knife round because they haven't played any bloody officials, Jordan.
Oh, I see. Well, it's time for Complexity and Cloud9. Don't you worry about the knife anymore. It is time to jump into the game. It's Inferno. It all comes down to this for both of these teams fighting for their lives here in IEM Sydney 2023. They're in the lower bracket. And even if they do win this game in the lower bracket, they've got another one still to win to make it through to the Aware Super Theatre, which is, of course, where IEM Sydney playoffs will be taking place. Off we go, Cloud9 to kick things off on T side.
Yeah, just a one-setter util here. P250 dropped over to Shiro to try and take some of these duels at range. Elige pressing out into Carps. Cops himself a goosh, but through the glass only does 45 damage. He'll be, you know, somewhat lucky to not lose too much HP. Two-man crossfire between Grim and JT top of Banana there. Gives them the man advantage. Just Shiro caught walking up. Now 3 players in apps here, unsupported by util until Hobbit can make their way out. Electronic just runs out without any util into a 2-man crossfire. This is madness.
Yeah, maybe not the kind of madness that Cloud9 had planned, because that has gone very wrong indeed. 1-0 is the scoreline. Complexity
Usually,
win pistol.
You get the chimney flash out before you're going to scale out Carbs like that. That's just full faith that the running Glocks are going to be a little bit stronger in the CS2. Electronic just said it's time to go. And, like, gotta be honest, that was a very disjointed pistol round for Cloud9. A P250, dry walking up Banana, dying for free, and then dry running out apps when Hobbit really wasn't in position to support. That is not ideal.
It's just one thing after the other, isn't it? One thing goes wrong, it makes the next thing go wrong a little bit quicker, it seems like. Then it snowballs from there.
Full mid control here for Complexity. Throwing the smoke that we've seen on every bloody video. Yeah, you can smoke off bottom Banana, and T says, I know, bro. I know. I don't have to see 7 shorts about it. This is a really nice anti-eco for Complexity, though.
Well, this is the way that Inferno is going to be played now. Veto with a nice headshot there on the Deagle. At least he's able to do a little bit of damage. He'd want another 1 or 2 kills here, and that's going to be tough to achieve.
Clean. 4 alive for Complexity. This is what I was talking about in the last map. Not only picking up a couple of rounds towards the tail end of things, but now a good start of Inferno. Any thoughts of that dominating performance that they suffered against on Ancient are slowly starting to fade to the back of their minds, and they're remembering just how nice it felt to win on Anubis here.
So, bottom of Nana smoke, T-stairs smoke.
Yep.
Whatever you want to call it. It's going to be a pretty standard one these days. Been seeing, it was FaZe, I think, that was throwing the middle smoke, deep mid smoke. Haven't seen that yet from Complexity on CT side.
C9 attempting to nuke the smoke and try to pick a player over on Banana side, but unfortunately they've lost a player at Church. They've lost a player T-stairs here, C9. 3 on 5. On the cards here. Oh! Grim's just blown himself a Molotov. Someone clipped that. Just flew straight into his forehead. He said, thank you for that. I'll use that later on.
Good catch. Practicing his cricket skills while he's here in Australia.
Oh, what a clean round to follow as well. Nightmare of a first gun round for Cloud9.
It doesn't really feel like they've even been playing this game so far on Inferno. It just has been all the way of complexity.
Complexity's been dominating them.
Same thing happening on the mainstream. He's kind of dominating Fnatic over there as well. So, oh, there's that molly. Gosh, it really did hit him in the head, didn't it? Surprised it didn't make a noise. Little doom.
Half buy here for Cloud9. Mac 10 out for Hobbit. Somewhat limited util with the Tech 9s trying to make something happen. The money is rock solid for Complexity. Here's a quick banana take though. Smoke immediately extinguished and Hobbit hits a nice entry. Grim trying to hold, but there's only so much he can do against, you know, a pack of cats just jumping around at him. Couple M4s picked up.
Oh, fast flank though at the bottom of Nana already here for Complexity. JT not bold enough to push through the smoke, however. And Cloud9 are for the first time actually into a bomb site getting the plant down. That is their first plant of the map. Giving Complexity a little bit of a pause for thought. JT. Oh, what a raw adjustment. I really thought that was going the way of Axile. But it seems that Complexity will be able to make another round fall in their favor. And is it just Hobbit sitting in the back of Dark? Molotov dislodges him from his position, and there you go. Another one for Complexity. Full 10-second defuse should be fine.
It's a bit of a dicey start, but they recovered it very, very nicely. Grim did more than enough damage as they tried to scale up towards top of Nana to make that 3-on-3 retake a little bit more palatable. Tack timeout for Cloud9. His initial first couple of rounds haven't really felt like they could get into the game outside of maybe that 3-on-3 post plan in just that last round. So time to make some changes, time to make some adjustments. They're not finding the opportunities that they were finding over on Ancient T-side. Their Ancient T-side was rock solid. It felt like they could find man advantages with relative ease, and it felt like they were in control of the mid to late round 9 out of 10 times. That's cute from Hobbit. Shooting the M4 over to his higher HP teammate. But at least here on Inferno, it's been all Complexity.
Where do we go from here for Cloud9? This has felt like quite a streaky series, if you know what I mean. When one team's in front, it seems to be very difficult for the other to get back in control. And okay, that'll do it.
Yeah, they finally found something. Freaks out for Shiro. A Liege mid-round aggression though. Catches two players in the side. Axile very low. But Cloud9, a good trade. Maintains that man advantage. JT left on his lonesome towards top side of B here. To continue to aggress.
This is such a scary spot for JT. He's going to have to be clinical, and he's not. Little stutter step there from Hobbit. Gets that headshot onto JT, and that is the B site cracked open. So Complexity, at this point now, will definitely be thinking about saving those weapons.
Yeah. Finally, Cloud9 get something rolling for themselves. They call attack timeout. Had a little bit of a chat about how to, you know, make the next round work, but really I feel like it was Complexity that kind of played into their hands a little bit. Allzerk trying to go for that pick over towards car side. And that gives Cloud9 the man advantage. And I was talking about it on Ancient for the entire game. When Cloud9 find themselves in a 5 versus 4, they are very clinical at converting. Sauce. Gross.
Not a sauce man? I like sauce.
Only on my snags.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of tomato sauce.
Tomato. No barbecue?
Nah. Who's putting barbecue sauce on a Bunnings snack?
It pairs well with the onion.
No. Tomato. Tomato sauce only, mate. None of this ketchup business either. That's fake news. Oh, man. I could really go for it. I could really go for one right now, you know?
I could too. Hobbit, I mean, on his screen, that looks so much like slower. Again, it's like the peaker's advantage.
Yeah.
On JT's screen, it looked like he got, you know, status step one tapped.
Yeah.
That's what we mean when we talk about Pika's advantage. It's the perspective of each player. For Hobbit, relatively routine shot. For JT, feels like he got owned. Feels like, wow, that was sharp.
That's Counter-Strike 2, baby!
Yeah.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
Axile, he's fallen off. He's had a little bit of a laugh to himself.
He's had enough.
Oh, hello, we got a nice little lineup for a jungle smoke here. For Electronic. Here you go, put that one in your notepad.
Yeah, I had spent a little bit of time standing in that exact spot, throwing grenades over that roof. It's so much taller, right? So you have to change everything up quite substantially.
Yeah, and I think some of the lineups changed a little bit.
The nades spend so long in the air.
Yeah.
When you have to throw them up.
Well, brackets take being attempted here by Cloud9. But Complexity haven't been robbed of that brackets info at all. They're still kind of sitting around, floppy up on top of porch here. Complexity, as soon as that retake utility on top of Nana fades, they actually refresh their smoke on B. So again, doing a good job of just keeping C9 at arm's length, but Cloud9 now grouping in towards brackets.
Bullzerk. Here we go. Oh, it hasn't quite gone the way that he wanted it to. Oh, it's all fallen apart. Bullzerk, he did everything, but it's actually a Liege that will reap the rewards. He gets the double kill, and then another. How about that? A Liege. 7-2 for the map. He does not want to be going home.
Yeah, you're a little filthy as Hulzerk with that leg shot, but at the end of the day, it does set up a Liege for success. The leg shot from Hulzerk, as well as 3 bullets connected from Floppy before he dies, allows a Liege to double up really easily, and then he wins that last aim duel as well. So, Complexity, it's always a little dicey, isn't it, when you get that mid-round aggression on brackets to try to find info or find a pick in the mid-round, disrupt the tees.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes it doesn't usually go that well. I feel like maybe like 60-70% of the time the T's trade out effectively, get into an A side after plant, and retaking A, even on old Inferno, on new Inferno, it doesn't matter. Retaking A feels so difficult. As the CT side, you'd often just end up in a save scenario, so Complexity going to be quite happy with how that's gone for themselves.
Yeah, I still feel like there's a lot more to kind of be discovered on this version of Inferno. You know, we're really only scratching the surface with these nades down the bottom of Nana at the start of the round, and the smoke into mid, the phase have been throwing. I feel like in a year's time or in 2 years' time, if the map still remains in the pool, it's going to be a situation where, you know, maybe not quite to the same extent as the Mirage window smoke, which got innovated year after year after year after year until it was, you know, instant window smoke getting thrown. We're going to see situations like that where people are going to discover new things and figure out new pieces of utility that get tossed from one side of the map to another. In that meanwhile, though, it looks like we've got a tech pause. So Perfecto having some sorts of troubles.
We're also having some troubles.
What's that?
Because, look, it hasn't started well for Fnatic.
No.
We want to see Dexter in the arena as biased Australians.
I've never been biased once in my life.
You were biased yesterday,
You
mate.
take that back. Shut your mouth.
But Monty...
I'll whack ya.
Yeah. All right. Why not? I'll give it anything a try once. Anything.
Well, nice little moment for Cloud9 to recuperate.
Yeah. We'll see if this is going to be a momentum shifter. Sometimes it can be a bit like that for tech pauses.
Yeah, I mean, they can't talk to one another.
No, but you can think. They can't stop you thinking. And
maybe one day, mind control.
Tactical FPSs are a, you know, not only a game of split-second decisions, but also a game where you have limited time to make decisions, you know. Similar to your chess players and things like that who are playing on a clock. I'm so happy to see that. Whoever made that, you deserve a big kiss. If you want one, consensually. You can come see me after the cast. But yes, like I was saying, similar to, you know, when you're playing chess, you got a timed clock, you only have so much time to make a decision. Things like tech pauses do give you more time to think about, oh, how's the game been going? I was playing Banana, oh, they did this mid-round pop flash, so here's what I'm going to, at the start of freeze time next round, I'm going to mention that. I wouldn't have had time to think about it otherwise, but I'm going to mention that. Or the IGL's thinking, oh, what have they been doing? Okay, they did Round 2, they did banana take first. They used that banana control. They went back for brackets on this timing, you know, and then the next round they went for, you know, banana take into B-side exit or something like that. So maybe if I can disrupt banana, I can go and control how the round is kind of flowing a little bit. You know, you have so much time to think as a coach, as an IGL, as individual players wanting to make adaptations to your game. But it goes the other way as well, as do tech pauses. And the whole time that tech pause is going, this chicken has been strutting around, and you can't shoot him. You can't. He just gets to do whatever he wants. It's his spawn.
Not for long. Oh, you got lucky. Yeah. You got lucky today.
That's very respectful of the wildlife complexity. We have, you know, we're kind of a little bit of sticklers about that here.
I reckon if it was a bush turkey, he would have got whacked. Would have slapped. Get out of here.
Chased by my dog, for sure.
They make a big mess, those bush turkeys.
They do.
Got any leaves on the ground?
They
don't want them
nearby. They eat
my
mum's plants, and it's actually ruining her retirement.
Oh, Axile's eating Elijah alive. Good headshot. Electronics got one as well, and you were right, Pilsky, you said, is it going to be the shift in momentum after the tech timeout? Well, it seems like that is going to be the case. Cloud9 have opened quite nicely. Now it's on to Floppy, who has to change his position up as virtue of the Molotov. Playing anti-flash for a second, has to go so again and again and again. So many flashes, and Floppy, you can tell, is under so much pressure. He bought a little bit of time to Grim to come in there and get at least one more on the way out. Nade, blown open. Doesn't present an opportunity for Hallzerk, but he wants to creep through it. There is a bit of a hole. It has been mollied off. Cloud9 stuck in the site.
Yeah, but they'll be happy about that. These A-site retakes, very troublesome. Complexity, go for this though.
Grim, head down, can't get round the corner, and now it's on to Hallzerk, who I'm not sure he's even going to be able to save this AWP at this point in time. Smoke to go through. Flash blinding him. And he's not getting out of here, surely.
Ooh, he's alright.
Well, Perfecto wanted to have a crack, but in the end, Hallzerk does escape.
It's a backside plan as well, so on full HP, Perfecto can still save in pit despite the radius changes. Wasn't fully backside, but even back left is good enough, apparently. Nice little entry from Axile. And this is why I was saying, Cloud9, when they find these man advantages, you can bet on them to win the round. Floppy, he's under so much press there. For anyone, you know, in a big pressure game, you're holding down angle and the teaser just jiggling you. They're waiting for you to make a mistake. That is such disciplined play from Cloud9. No wide swings or anything like that. Just sitting in their spacing and waiting for Floppy to peek out from them, and then they just peek together. It's a very annoying play style to play against. Another timeout here. This time from Complexity. They are running out of cash. Cloud9 applying the pressure. If Cloud9 can convert this gun round here, we're talking about a completely different half for Counter-Strike. It's been Complexity on top so far this game. They were up 4-1. And they were feeling almost unbeatable. It hadn't felt like Cloud9 had even had a chance to really even think about getting around, but that narrative is starting to change, and particularly if Cloud9 can pick up this round and reset that CT economy, then this is really anyone's game at that point.
Yeah, Complexity started strong, but maybe a little bit of a falter ahead for them. Double nade down the banana and the Molotov to boot as well. Cloud9 not even really looking for Nana control in this round. More than happy to set up in toward mid, play things a little bit slower.
This brackets take again from Cloud9. Complexity very dry on utility. 1 minute 25, they've only got 5 grenades left. 2 smokes, no Molotovs. Full banana take, full brackets take from Cloud9 rather, denying information to the CT side here. There's only 2 CTs over here anyway. Allegiant Floppy trying to hold the A side of the map is going to be troublesome. After that, smoke starts to fade on jungle side. Molotov into bracket. JT tasked with playing the off angles, trying to chip down the numbers. There's the progression smoke from Cloud9, threatening the wrap into jungle.
Well, nade onto JT's position, and he forces himself in front of it.
Yeah, flash from Floppy, wanted to set him up for success and allow him to get a kill for free, but this is where Cloud9 has been rock solid this series so far. The spacing and the trading is so snappy.
Still got Perfecto coming across from mid. But Cloud9 as a unit are going to start to work their way up through Diggity. 4 members alive right now. And Electronic has already found quite a lot of space. He has gotten all the way into pit unscathed until Floppy strikes from above. He's like a drop bear, apparently. You've got to watch out for those, though.
Flop bear.
Well, it's dealt with by Axile. And now it's just on to Perfecto. Although he might still be in with a chance. That bomb collected in time. Plant's going down. Hallzerk charging forward. Oh, Perfecto. He got off the plant, which was the play. But he didn't hit the shot.
Just a little bit too low to convert that one. Perfecto, player who has, you know, at points been thanked for the clutch. Can't convert that one-on-one, unfortunately.
That would have been a sick clutch if he would have got it.
Still, without a plant for Cloud9, their money was still pretty good. Yeah, they are going to buy. It's a pretty good-looking buy. This still is completely hanging in the balance. The loss bonus is there still for Cloud9. Complexity with only one player surviving, their loss bonus is minimal, like none. They're going to be hard reset if they lose this round, and their util once again is kind of dwindling here.
Oh, that's such a nice flash. Did you see that?
That's a standard flash. It's nothing new. We've been throwing that for a while. But yeah, it is. Very nice flash to clear halls.
And they're looking for top banana control as well. Grim is holding on to it. Sitting behind the sandbags. And flash up into the air as well. It's perfect. Wow, look at that from Complexity.
Wow.
Talk about nice flashes.
What a mop. They go from barely surviving in a one-on-one to 4 alive. And Complexity, I mean, you've got to give them credit where credit is due. They are disrupting these attempts at map control from Cloud9. They shut them out of brackets and banana simultaneously. That's not something that's easy. Usually you have to respect that map control, but Complexity is shutting them down in both of the critical parts of the map right now. And Cloud9 back to the drawing board, even without a bomb plant and only 2.9k loss bonus, they still force here. Down to Tech9's Mac 10, only 2 rifles. It's an interesting choice, especially given the fact that Complexity had so many players alive in the last round. There's not as much reset potential here as Cloud9 would like.
I'm picking up what you're putting down. It's a risky choice from Cloud9 for sure.
That is MR12 in a nutshell. You would never force here in MR15. No chance.
Down 7-2. This half could really run away for Complexity if they can get a solid win here. Liege is just going to shoulder that corner, get the Molotov in as the smoke comes through, deny Cloud9 the possibility of walking into brackets. You still have Hallzerk watching the boiler. He'll be pushed away. But an artillery barrage over the top from Complexity, and then Hallzerk banging Axile out of carpets. It's a good looking round set up here for Complexity, and the charge through from the pistols. Normally it's scary, but I'm not sure that's the case against the big old crossfire here of Complexity.
Yeah. Hold on.
Shiro and Perfecto working hard to try to salvage the round, but Floppy will shut it down.
It's never going to work. Like, you lost your carpets player. They're just trying to shove dry up Diggity. It's like, it's such a low percentage, especially in a 4-on-5. But like, I don't know, maybe new Inferno's a different story, but at old Inferno in Go, if you're trying to shove dry Diggity, even with a couple of balcony flashes or something like that, it just doesn't work. You run into the pit site crossfire. It's one of the hardest things to deal with in the game. I mean, Complexity, I'm pretty sure we're playing double pit with that late rotation through Moto to provide a bit of a crossfire. T9 just continuing to force here.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they want to give it another crack. Seems to be working out this time. Liege at the bottom of mid, causing a bit of a problem. Hobbit, oh, he's dealt with accordingly.
The nade is a chicken pit. Oh, that's insane.
Ripped my bros, the chickens.
Yeah, there's one. He made it out. He's migrated.
You ever wonder where chicken mince comes from?
He's a house chicken now. Perfecto's found himself a rifle. This is a messy 3-on-3. This has really just been fisticuffs in middle. You can see it where everyone's died on the map. Middle and banana, that was a messy start to the round. And Complexity, they're not done fighting middle. They're looking for some more punches. They want to have the last laugh here.
Good on them. I think if you're going to stack 3 players over to A at this point in the game, you need to be doing something with it. Unfortunately, that something hasn't quite gone the way they wanted it to, and Electronic's going to be head down. Now waiting for the next push. Oof. Well, this is a tough spot to clear out. The nade is going to land it on top of him, and Floppy gets the rest of the job done. But tough one to win for Floppy with Axel behind him. Plan's going to go down. Perfecto in the site. And it's actually Perfecto waiting for Axel, who's wrapping his way in through CT. Floppy's taken a little bit too long to isolate those 1v1s, and now a massive crossfire is going to be established. How do you possibly hope to get Perfecto away from Nubox? He's at least been able to cross. Yeah, I'm not sure that was spotted by Axel, but time is really running down, and there was nothing to be done there for Floppy. A valiant effort, but Complexity will remain on 3.
Messy round between the T-side force buying and their mid-aggression here from Complexity. So Cloud9, their force gives them a chance at a lifeline into this game. Pick themselves up a 4th round in a game where it feels like they've kind of been down and out. Orbs out for Halzerk. Buys a little skewed for the CT side. Not really all of the rifles that you want to be seeing for them, but decent utility across the board. Once again, Leech just active in middle. So aggressive here for Complexity.
Oh, look at that. Alish gets one again. 2 rounds in a row he's done this.
He's in bloody T stairs at 1:20. I feel like I'm watching a bloody Premier game right now.
Might as well be with all the force buying going on. And Grim, he's been flashed into Nana. Spots out Shiro as well. Disaster for Cloud9. Alish is waiting from behind, looking to strike. They should have put him in those promo videos. What kind of animal would he be?
Well, if talking about Complexity, it'd be a hungry animal at the moment, the way they're playing.
Cassowary, aren't they aggressive?
Cassowaries are terrifying.
There you go. Cassowary, look that one up, guys. That's an
closest thing to a dinosaur in existence.
That's what Alish is. He's the cassowary, just running at you. Get out of my mid. That's what he said. Probably not as Aussie.
Yeah.
Well, what's Axel going to do?
Nah, 25 seconds. It's time to start thinking about how you're going to throw to break, Jordan.
He wants to make a barbecue. He's got an Alish, but he's got a cassowary barbecue. Not sure that's going to help him. 17 seconds, has to just charge into this B bomb site. Really running out of time now. Flashes are going to go through into CT spawn, and JT will take the opportunity to peek. So there it is, 9-3. And we're going to go to a break. We'll be back in just a sec. Well, it's not looking good for Fnatic over there on the A stream, and you can probably say the same thing about Cloud9 over here on the B stream. C9, only 3 rounds in the first half of Inferno. Doesn't set themselves up very kindly for this CT side. Pistol is going to be hugely important for them. Julie's coming out for Electronic and Perfecto. I think there's still some legs left in this map if Cloud9 can win the pistol. But if not, it's going to be getting pretty tight.
Straight up mid is Complexity. Setting the pace early on. 2 players in carpets right now. Want to try to isolate Floppy, take him out of the equation, and then focus on this push coming up dig side.
Electronic already striking quite nicely onto Floppy. Does put things in a good position for Cloud9. Shiro will lose his head. JT has doubled down. And in the blink of an eye, it's gone from bad to worse, actually, for Cloud9. Round started well, but it might not end in that direction. Grim JT on the site, and JT's having a banger of a pistol. It's just Perfecto now. 2 guns is better than 1, but 3 players is better than 1. And that's enough for Complexity to get through the pistol, and they might have Inferno wrapped up pretty cleanly if they keep this up.
Surely got to be a CT side force buy here for Cloud9. They showed a tendency to force at the end of the T half to try to create opportunities for themselves. And look, going back to go on Old Inferno, second round forces were the norm. So we'll see what Cloud9 are going to come up with here. They actually full eco. Deagle out for Perfecto, but the rest of the boys just relying on the P2Ks. It's a big push down middle here. Getting absolutely mopped. Elige just continues this good run of form here. But it's not just him here. It's all of Complexity performing across the board. 4 frags between everyone on the squad right now.
Complexity giving those North American fans that stayed up to watch this game something to be thankful for. Elige just on for the ace here. If he can catch that final kill on the Hobbit, which it seems like he's in pole position to do. And there it is.
5 alive.
Well done from Elige.
Wow. It's a little too easy. Spirits are high in the Complexity camp right now. They recognize just how close they are to moving on in the lower bracket here.
Yep. And it will be Monty that they will play against. As I've been told, Monty have just dispatched of Fnatic.
No Dexter.
No Dexter to the arena. It is just JKS, the sole Australian representative here at IEM Sydney that remains. And that is something that the fans will be both heartened and disappointed by. At least they will get to see JKS in the arena.
Oh, what a way to start the first gun round. You lose your AWPer.
Yeah, like that.
5 seconds in. This might be the only gun round C9 gets to play at this rate unless someone could dig real deep. Not a whole lot of names left over on this CT side here. Complexity not in a rush to be going anywhere, really.
Electronic 1-for-1's not quite going to be good enough here. He gets the info that there's more players in bracket, and it's on to Axile, who will desperately try to survive here. A1S. And getting a bit of help out from Perfecto there as well. Really more of a decoy than anything else was Perfecto, but he set it up for Axile to at least get 2. Duel though from Holzerk, he's just not afraid.
What a round initially. An AWPer knows exactly where an opposing AWPer wants to peek, and usually he'd be scoped up on that position, but in this case, oh, was it a flick? Oh, yeah, decent flick. Nice little adjustment. Instant 1-tap on the armorless Shiro, and then what is that? A 4K in the opening gun round. What a round from Holzerk. He just shut the door on Cloud9.
Well, this might be the last round we get to see from Cloud9 at IEM Sydney. Complexity going to take it slow to kick things off this time. Smoke down at the bottom of banana from Cloud9 means that they can maintain control of that position for a moment. Grim, though, is deciding to push his way through. Now the util getting tossed into sandbags. And some counteracting tossed back from Cloud9.
Another opening kill for Holzerk on the rifle. Cloud9 once again playing 4 versus 5 in a must-win gun round. We're starting to play them out of IEM Sydney at this point.
And they've done nothing. Mag 7, though, How about it from Perfecto? First shot, second shot. Didn't really land, did they? And with a Mag 7 at that range, you'd really think they would have done a bit more than that, but not the case. And Cloud9 now down to just 2, Shiro and Axile. One of whom is still a long way away from this B site, and the other is holding on to a Mag 7. It is indeed just the Mag 7. Shiro is going to have to be the hero for Cloud9. And I just don't see it happening. Too much util there for Complexity to delay with the smoke and the Molotov, and even then a couple of flashes. He gives away the fact that he's in CT, flash through the smoke. He's got to go. There's no other option, and that is that. It is Complexity that will knock Cloud9 out of IEM Sydney and maintain their spot in the event. Of course, they've still got one more match to play today, and that is going to be against Monty for a position in the playoffs. But at least for now, it is all smiles for the North American squad.
Yeah, that's a bit of a message being sent there by Complexity. Win in Pro League versus Cloud9, and then a win in the lower semis here in IEM Sydney. I think Allegiant, the rest of the boys saying, should have stayed in A.
Maybe. But Cloud9, another disappointing exit for them. What is going on with this roster? I'm sure that's going to throw a little bit more spice into the pot, if you know what I mean, Pilski. Lots of conversations happening around C9 at the moment. And I dare say there'll be a few more getting weighed in upon.
Absolutely. Complexity, on the other hand, one game away from the arena. We'll be playing Monty for that spot, who they already played in their initial round, able to beat them on Anubis 13-9 with a great individual performance from JT. I think it's something that you said in the initial map. It feels like anyone on this Complexity roster can have a big map, and it was actually all 5 of them there on Inferno, all performing very, very well. There was no weak leaks, so I think that's a really feel-good moment here for Complexity, especially moving into the next series to win so one-sidedly over Cloud9. They're going to be brimming with the confidence, all of the individuals feeling like they played very well in that series. It's a very nice high to finish on, to knowing that you have a make-or-break series coming up next against another team who, you know, took a while to get over Fnatic. Still a convincing win from Monty. I think a similar kind of storyline from them moving into that game. So look, we'll see what we're going to get from that series.
Yeah, looking like everyone on Complexity is pretty nicely switched on, which is what you really want to be seeing from a roster like this. I think you see it on paper and you say, okay, well, there's a lot of potential with a lot of the individuals in this team, and to see that being realized here on LAN in Sydney is not a bad shout. And for a team like Complexity, right, it's no easier than it is for any other team. They've obviously also had to come from pretty much as far as away as the other side of the world. So yeah, they're dealing with all those kinds of things, the long travel time, the jet lag, the Counter-Strike 2, everything in that department, and it seems like it's not really too much of a bother for Complexity. But as far as their opportunities are concerned against Monty, I mean, look, Monty feels like a team that's kind of been slowly ramping up into this event as well. We watched them yesterday on the B stream. They've just taken down Fnatic now, and we had actually seen some pretty solid stuff from Fnatic at this event so far. I almost had Fnatic pegged personally to take down Monty, but that's not the way that it's gone, and I think that's actually a really positive sign for Monty going into this lower bracket final against Cloud9.
Yeah,
against Complexity,
yeah. And it's interesting, they've already played each other this tournament as well, so they're going to have some kind of read, at least CS2-wise, about how they both like to approach Anubis, at least, because obviously, you know, playing that BO3 that's coming up after that initial BO3, these are the kind of games that you have less time to prep for. You know, obviously, you know, your coaches and your analysts are going to be able to do what they can in terms of prepping the next series as well, but majority of the prep's got to be done on the task at hand, and then the follow-up series is sometimes a bit of an afterthought.
Yeah. I think people probably watching at home look at that and think, okay, well, are they really being serious? Like, you know, like obviously you just got to play 2 games of CS a day. But let me tell you, at events like this, even as someone who, you know, like for example, on day 1, we cast 4 best of 1s, and it just takes it out of you. I don't know what it is about being at an event. It's just the environment. You just feel pretty wrecked. Not to mention the fact that they've had to obviously travel longer than they've ever really had to travel before and deal with all of that. And especially on a day like today for a team like Complexity, and also obviously for Monty, that discussion is very valid as well. You have to play your game in the morning. Then you've got, what, 3 or 4 hours to sort of relax. But let's be real, there's not much relaxing going on in between these two games. I'm sure these two teams are hitting the books and getting ready for each other. But we can maybe hear from the man himself. I believe we've got a representative. I thought it was going to be a Liege, but it is Grim. So how you doing, mate? There we go. Obviously, congratulations on the W. Must be feeling pretty good about things. Things are looking good across the board for your squad. How's everything going?
Yeah, it's going well. I mean, we had a lot of good prep going into this game, I think, with TC and the rest of the team, especially Johnny. He had some good prep going in that. And yeah, we're all just getting used to CS2. We're excited to be playing the first event and, learning with everyone else.
You had a really good map to start things off on Anubis, and it feels like the way Complexity's been playing this event. JT had a great game of Anubis against Monty before. Does it feel to you like any of the boys can kind of pop off series to series, like everyone's in pretty decent form?
I think so, especially because us in practice, we've had like a new guy top fragging like literally every scrim. So, I mean, that's good to know that like everyone can shoot hard when they need to. And I'd say that, yeah, we're all really confident in our mechanical ability so far. So that's not really been a problem for us.
Yeah, I don't know if you caught the end of our conversation just there about obviously how today is going to be going for teams like yourselves and for Monty, but can you give us a bit of insight as to what the next few hours is going to look like for you? Obviously, having played this game now, you've got another game later on this evening. What do you do in that time? You go back to the hotel, relax, or are you working hard, preparing for that next game?
Yeah, honestly, on days like this, there's not much time for relaxing. Honestly, what we do is we take like a little amount of time, we get some food and eat and chill, decompress from the game, and then we review any of the mistakes from the game that we had or need to be talked about, and we start preparing for the next opponent that we're playing on the day. So that's about it.
All right, I'm sure it's going to be mentally and physically taxing, so I don't want to take too much of your time. Thank you very much for the chat, and best of luck in that lower bracket final.
Thank you.
Cheers. All right, yeah, look, as we've said, obviously quite a lot to think about for both of those two teams, but they are still alive in IEM Sydney, and that's better than the alternative, as we now have to bid goodbye to both Cloud9 and Fnatic, as you've seen over there on the mainstream. They're also getting knocked out, and tell you what, I mean, we're down to just a few remaining teams, right? We're looking towards things like now the upper bracket finals. There's the next matches that are going to be getting played, and those are going to be to decide who plays on Saturday, who plays on Friday for that extra day off. I don't know, though, whether or not that is a huge advantage. Would you almost rather be playing on the Friday as well, just to be getting that extra little bit of a run on CS2 to integrate, to feel better on the stage, start a conversation to think about?
Yeah, there is it's always a double-edged sword, though. That gives another series that a team can watch and kind of prepare against you. You have to show a little bit more just to get through that quarterfinal. So, it can go both ways. I think at the end of the day, though, good to see a Liege. Obviously, I'm kind of trying to follow each of the players that have gone in towards a grand final or a playoff game in Sydney, and the Liege obviously won one of those. So he's now one game away from, once again, playing in the arena where he won previously. I'm sure the motivation for him is going to be super high.
Almost definitely. But it is time for us as well to go and do a little bit of prep, because it's time for us to get ready for our second match of the day. We're going to take a reasonably short break, and then on the other side of this, we'll be looking at Bet Boom and Mouths.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com. Want to access statistics from all of your CS2 games? Simply search your Steam account to access a detailed breakdown of all your matches. Find your best maps, check when players are banned for cheating, and access other in-depth statistics from matchmaking and basic games. Gain access to your entire CS2 playing history with csstats.gg.
What's up, guys? It's Rushly123456 here. Nah, I'm just playing. CS2 is here, and we're here to give you a quick rundown of all the big map changes. Let's take a look at Inferno first, as this map has seen the most changes. Graveyard has seen a big nerf with this wall being removed, deleting a very strong defensive position. Pit has also seen some nerfs, as overall you'll be more visible when playing this spot. The bike is gone. And now we just have this barrel making you much more exposed. Combine this with the change to balcony on A side, we should see this site become much harder to hold, both when defending a hit or in a post plant. CT mid has had a few cheeky spots removed and replaced with others. This close spot to mid has been taken away and replaced with a small cubby, a risky one and done spot with the potential for more or less. This ledge is no more, removing an alternate way for the Ts to get vision into the A site, or a sneaky spot for a CT with a mag 7. These pallets on long have been pushed back, making it harder for that close eco kill. However, it does open the option to look over that arch smoke. This roof in alt mid is also gone. You may have seen some apps pops util thrown here in the past, but not anymore. When going mid to B, this trusty pillar has also been removed, giving less options for the CTs. Further down the block, the CT spawn awning has completely gone, along with this peak from this ledge. That leads us nicely over to the B site, where a few things have definitely changed. While less intrusive than A, there's a whole bunch of small changes, so let's fire them off. Firstly, this pillar at the back of the site has been slimmed down quite a bit. Nubox has had a nerf to its boosting possibilities. The coffin's angle will leave you more exposed. All the cheeky angles around the fountain are gone and replaced with this erect pillar. The wallbang that was possible through ruins no longer exists. And this spot at the sandbags has also been abolished. So the site has had a nerf, but I don't believe it to be as aggressive compared to the ones over on A. On Mirage, this common deep angle in B-apps has been removed, leaving one less free kill for all you DMGs. Not like you would hit that anyway. Meanwhile, this pixel gap has also been patched up. All the vents now have the correct hitboxes, so you can shoot through the gaps and not break them. Finally, this spot on B to look at the B-apps window currently requires you to have a teammate to boost you. Sorry about that, B-Anchors. Anubis didn't see much of a change other than imagine if I could read, but this boat here has been airlifted out the map. On Ancient, we have seen the spawns adjusted, so I hope you didn't learn any T-spawn instant smokes. This will also affect the timings to certain positions on the map. Some people are saying the spawn timings will affect things quite heavily, so be advised when relearning first contact timings. One notable thing that you must be aware of are these spotlights. Casting some heavy shadows, these are likely to give away your position, so be cautious around them. That leads us to what we think is one of the few notable changes on Nuke, just like Ancient. Be careful of this new light that will cause you the same issues. Overpass had a lot of changes to its style, and we could go on forever about it, so let's get into speedrun mode again and run through the more obvious changes we saw. This corner at Divider is less of a hard clear. Connector is brighter overall, benefiting both sides in terms of visibility. The boost in Khan has also been changed. This new concrete slab on short gives you new angles, a way to jump onto the sandbags and to boost over a smoke. We will likely see a lot of plays around this new spot. The jump onto the long flower beds has gotten a bit easier. A lot of angles into the playground have been changed. The ramp spot in B is no longer possible, which is always a free kill on a T walking down the stairs, or a free death if you are flashed. Of course, we can't catch everything, so let us know what you noticed that we didn't in the comments down below.
All right, here we are. It's time for BetBoom and Mouse. It is the first upper bracket final that we're going to get to witness here at IEM Sydney. And for both of these two teams, a pretty clean run into this point. BetBoom, they were a bit of an unknown. I think people are starting to get converted after seeing how they've handled their first couple of games. And even for Mouse, with the substitution in play, we weren't too sure what to make of them coming into Counter-Strike 2. But hey, they have been rocking out quite nicely. And at this point, Pilski, anybody's guess as to which way this series is going to go?
Yeah, I think Mouse, obviously, they have at least done decently for themselves getting into this position with a stand-in. Nexius has been totally, decent performance from him. He's been a guy, he's been serviceable, which for a player who's only really played in, tier 3, 4 European scene and playing on an academy roster is more than good enough when you've got some world-class players who are capable of winning tier 1 tournaments on your side.
Yeah, most definitely. On the other side of the coin, obviously, BetBoom, we had... I think at least yourself and myself had a sort of reasonable degree of faith that this roster might be able to do some damage at this event, but I don't know that I would have necessarily considered them to be maybe the first team through to the arena, which I'm pretty sure they were the first team that actually did qualify for that spot. And hey, who's to say they might not be the first team through to a semi-final as well if they can win this series today against Mouse. They have seriously impressed and started to turn heads.
Yeah, and I think they are the team that kind of push Vitality 1 foot out the door initially in that opening best of 1. Able to win that one in overtime, and we got to cast that game. It was impressive stuff. They are a team that, despite, having not played together too much as a squad at some of these tier 1 events, they're not a team that doesn't have experience. Nafany, Zorti, Siren, Kyron, these guys have all played at events of this caliber for the most part. They've got some experience coming through from teams like VP and Spirit, and obviously Cloud9 for Nafany and Zorti kind of plying his trade over there in fours and teams like that. So, these are experienced players who all come from teams, and I think against Vitality, they showed that they can play with confidence and at least, taking out Gamer Legion as well, who really pushed FaZe. So I think so far so good. Great run from BetBoom. And honestly, I think if they can beat a full-strength Gamer Legion, they've got actually a pretty decent shot against Mouse here playing with a stand-in.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. Kyron and Nafany as well have been the number 2 and number 3, respectively, top-rated players at this event so far. Now,
we got Russian supremacy at the moment. Russian and Ukrainian supremacy in the top 5.
being number 1 for those that don't know, and Electronic number 4. What I will say, though, is that they have only played the 3 maps. So, again, it's not a huge data set. It's not a huge sample size when you look at someone like Electronic having played 6 maps, for example.
I agree with that, but for Electronic, what I will say is it was a best of 1 plus a game against Linvision. For BetBoom, they played Vitality and Gamer Legion.
I mean, you're right.
So, like, putting up numbers in those, in those 3 maps, and then they'll play Mouse. If they stay up the top-rated players of the event in the maps that they played so far, given the opponents that they played, you can't talk smack about that. There's no easy games.
I did just see a little bit of a graphic pop up there, and it says word on the street is that BetBoom are the favourites to take IEM Sydney. What do you think about that one? Is that maybe in the ballpark?
I don't know.
That's a tough one to call.
Maybe that is the Nafany's anime team storyline on the forums. I'm sure there will be a little bit of sentiment about that. We love to talk about storylines and be a little bit pretentious sometimes on the desk about things like that, but that is a cool one. I really do feel like actually this is Nafany's redemption at this event. He's turning some heads. He's saying, hey, I wasn't the problem. And look, if they make their way straight into the semi-finals of a tier 1 event, I think that will really stamp that point home.
That is true, but they've got to go through a Mouse on their way, and this Mouse roster has eased their way into the event quite nicely. It feels like they've been going from strength to strength as a roster as well since making those changes a few months ago where they were sitting in number 10 in the world. Now they're up to number 4. And is there a debate to be made that they're battling for an even higher placing after IEM Sydney? We'll obviously see how they go. They are guaranteed a spot in the arena no matter what, but they would like to make it through to the semis easily, completely disregard that game on Friday in the quarters. And yeah, again, you sort of mentioned Nexius coming in as the substitution. Hasn't been a bad addition to this team. You've got the rest of the squad there. Things are looking pretty good for Mouse at the moment.
Yeah, he hasn't been fantastic. He hasn't been a standout, but he hasn't been a weakness. He hasn't been someone that you can say we're going to run at him. We're going to go towards his site, and he's not going to be able to hold. And I think, you know, given the amount of skill and good core that Mouse has, that's going to be more than good enough. So, you know, he's doing his job. He's taking, you know, some of what Jim Part would have done. And look, I think for Mouse, realistically, moving into CS2 in particular, still a relatively young core, and obviously the success of their academy program is something that people have been praising again and again. And I think, you know, given the fact that they've been able to find a serviceable rifler to come and fill in for them due to visa issues, and again, they're making a deep placement, I think given that we're going into CS2 and that young talent is going to be the thing that a lot of people are looking towards, it's clearly a success.
I mean, I think he's done a great job. When you consider IEM Sydney is actually one of those events that does typically have some issues with having full core rosters all the time. We remember the times where Yanko had to stand in for FaZe. I think Ustilo had to stand in for FaZe at one point as well. We've had a couple of stand-in type situations. Blade, obviously, for Na'Vi. And when you look at it on the surface, this one for Mouse feels like the only one that hasn't just gone completely wrong, right? There was always issues for some of the other teams that had stand-ins.
Hey, come on, Ustilo dropped 30.
I mean, he did, but they still didn't do much at that event, if I remember rightly. I think they got knocked out by Greyhound at that one. So that was a while ago. But either way, look, let's talk about Nexius. He, as an individual, has come into this roster. We didn't know necessarily what to make of him. And I think dropping a 1.02 rating, it doesn't look fantastic. It doesn't look amazing. But that's actually what you're kind of needing to do as a substitution coming into a team like this.
Yeah, and I think obviously, you know, just being able to fill into Impact's role so the rest of the team can, you know, function well around him. Just having, you know, a whole academy roster where you can pick someone who's going to fit really well into the system is obviously a big boon for a team like Mouse. Initial game as well, I think he top fragged that one, if I remember correctly. They played Vertex first, and I think that was really good for him. I think, you know, especially getting a tier 3-4 player coming into the event, I think it's great that he got to play Vertex first because, you know, they're potentially an easier team to play against. It's going to allow him to start to frag up, start to build up some confidence, and I think he really did take that into the next games of the event, and he's continued to just be serviceable, be decent.
Shui.
Yeah, Shui. Imagine Shui in the arena.
Imagine Shui doing a Shui
Shui,
in the arena.
He's got to do one. He's surely got to do one.
Well, I think the people are going to be chanting for it, that's for sure. But let's take a look at a couple of the key players coming into this matchup. It is going to be Kyron and Anafani, who we have chosen, of course, from the Bet Boom lineup. And as I said, they are number 2 and number 3 for the event so far, performing very admirably indeed.
Yeah, I mean, the blonde-hair duo, I'm going to do my hair like that for the arena because if you perform this well, then hopefully that's going to help me out. These guys have been absolutely phenomenal. Kyron in the opening BO1 really pushed them across the line in combination with Nafani over there against Vitality. And I think one of the main things, you know, I wasn't even necessarily expecting it from Nafani. I was expecting him just do the IGL duties, and they've got a nice core around that, you know, having Zorti there. And obviously having Siren as well coming through from Spirit. I wasn't necessarily thinking that Nafani was going to be the one doing the majority of the heavy lifting, but he's been putting up the numbers, man.
Yep.
And I think Kyron as well, just going from being serviceable, having to fill in a weird situation at times over there in VP and over on Outsiders. I think this is a team that he can now sort of craft his own narrative and not be the player that's kind of 1 foot in, 1 foot out the door, but be a permanent fixture and show why he's worth it.
Well, something we also have to talk about is maps, and I think we've got them ready to go. So let's have a look and see what we're going to get out of this series. No Anubis, no Inferno is straight off the gates, and you can see some conversations happening there in the background for Mouse, maybe getting that camera set up quite nicely. Is it supposed to be aimed at the chicken or at Shui? I'm not sure. But Mirage, Ancient. Now remember, BetBoom, they played Mirage against Vitality. That was the map where there was a lot of shenanigans going on with the smokes, with the util. Hopefully they fixed that one up. I'm not sure they're going to get away with it against a team like Mouse. But then again, I would have said the same against Vitality. And then Overpass as the decider.
Yeah, so BetBoom, like you said, they've already taken Mirage off of Vitality earlier on in this event. But Mao's no strangers to Mirage either. They've played plenty of it. I think, you know, looking at this entire map pool, it's looking like a decent middle ground for both teams. It's a map that both of these teams have played plenty of reps on. And look moving into CS2. Although there will be some changes, I think that this is a good best of 3 to kind of work out who should be moving into the semi-finals. And I think not a whole lot of pressure. Regardless, you're going to be going into the arena one way or another. It's just a question of how hard you have to fight to make it to that #1 spot here at Sydney.
All right, well, here we go. It is time for Mirage to kick things off in the first upper bracket final of IEM Sydney. Teams are playing for a spot directly into Saturday. If they drop, well, they still get to play on Friday, but it'll be a more difficult run into that grand final of IEM Sydney come Sunday. Either way, Mirage is what's on offer for us now. And it'll be BetBoom to start on the T side. No util toss this time around.
A couple of players actually holding on to extra money to be able to force into following rounds should this round not go well. Here's the quick play straight into B. Shui trying to play retake if he can and get into market here.
Yeah, just the one player over toward B for Mouse. It's not going to be a fun place to be if you're Shui. And look at that, Kyron in mid as well as able to take the head off of Torji. And Zorte suffers the same fate at the hands of Nexius. So we're back to a 3-on-3, but 3-on-3 requiring a retake on the B bomb site with a double set up towards bench and a nice shot from Nafany. Might make for a difficult task here for Mouse. It looks like BetBoom are starting strong and Nafany is continuing his fine form from the event so far. 2 heads banged off. How about 3? Not his own. That's not what we were looking for, but Frozen! Ooh. Well, he's run out of time, but that was a nice 3-piece from him. Unfortunately, he won't get much of a reward for it.
He is going to hold on to armor though. So with the 3k there, what's he got? 2.9. That's an A1S buy. Potential force into round 2. Already has armor. That could be something that's problematic, especially if he's, you know, looking as sharp as he is right now with the USP. See if Mouse are going to opt to go for that and force up around it, or maybe it's going to be the alt bank for Torsi perhaps into round number 3. Regardless, nice round from BetBoom to kick things off on the right foot.
All right, triple AK. In fact, there is the M4 picked up by Frozen, and he's all the way in CT spawn toward Ticket Booth on the A site. BetBoom are really not messing around in this game so far.
Yeah, quick jungle con smoke straight up onto the side. It's a retake setup from Mouse. So BetBoom trying to get an open plant and maybe aggress into CT.
Kyron might have bitten off more than he could chew there. Nexius 2 kills with the MP9, and it goes on to Danists to hold strong with a triple. A brief moment of hope for Mouse, but nothing beyond that.
This is exactly what we saw against Vitality, just up-tempo gameplay from BetBoom. People are talking about CS2 being a game where you can be aggressive, you can run around, peak his advantage. And here at IEM Swingney, BetBoom are taking full advantage of that. I can see why they picked Mirage. You know, it's this map where on the T side you can just play this fast style. Quick palace pops. Wolfpack run it straight down middle B apps timings. These are strats that, you know, usually in more of a pub setting at a, you know, tier 2 level are super effective. These are the kind of strats that are more so figured out at the pro level a lot of the time. Great reactions and individual anchor players who know how to react to those kind of strats, but they seem like they're working super well for BetBoom.
Who's this? Is it Siren? Someone threw a mid smoke. Someone threw a window smoke. So let's see if it hits. Looks good.
I think they've fixed it since that initial game.
That would be good to see.
But with the current news at the moment, that may be more of an issue.
Later, it won't affect us at IEM Sydney. The build won't change. We're playing the same patch, if you will.
But at some point, if that's not remedied, then you may see a lot of inconsistent smokes into mid-window on Mirage. Look at this, Nafany's already in the CT spawn. He's where they buy guns, and he hasn't been checked.
Nor will he be. Trigger Discipline is going to allow him to walk further into CT spawn. There's no freebies for him there.
He's not even going to see anyone this round.
He's gone for the
scenic route. Anybody.
It's the Nafany pacifist run in this round, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's just provided some nice info to the boys. And that's really what, you know, being an IGL is all about.
Right.
Doing all the hard work and then giving all of your other players the credit. Except when you're Nafany and you just top stat the event at the same time. That's probably going to be pretty nice. Nexius trying to take any more guns he can away from BetBoom, but another Lovely round from BetBoon. 3-0 for them, 4 players surviving. And they continue this really good run on the T side of Mirage. Similar to what we saw in the game against Vitality. Now up to Mouse to start to respond. They do have these really strong rifling individuals, though, who know how to anchor well, who know how to shut down some of these fast plays, at least in Go. Oh, it missed it. They missed the window smoke again, but they're just running straight out of A. That's a different player. That was a different player. That wasn't a spray transfer.
That's what Mac was talking about. Literally, yesterday I was watching him cast. He says every time you think you see something cool with the spray down, it's always another player. It's got me now as well.
Well, it's a 3-on-3. Mauser peg 2 back. Plants coming down. Reverse default. No, I think it's just on default here.
I've been scammed and I'm mad. Blowing open the smoke. Mouse trying to work their way up through CT. Oh, Xertion. Hold on a moment. Now let's see what Nafany can do. As we've mentioned and highlighted a couple of times already, he's been playing really well individually at this event. And here's a big opportunity to put another nail in the coffin of Mouse's chances on this CT side. Nailed into Sandwich. Won't land. And Nafany is just tucked in the corner at Tetris. Molotov, he's backing on the fact that they don't have a defuse
He didn't have time to put it out.
The smoke won't come through in time. Nafany will win the round.
Oh, you saw the smoke. Look at the smoke on Torsi. He just, the position that he was in holding with the AWP, he did not have time to extinguish that Molotov. And Xertion being that low HP, unfortunately, that's not enough. And BetBoom, despite missing another mid-window. Oh, that was nice. Someone naded open the smoke. I don't know if it was a T side or a CT side, but if someone on CT from jungle, HE naded that smoke and Torsi picked someone on the cross from short, that would have been a nice little piece of teamwork. But look.
Timeout.
BetBoom, yeah, forcing out a timeout here from Mouse. Yeah, really, again, applying the press. Money on the T side is excellent. They just continue to run it down on T side. There's a little bit more to it, you know, it's good timings, it's good utility, but they are very much running at anyone they play against. And so far, it seems very difficult, even for the best teams in the world, to handle.
Here's the window smoke again. Will it land?
Oh dear, guys, this has not been good. I've seen BetBoom miss a lot of smokes, and Shui's going to punish them for it. It's actually unreal. I think we're getting close to the double digits I've seen of BetBoom missing window smokes on Mirage.
Doesn't seem to matter.
Between the game against Vitality and this one.
They're just winning the game anyway. Although, I mean, Nafany, he's just going with pace, and so is Siren, man. Oh, man. Everyone's dead.
This is classic CIS Counter-Strike. Aggressive rifling, running at your opponent and forcing them to pass the firepower test.
W key has been activated. Thought for a brief second that round was going to go okay for Mouse. Not such a nice shot on the entry from Shui, but in the end it will not matter as BetBoomer just threw the map so damn quickly. Holy cow.
No response yet from Mouse. Having a tough time dealing with BetBoom running at them. And with this lead on the T side, BetBoom has just got so much cash to continue to buy, to continue to apply that pressure. It smiles all around. Look at them. They know. We're still getting away with it.
I mean,
they can't stop us.
Yeah, it's got to be getting under the skin of Mouse, for sure, for sure. Especially for...
And you can see, like, that's the thing for BetBoom. Like, you can see from the smiles and the way that they're playing, they believe in it. They're like, they cannot stop us.
No, they can't. I mean, they're not wrong. They're not wrong.
We're just going to keep doing it.
There
we go. We got it. Woo!
Dorsey got in front of it, but no one was peeking yet. And the run boost to get Nafany to the top mid boxes.
It's a bit more of a default round for BetBoom. 1-3-1.
Nah, this is not what we want.
Work in the map.
Where's the W slot?
You got it. It will come, Jordan. It will come.
Okay, I'll wait.
This is, you know, you got to be a bit more nuanced. There's a smoke to top con. But smoke from the CT side's over there on short. They're going to nade it open, and Zorti's going to look for a timing to pick this player in con from Catwalk. Oh, mid-aggression. Mao's looking to crunch. Haven't actually pulled the trigger on that, though. It's a bit of a standoff in middle.
Shui is going to be on the receiving end of that peak, and it's Nafany that gets the kill.
That was a CT nading open the smoke, unfortunately. So that's not gone well for Mao.
Version, full white.
Flash.
And Nafany is doing God's work at the moment. Can he get a little bit more done, or does he even need to? Because Danis and Zorte have struck, and again, it's Frozen who will look to survive on his own.
You can see what they were going for there. You know, similar to the CT side, who often you throw a flash from triple in go, and then a CT will try to pop through the smoke and look for a timing to peek into middle. Usually you saw that in the early to mid round. That time it was Xerxin throwing an HE nade into the smoke from Catwalk, but with the travel time from something like that, it's a very readable play for the T's almost. Sometimes you will get caught from that, but actually, unfortunately, ends up not favouring the CT side. Xerxin nading open the smoke means that I think it was Shui inside Con just gets isolated and picked by BetBoom for free when previously he was a bit safer behind that smoke. You can see BetBoom as well were holding the HE trying to nade open the smoke, so that's actually the play that they wanted to go for, and the CTs just did it for them.
6-0. And money's still pretty dire on that CT side. Nexius was holding on to a Famas for a second there. It looks like he's sold it.
We're 7 rounds into this game, and Mouse has already burned 2 timeouts.
2 out of 3.
It's dire straits. Like, they are actually having big issues with BetBoom right now.
Seems like everyone is at this event, to be fair. How insane of a storyline would that be if BetBoom came into their first Tier 1 CS LAN? It's CS2, by the way, and just won it. Well, that would be a statement.
Look, games like this are one thing.
All right.
Studio game, we're chilling. We're in our comfort zone. In front of 10K people on stage in a semi-final. If they win that, like, I'm already impressed. If they win that, then I'm like, okay, legit. You're legit.
You're all right.
BetBoom timeout of their own after Mouse's timeout.
So Mouse have opted to buy into this round, of course. Lacking util on Xerxin, Shui, Nexius. Shui being the B player as well with just a smoke and a nade. Might not feel too confident about holding on to that side of the map. I like that they've got the little Mouse logo on their notepad there. It's a nice little added touch, isn't it?
It's an official document, Jordan.
Yep.
You gotta make your templates, you know.
Fair enough. Is it Mouse branded paper that they print on? Nah, that would be extra. Just normal paper. Kyron so fast into connector again. BetBoom just out the gates. They don't slow down at all. 1 minute 36 still on the clock, and Kyron is walking his way into jungle. He wants to take the fight to Shui, and that is going to go very nicely indeed. It is BetBoom at their best we're getting to witness in this upper bracket final at IEM Sydney.
Another bloody shot from Zorte.
It just don't stop. Nafany's got another 2.
He's got another 2 through Murder Hole. Oh my god.
He's AWPing in CT.
Frozen's...
What? What?
Frozen has literally been... Every round, Frozen has been like... His whole team has died, and then he's been like, what is going on? He's been rotating around the map.
Where do I go? What do I do?
I've seen more of Frozen trying to work out what's happening.
Is it time to fight fire with fire for Mouse?
That was a nice little strat from BetBoom, by the way. They threw a jungle smoke T side there to help them come up con. Oh, he's having it. They're having a great time. The vibes are immaculate. I've checked the vibes on BetBoom, and as your official vibe inspector, I can approve. Kyron's in ladder room. It's 1 minute 40, Jordan. Kyron's in ladder room. Nafany's peeking underpass.
Underpass.
It's... Are we sure these guys are Russian? This is looking very Chinese right now.
What do you mean? They are literally Russian at the moment. Like,
they are Russian everywhere.
They're Russian all over the place.
I mean, you can't do anything but laugh. This is just destruction. This is CIS Counter-Strike. This is raw aggression and individual skill. This is the power of anime.
BetBoom thinks that the way to get the dub is to press the dub.
What's that dub key?
www.w.com.
www.nafanyWasNotTheProblem.com. or what would it be? .ru or whatever. Their
.gov.
.gov. Yeah, sure.
.edu. Actually, it would be .edu.
Yeah, because we're learning. I'm learning right now.
I'm learning
how to play CS2.
That is true. Let's try out some of these strategies in Premier tonight.
I was trying them out last night. I don't know if you remember.
Yeah, I was getting owned.
I was running it down. Because my hero, Nathany, does it.
Well, the reason he's called Nathany God. You might be seeing why.
Is this another Mouse timeout? That's it, guys. We're 8 rounds in. Mouse have used all of their timeouts.
Haven't even finished the first half. Aye.
Look, Cyclone, he's said all that he can say. Honestly, he's printed the strats on the Mouse branded paper. BetBoom has taken the strats. They've lit them on fire. They've said none of that matters. Shoot me or I'll shoot you.
Yeah. There's only so much you can do in a circumstance like this as a coach. At a certain point, the players just have to get it done. Here comes another window smoke attempt. That one not quite going to connect.
They just miss window smokes almost non-stop and still just...
Oh, who cares? Like, literally, who cares at this
just shoot
point?
him in the head.
You just, yeah. You're out mid anyway. They're out mid. It doesn't matter. Don't need window smokes. How about just don't... Oh,
what? Missed it again! Twice in 1 round!
Oh.
Oh, God. They're going to win this round. They're going to win this round anyway, Jordan. None of it matters.
Nah, they're not. I don't think so. I think this is where the fun stops.
All right.
Oh, goodness me.
You do have to hit at least 1 window smoke, guys.
Oh! Hello.
So sharp.
All right. Zorte, how about that? Let's see if he can do some damage. That's the thing. Money's still pretty bad for the CT side, just faking the sound cue.
Yeah, every gun he can take away at this point makes a difference. Frozen's finally been able to go for one of these flank timings and do something. Maybe. Giving him a bit of a tickle, boys. Ah, there you go. Frozen.
Okay.
He's got it. Cyclone has gone, yes. Yes. We did it.
Boom. That's one. Boom.
2.
That's 2.
And Kyron just jumps into window. Look, that should have worked, to be honest. Like, if Torsi doesn't hit that no-scope, which had a fair deal of RNG involved.
Maybe it was just a plan.
Honestly, Kyron, if he entries window there and they creep out B-apps on the timing, BetBoom probably wins that round.
Ah, a window smoke.
It barely made it. That was very close to not making it.
We got it done. We got it done. But there's a bit of a hole there, isn't there? Going to be smoked off again. I've seen that position a little bit. Jumping up on the little, what is it?
Oh, this is the XE they did before, where they do the wall of smokes and Kyron jumps up on default.
Over. Yep.
Yeah, I love this. Plays a little bit of a one-way. Frozen's aware of it, though. You can see they've done their homework in the meanwhile going out B. Entries are being hit. Danis, yeah, Nathany's going to go down jungle side. Danis, not much for him to do. He's been shut out of B. A 1v3, the CT is quite spread across the map. It's winnable, but he's quite low. Mauser starting to shoot back a little bit. Starting to figure this one out a bit more.
Yeah, maybe that tack pause that they just had actually did make a bit of a difference, because that's where things have started to swing back in the favor of Mouse. Shui will get it done. Look at how good the money is still for BetBoom, though. This is a real grind for Mouse to get even to 4 rounds in the half. Very nice round from Shui.
Yeah, not like BetBoom are going to have any issues continuing to rebuy. They're going to buy out the rest of this half. They're going to take a tack timeout. Try and win out the half. 10-2 if they can. In a shine, giving the boys fist bumps. Obviously plied his trade, I think, as an analyst over there on FaZe for quite a long time. And now he's stepping up from an analyst position into a head coach, which is a little bit of a different skill set. But I think, you know, not only being involved with one of the greatest leadership figures in Counter-Strike in Karrigan, but obviously a veteran like Roban as well. These are going to be great role models for you to learn to be that leader rather than just a stats man.
Seems to be working pretty well for BetBoom. Whatever they're doing, whoever's doing it, is going okay. And here's another set of Util over the top. Looks to be the same set again from BetBoom. Torji, though, has gotten rid of Kyron, so you're not going to see anyone jumping up over the boxes this time around. It's Nafany who has to find the entry. Nade will finish him off, but you're still seeing kills here for BetBoom, and Shui's position is key. They didn't figure there would be anyone behind triple, and so Danis will go down without too much difficulty. It's on the Siren to try to clear that one out, and he does a good job of it. Zorte also struck in the meanwhile. 2-on-1 for Xerxan, though he has Util to play with. The time is not in his favor. Oh, and that nade barely even tickling Siren.
Zorte just jiggling for info here. Doesn't actually catch it across. That provides an opportunity to Xerxan, but a messy spray means that he can't seize hold of it. And a 9th for BetBoom. That wasn't the initial execute working even, really. It felt like Maus dealt with this A-set play quite well. Nice shot from Torzi, has to be said. But look, Siren and Zorte in that XVX. They convert themselves a 2-on-3. Now Maus, money not so good. Down to a Deagle or Nexius, almost no utility. And in a round like this, they're going to have to win a lot of aim duels. That's been an issue for them so far against BetBoom.
Contact out of Palace. Torji is watching. Oh, but he's fallen off the line. Just at the right time, though, for Shui to grab the kill onto Nafany. Torji has been given information on Siren as well, and it is all coming together for Maus in the final round of the half. It's just Kyron, and there's no talk of damage anymore, but still, you'd have to say there's maybe some damaged egos on the behalf of Maus after that 9-3 for BetBoom to kick off the series. Well, that is perhaps the face that Mouse is going to be making after the first half, because they must be shocked. Look at that. Just a soul-crushing stare at absolutely nothing. It is Mouse down 9-3. What a first half that was from BetBoom, running away with it. And they're certainly looking good to close out their map choice of Mirage.
Just raw aggression. Window smoke going in there for Mouse. Only one flash left here. Zorte trying to spam through the edge of the smoke as Mouse start to make some moves towards Connector. 3 players over here for BetBoom though.
Fast up Connector. Maybe taking a leaf out of BetBoom's book right here is Mouse. Nafany though is able to double strike on the entry, and once again it is really not quite so easy as it looks for Mouse. Bomb's in an awkward spot here. Progressed forward into jungle. Does give options for Torzi. And Kyron was just spotted walking into the bottom connector there. So, Info was given desertion, but Kyron's just a little bit better.
Torzi now knows where Kyron was positioned, but unsure of Siren's last known location. So, waiting right now for the CTs to maybe move through. Although he might have, he saw him bottom con, didn't he? Yeah, so he thinks he might be hanging around con. Siren in the meanwhile, repositioning back towards CT side. Both of these players on BetBoom trying to move together. Siren watching the cross, but getting peeked by Torzi. Kyron now on the cross. A critical 2K to win a big pistol round for BetBoom. And Kyron, last half, took 6 of the opening duels out of the 12 rounds.
Torzi was on for the ace there as well. He had 4 out of 4 kills. Needed one more. Ace pistol clutch would have been huge, but no luck.
And we've seen heroics from Torzi in the past for Mouse. I remember that 40 bomb game.
That's true.
It's something to behold. 40 bomb in regulation, I think it was.
Well, Mouse going to take the save. They didn't get the bomb plant down. And Nafany's looking for some more frags. He's already 15-7, but I think he wants to take that #1 spot away from Monacy. Nade over the top. It's going to do a little bit of damage there, but most of the frags are going elsewhere. Zorte and Kyron having the time of their lives, and even the P2000 comes out as well. You can just see BetBoom, the team, oozing with confidence.
They're just laughing. They're just running at Mouse and laughing. No kills there for Mouse, not chipping any money away from the CT side economy. Krieg comes out for Torzi. And AKs across the board. 3 rifles here for BetBoom. Siren even upgrading an M4 in this round, I believe. Nafany's taken the P90 out of Zorte's hands actually this time, so wants to use that over towards the A side of the map. It is a 3-1-1 leaning towards the A side of things for BetBoom, and they have actually stacked correctly.
Yeah, not a bad spot to be playing with the P90. You know you're going to be playing close under balcony, something like that. P90 definitely not going to go astray. He's held onto his smoke as well if he needs it to cancel a Molotov.
Oh, his info denial smokes here from Mouse in middle. Multiple pieces of utility trying to keep Mouse at bay in A ramp for the time being, and Mouse trying to turn this mid control into perhaps an A split. But with Xerxin getting control of ladder, they might be thinking about rerouting perhaps. No, just juggling a few pieces of utility around for the time being.
Here comes the util. Let's see what Nafany can do. He's going to have to smoke himself off. Spam's coming through now as well. That P90 dream might not be on offer, but he's going to go for the swing, and no such success. That said, they haven't cleared Siren in the firebox. They've completely ignored him. Bomb plant not yet gone down for Mouse. Shui not moving a muscle, and Siren. Did he see Shui walk into under balcony? Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. Either way, the kill's not going to go where it needed to. And that'll leave Kyron alone, org in hand. He's hitting his shots at the moment, though. Let's have a look and see how this plays out. Not quite enough. As Frozen gets the timing out from Palace.
Probably see the fours here from BetBoom, I'd imagine. Siren's double eco anyway, and they do have enough money for a couple of rifles here. Mouse, I mean, it was pretty stock standard stuff, really, that T-side gun round. Smoke into windows, smoke to top mid, creates a little bit of space for some of the players to start to make their way in towards middle. And they re-smoke window and smoke top con and then 3 players started to creep out the A side as they try to split up con, and then Xertion playing from ladder, trying to pick the rotations of the CT side. So Mouse, nice gun round for them. Did take a fair few losses though, and with the force coming out here for Bet Boom, they could actually break Mouse's money right on that point.
If they win, of course.
So this is a swing round. This is a chance for Mouse to start to work their way back into this T half. They break the CT side money here. They will get a nice little anti-eco followed by an easier gun round to win due to the lack of utility and maybe the difficulty in buying an ult for Bet Boom.
Big stack into mid. 2 players making the jump out of window into mid. And Siren wants to push his way up. The flash coverage is just a bit too good though from Mouse to allow that kind of aggression from Bet Boom. Still they want to swing, and Kyron's got himself one. Siren spotted out the bomb there as well. This is going horribly wrong for Mouse. Bet Boom.
Oh.
Unbridled aggression.
Xertion's taken the B site, but traded by Zorte. Frozen waiting in Palace, waiting for an A site rotation that he can potentially punish, and Torsi looking for something in middle. Still a minute 20 on the clock. If Mouse cannot 2v4 this round, their money will be broken on map point here.
Well, this is where the star power has to come into effect for Mouse. You've got Torsi and Frozen, probably the 2 that you'd look to in a circumstance like this to come up with something magical. They do have a little bit of time to work with, but they're not together. So first piece of the puzzle is going to be getting Frozen over to Torsi somehow. Torsi can't move, scared of dropping the bomb. And in all this meanwhile, the time ticks away and things get more and more favorable for Bet Boom. 40 seconds left. They have joined forces, but it is taking them a long time to work through middle. And Siren is on an off angle. You'd expect him to probably get one from here. What's the clearance going to look like? Horrible. Torsi, back turned, gives up his life for free. And now it's just Frozen who is going to have to recollect the bomb. Oh, Frozen! What on earth have you just done? The smoke goes through. He's into A. There's nothing that Kyron can do about it. And just like that, as I said, you look for the magic, and there it is. Frozen. Can he convert? Oh, up onto the balcony, a ballsy spot, and Frozen, what a round. That is insane.
4K to save Mouse from being broke on map point. Didn't go well right from the start of the round. Bet Boom aggressing up middle, finding a pick in B apartments. Put them right on the ropes straight from the get-go. They've been on the ropes this entire game.
Bang, bang,
but
here you go.
Maybe this shooting, this clutch, could be the point where things start to turn around for Mouse.
Yeah, watch it and weep if you're a Bet Boom fan. That was something.
That breaks Bet Boom's money as well. That clutch was so massive.
Well, full pistols out for Bet Boom, and Mouse now moving with confidence into the B bomb site. Torsi, knife out, jumping out. And Chewy having his time over toward the A side of the map. Really not too much to say about this one for Bet Boom. Oh, dearie me, Frozen. What are the implications of that going to be on the map? Surely it doesn't break Bet Boom's mental.
No,
they're so far ahead.
I don't think so, but it'll shake them up a little bit. And if this game starts to get a little closer, that's where maybe the pressure is going to start to get on them. You know, they've been laughing. Things have been great while they're front running. But maybe that's going to be, I mean, look, it will feel a little, what's the word? Mouse will feel a little dejected, I think, with the way that this game's been going, but it's those kind of clutches, those kind of massive plays that will fire the boys up and kind of inspire them to try to fight for this map here. Another gun round for Bet Boom, though. This is where we find out, you know, are Mouse going to start to step straight back into this game, or are we back to the regularly scheduled programming? Was that just a brief commercial in between the you know, the anime, the morning anime on Toast TV?
Okay.
No one's going to know that reference.
Toasted TV, that's the old... yeah, you guys know Toasted TV, don't you remember?
Nah, no one's going to know.
All the Aussies know.
The Aussies will know.
Getting up at 8 in the morning, watching some yoga.
You're either watching bloody Toasted TV or you're watching Koshi on Sunrise.
And then Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Hell yeah.
Alrighty. Let's see. 1-3-1 here for BetBoom. Mouse at the moment heavily stacked up in towards B apartments. It's just a singular player in unders, maybe looking to apply some pressure to connector or smoke off window. There's already a top con smoke, and Xerxon can't get in position to smoke window just yet. Mouse looking for this B apartments timing. There's already multiple players here.
Pop flashes out from Nectius. He's on the entry duty, and that's not quite gone the way he wanted it to. Siren looking sharp indeed. Eventually shut down, but Nafany's there for the trade from jail. Bomb is dropped in the middle of the site, and Xerxon, he's up to Nafany's old tricks, but it's just not quick enough. 3-on-2. And Zorte is watching from that cheeky little angle. Undone. Xerxon keeping it alive. Oh, Nafany gets away with a lucky one, and then will finish off Xerxon as well. Maybe the clutch from Frozen won't make much of a difference to the result of the game. And I just want to say, Pilkey, back in my day, it was called Cheese TV, not Toasted TV. I think they rebranded it, but true OGs, no Cheese TV.
Okay. Maybe I'm just hungry and I'm confusing foods. All right, last chance here for Mouse. Not the buy that they would have wanted to be working with. Down to a Galil, somewhat limited util, Tech 9, Mac 10. Forte mollied out a con here. Mouse again looking for this B apartments timing after a little bit of pressure in middle. BetBoom once again are in this 1-3-1, but starting to trend back towards that B site crossfire. In comes the exit.
Siren once again to receive. He got Kyron there to help him out, and actually it's just going to be Kyron now. Flashes are popping all over the place. He can't see properly, and so Frozen will strike, and Nafany tries to creep out through to Africa. It's not going to work for him. 2-on-4.
Going to save. This time, Mouse hitting their entries. Siren did a good job of shutting down that B apartments play in the round previous, but when he can't get as much work done, Mouse will continue to extend their lives here. Bit of a late run into this game, but similar to what I was saying in the game for complexity. You know, in a game that hasn't been going your way, you know, MR12, you only have so much time to kind of turn things back around. To be able to scrape a couple of rounds together, make your opponent feel a little bit more mortal, make your opponent feel a little bit more beatable, can definitely affect mental going into the next game. And I think that that complexity series was the perfect example of it. Although they got pummeled by Electronic on Ancient, Complexity scraped some rounds together towards the end of that and then brought a lot more energy into Inferno and won it very handedly. So whether this game goes the way of Mouse or not, these late couple of rounds coming their way on the T side are definitely going to help them out in terms of just getting themselves more situated to play some good Counter-Strike, even if it doesn't happen in this map. And let's be real, they're only 5 rounds trailing. This is an anti-eco with only 2 saved rifles, 2.4k loss bonus. Like, this is very doable to reach for OT here for Mouse.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, look, I think 12-7, you look at that scoreline, it's MR15, you think, okay, not in a bad spot. But when you know that there's one round, all the BetBoom needs is one round, it doesn't leave you a lot of wiggle room. Nexius, nice entry this time from him onto Siren. To be fair, BetBoom still a little bit shaky in this round in terms of the investment that they've got. 1 step at a time for Mouse. That's what they're going to have to be focusing on right now.
Just another save here on the AWP and the rifle. Pistol is most likely going to look for exits perhaps, or maybe not even. 8th for Mouse, 4 rounds away. And the CT side economy can be a bit fickle. At least going to be 1 anti-eco in there. So look, 2 or 3 gun rounds, Jordan. Ooh, nice. Took a rifle away.
Yeah, look, I'm starting to believe, I'm starting to pick up what you're putting down. And if that were to happen, then you'd have to really look at Frozen and say, wow, what an impact round that was.
What a play.
But we're not there yet. I mean, it was a sick play. But those are the kinds of rounds that are forgotten about if you end up losing the map. But if you go on to then win this map, win the series, go through the playoffs of IEM Sydney, that's a round that people are going to be talking about. Still, more work yet to be done from Mouse. And BetBoom have got another buy.
Mouse have been hitting a lot of B-apps timings. That's something that BetBoom will have to respect going forward here. But Mouse this time looking like they're just going to keep hammering home the point. Once again, running a 1-4. Shui applying a lot of pressure towards middle. 3 smokes over there for Mouse. He's up connector. This is allowing the cat rotator to float on over, and although he's been picked, the rest of Mouse are going into the B site with force, and it's another entry from Nexius.
Oh, another
double
2.
entry.
Okay, he's really starting to come into his own now. 10 and 14, picking the pace up, that's for sure. Good trade from Xerxen, spamming through that smoke. Gets Nafany. BetBoom now have to really look and dig deep. To be fair, we've already seen they have the ability to do that on this map. They went to OT against Vitality. They were able to get the win there. The pressure is certainly mounting now on BetBoom. Mouse have been playing under that pressure pretty much this entire map. But you're starting to sense a shift in momentum.
This is where, I mean, Mouse has hit the B-Apps timing and made it work multiple rounds in a row despite it not working the first time. They continue to go for that B-Apps play, continue to play the 1-4s. 3 of them died at the bomb. That's not going to be great for their money, actually. What's the money like on Mouse?
Not too bad.
Not too bad, not too bad. But still, look, at the end of the day, I think Mouse, they're going to need a little bit more depth than just going into this B play every day, but every single round. But it is going to force some kind of response out of BetBoom. You know, BetBoom are going to have to respect the fact that they keep dying to these B-Ups timings. Going to have to make some adaptations, which is why you're seeing a tactical timeout. They're going to have a bit of a chat. This is where Shui... Oh, it's a tech pause, actually. This is where Shui is going to really show his stripes as an IGL. Understanding how BetBoom will have to adapt and respect that B-Apps play and where that might open up some space elsewhere on the map. You could see what Mouse were trying to go for. But Shuhei, you know, working into mid. They tried to make it look like a default. He was essentially trying to sell them a bill of fake goods about, you know, what Mouse's plans were in that round to open up that apps timing, and he did a fantastic job of it. Either way, into round number 22 here. Money not so great for BetBoom. They're going to have to take a save around these couple of rifles. But look, 2 M4s and an AWP. I've seen weaker buys get it done.
Sure.
2 Deagle armors.
Well, BetBoom have been doing it tough in the last few rounds, though, so have to favour Mouse here. Nade straight into the smoke. Oh, Sorte. You can see he's disappointed with that one in the player camp. Now it's Torsi's turn. Doesn't look like he's quite going to get the opportunity. Sorte not peeking all the way up over the stairs. Shui wants to pressure out of A ramp. Definitely lining up for an A hit for Mouse, and Xerxen has caught Sorte, so he has been punished for missing that shot earlier on. Ooh. Siren just going to bang Xerxen out of the window. I don't want what you're selling. That's what he says. AK did fall back down into mid, so not retrievable for BetBoom.
Yeah. One rifle on either side. Nexius creeping up jungle, one player back of apps. Mouse kind of rerouting around middle, trying to join up with Nexius. He will pick up Danis, and unfortunately Siren missing a couple of shots. Does lose a little bit of HP, but he's been able to clean up Nexius.
Yeah.
In comes this A split though.
Player on short's going to be the big difference maker here. Kyron timing in front of the Molotov. He's up into ladder room, but in the meanwhile, Nafany's gone down for Frozen. And Shui will get the last kill. Mao's 2 steps away now from securing a fantastic comeback into OT.
That was the half buy though for BetBoom. And things did get a little dicey for a second there. Again, smokes into window, top mid smoke and smoke into window from the T side here of Mouse, who are spread a little bit further around the map. Shuhei given some smokes and some utility to be able to throw towards the A side of the map here, while the rest of Mouse again look to go for one of these B apps timings. Smoke to market being readied by Xerxen. This honestly looks like a little bit of a double pump. They're smoking into B here, trying to pull out the util and the rotations for BetBoom, and they have baited out those rotations, but now comes the util from Shuhei. He throws a smoke to top con. And BetBoom, you can see by the way they're moving, they're unsettled. In comes the double pump here from Mouse.
Nexius again on that same entry line into B. He's looking for Kyron and he's found him. He is hunting everyone down on the B bomb site. He eventually gets his comeuppance, but look at that from Mouse. They are just way too clean on these B entries. Oh, one after the other.
They're just playing with BetBoom. The conditioning and the different layers and different timings that Mouse are hitting this B site on is not something that BetBoom can deal with. And that has worked an absolute treat. That's what I'm talking about when I refer to it as a double pump. Smoke into market and a little bit of a util set over the B site was simply just something to draw a rotation for BetBoom, make it look like they had conditioned BetBoom to respect that B fake, draw the rotations out and then take the mid space. But really, they're all just trying to push and pull BetBoom's rotations, pull them back towards the B site and then make it look like they're taking con, and then they hit B.
Yeah, wow.
And BetBoom's completely out of position.
One round to go for Mouse. BetBoom down to the last scraps of their money. XM for Kyron, MP9 for Danist. They're lacking utility across the board. But sometimes these are the hardest rounds to get over the line. Mouse, one more required.
Yeah, Sirens deep in B apps this time. Smoke to top middle, and again, it's the util set here from Shuhei, making them worried about the B site here, but with the deep control, they're not so worried. Kyron top balcony, able to find that kill in towards Palace. This could be it.
Zershan's burning as well. This is really starting to get unsettled for Mouse. The Molotov is going to keep Kyron at bay, so they're safe in onto the site now. And the plant, not yet chance. Do they even want to go all the way into CT?
Shuhei's re-clearing Palace. Mouse are taking CT control here.
Oh, he's found
That's a freebie onto Kyron. Now the rest of BetBoom only able to play from Con and Stairs side.
Okay, plant is going down for Torzi. Bit of spam through the boxes, but he'll be fine. And now he can set up on that jungle line. In the meanwhile, Nexius has gone down. Torji swaps back over to the CT side. And that is nice because it's getting cleared out by Zershan. Danist is already pushing his way in. He's only got an MP9 to work with. Smoke down on the bomb. I'm not sure that's going to be enough with two players still alive here from Mouse. Shui in the Palace. The defuse is on. The peak is coming through. The shots are in onto Zorte and Danist. And Mouse have secured the overtime. Oh dear, BetBoom are going to be looking at that and thinking, what on earth has happened to our game of Mirage? It all started with that clutch from Frozen.
Yeah.
And now here we are.
Started with the clutch from Frozen and followed up by some impeccable calling from Shuhei. Mao's just absolutely playing with BetBoom on the comeback train here, hitting different timings, coming out B apartments. And Nexius, they just took all of his decision-making out of the equation that half. He was just sent on the entry duty straight through B. Now out middle, Zershan finds another entry onto Siren. BetBoom trying to fight it back, but punished.
Oh, man.
They've got to be getting frustrated. These angels they were taking so easily before are starting to be punished by Mouse.
Yep. You'd be pissed at this point, that's for sure, especially with Zershan being on 1 HP. That mid-fight could have gone a completely different way had Zershan lost the duel. But instead it ended up being 2 for 0 initially. Oh, Nexius onto Nafany. Nice headshot. BetBoom, how many in a row have they now lost? Zorte gets banged out by Shui. 6 at the end of the half. This will be the 7th in a row for Mouse. And the 10th out of the last 11 rounds. There was one cheeky one in there for BetBoom to get them to map point, but man, this CT side has been very lackluster indeed. And Mouse are back.
They've taken the lead for the first time this game with that win in the first round of overtime. And I think that really tells you about the shift in momentum you're seeing here. Danis trying to hold on to the M4. Did he? I don't know if he held on to it.
Sounded like someone died just there.
Somebody died. I don't know who died.
Zorte. Was it Danis?
Oh, we'll see.
Must have been
Have a look
Danis.
at the scoreboard.
Pretty sure. Pretty sure he died.
Tell you what, you keep an eye on it.
I'm eyeing it.
And look, I think given another timeout in OT, I believe, but they're not going to take it just yet. P90 comes out for Zorte here. Running straight into Palace. Double headshot again from Frozen.
He's unreal. Well, forget about whatever happened at the end of the last round because it is time for Mouse to walk their way into A now. Smoke's into CT. Nade's going to blow open that smoke. No one seen behind it.
Dennis did die, but
he did die. Yeah.
Cool. We've resolved that mystery. Oh, Xerxin working his way up catwalk. Mao's just cutting noise, waiting for BetBoom to make a mistake while Xerxin goes and finds the information. He's essentially a glorified money man, but firmly now Mao start to extend their utility over towards top con, but Xerxin walking into the B site for free brings the boys back. He was the lurking contingency plan here for the T side. Mao's now almost certainly going to have secured themselves a 14th. Kyron going to punish him for maybe over-aggressing a little on market side, but they know both the CTs are on this A side of the map, and Mao's know they're going to be able to waltz straight into the B side just as easily as they did in most of those rounds in regulation.
Yeah, Frozen going to keep them honest over toward A as well. And in the worst case for BetBoom, hunt a couple of those players down. I'm sure he's heard Kyron jumping around. That'll be an easy one for Frozen. There's another one from him. I mean, this is the kind of game that people are talking about when they're highlighting Frozen as such an exciting up-and-coming player.
He's been around for a long time. He's not up-and-coming anymore. He's here.
I suppose you're right. Yep.
And I think he is the only player left that was in the original Mao's roster. The rest of these guys are the academy players, so he's the least up-and-coming player on Mao's probably.
When you look at it in context of, you know, people like Rops, for example, have moved from this role, from this roster into bigger names, bigger teams, and become superstars in their own right. I think people are still kind of sleeping on Frozen in a sense.
Yeah. Look, we'll pick up on that again. But traffic jam in mid-window. Double AWP comes out, and both of them actually connecting onto Nexius, one of them legging him.
Well, he was very dead at that point.
A bit of overkill here. It's a triple AWP. I was just looking at the double AWP. It's a triple AWP for BetBoom.
Hey, man, if whatever they're doing right now is not working, so let's just go for it.
Okay.
Why not?
Yeah, all right. Yeah. Triple AWP, I guess. Torsi able to peg one back, though.
1 versus 3 for Torsi.
So far he's taken one with him. Kyron on the push through B apartments, though, is the sniper that he wasn't ready for.
All right. Well, Xerxin, let's see if he can do something pretty special here. Decent start to the 1-on-4, but that is pretty awkward indeed. So 13-14 is the scoreline at the end of the first half of OT. BetBoom get themselves 1.
And this is the interesting thing, right? They were running at Mao's when it was working. They got themselves a 9-3 T-side half. But after a big comeback and momentum change from Mao's, are they going to be feeling as confident on their T-side here, BetBoom, now that they moved into overtime? Are they going to continue running at Mao's the way they were when this game started?
Well, that is a very good question.
Looks like they're going to go for this fast play into A.
Molly didn't keep them at bay quite so much.
Okay, the answer is yes, absolutely they are.
That is the answer, isn't it? Oh God, it's a T-sided game right now, ladies and gentlemen. Don't play CT side.
Welcome to CS2. Oh my lord.
I think they removed the CT side from the game.
What about that 10-man we played last night where we 12-0'd on T-side and then you guys were like 8-0 on T-side following that?
Yep.
It was 20 rounds of T in a row.
Funnily enough, that was on Mirage.
That was on Mirage too, yeah.
Okay. Enough shenanigans. 14-14. We're equalized once again. By the way, now that we're in OT, we're playing Counter-Strike Global Offensive again. 16-14 is what we're looking for. Otherwise, we go to another OT. Which direction are we going to be headed in?
Nafany, about 100 words per minute right now. Directing the boys. Big play out A last time. Absolutely hits the mark for BetBoom to equalize this scoreline in overtime here. Smoke into window. Nafany Looking to throw some utility pressure over towards the B side of the map. Torzy refreshing the ramp smoke and going to nade it open for Frozen, but Frozen inside of the smoke. At least able to go 2 for 1. Mouse and gives them the man advantage. Another one for Torzy. Blows open the smoke as he initially intended. And Nafany cannot turn this round back around. Zorti 1 on 4. A bit of a slower round goes awry for BetBoom.
Zorti. Going to see if he can do his own attempt at what Frozen was able to do earlier on in this map for Maus. Molotov to get tossed to the jungle. Smoke went over to Connector. He's got time to work, but the rotations come through from the CT side and that double swing. Oh no, maybe it's gone wrong. Shui will hold on to it. I thought for a second there might be a bit of a spray down 1-2 punch and put it in the 1-on-1. But Maus now have their own map point. Is something BetBoom had plenty of, were not able to convert. So Maus, if they were to get it done in 1, that would be a statement gauntlet thrown down, or maybe even slapped in the face of BetBoom.
P90 comes out for Nafany when he's up against the ropes, and a creek for Kyron. Scoped weaponry hits the mark here. Assertion hits the deck. And look at this, it's the 5-man approach again for BetBoom, straight through middle. They were doing this against Vitality.
Charging up Connector, Shui can only get himself one. It was Nafany, so P90 out of the picture, but Nexius into mid. Oh no! It's a bit of a whiff. And I think we might be headed toward overtime number 2. Let's see if Torzy and Frozen can do it again. They've won a 2-on-4 already. Although, let's be real, that was mostly just down to Frozen. But Torzy was there. And it was a 2-on-4.
He was there. He was present.
He existed.
Oh, Kyron.
It might go the same way again.
Nah.
Frozen having to touch it himself.
They're getting this plant down on the B site. Looking like a nice after plant for them. Frozen think spotted on the cross there from Siren. It's going to be the receiver of a headshot this time rather than the sender. And BetBoom. Look, there's smiles again. Kyron's had a nice round for himself. He just seems like he's bringing a really good energy for BetBoom. Like, after he has a good round, I think that's really going to help the vibes of the team, despite the fact that this is a bit of a slog. And let's be honest, they're no strangers to playing overtime of Mirage. We've had 2 of those, by the way. I think we've brought the curse with us, Jordan.
Yep.
Those who know. We won't go into it unnecessarily.
That's all you need to know.
Yeah, UCS. Classic. So look, BetBoom, no strangers to overtimes on Mirage. Already had to play one in their opener against Vitality.
Well, I'm just starting to think how long this night could be.
Yeah, it could be here for a while.
Okay. What's convo going on at the player booth?
Kind of a tech pause, I believe. BetBoom moving into this next overtime, though, on their T side, I believe. So,
remaking the round.
Remaking.
Something's happened. And then
well, you can't
timer.
say it's because of a misbuy because they can just sell that now.
That's true.
I'm loving Kyron. This guy's hilarious.
Tech pause at 15:15. As if the stakes couldn't get any higher. I want to see Shui get up and squeeze the chicken if they win. Makes a very loud noise.
They're quite experienced at choking the chicken, I believe.
I am, yes. That's right. We had one in the talent room and I was doing it there.
Oh, God. It's been a great game. Actually, BetBoom, I think, have delivered the best games that I've been watching so far at Sydney.
Definitely. They've been fun to watch. I think they're going to be really fun to watch in the arena as well. You know, obviously they're guaranteed to make it to either the quarters or the semis. And the way that they play, that's going to get everyone riled up. For sure. For sure it is.
But will they be in the quarters or the semis? That's what
Jury's
we're
out
gonna
at the
find
moment.
Mouse, on the other hand, had no business being in overtime. Let's be honest, this game was done and dusted for BetBoom. Should have been over a long time ago. But big impact play from Frozen. Definitely pumped up and inspired the boys. Shui, some great T-side calling. Secured themselves a 12-12, and now let's wipe that slate clean.
So apparently BetBoom took a tack timeout in that tech pause, so I'm not sure what's going on there, whether or not it counts. Just been told it does count as their one tack timeout for this half of OT, or for this set of OT. That's interesting.
Pick for Zorte. Nafany tries to abuse that and jump into window. That pulls the rotation off of B, and BetBoom step immediately into that space.
Oh, Nexius, he's on the entry duty on the CT side. Oh, double kill. Doesn't quite get the third there. Danis.
What's he doing with the
jumping Glock? Don't know. Doesn't matter. It worked for a moment until he was traded back down, and now it's on to Zorte. Has to go to retrieve that bomb. We'll have time to plant if he's quick here, but obviously he's wary of what could be happening on the site, and so he'll end up actually giving time for Frozen to creep all the way in through apps.
Presents multiple 1v1 timings for Zorte to potentially abuse. Going to have to be very quick with the flicks, though. Xerxin has repositioned himself in towards Palace, so both of Maus playing these one-and-done positions where essentially they are just waiting for the plant. Not something that Zorte is going to be able to attempt before he can pick up the C4.
He's just getting absolutely nothing from the Mouse players right now.
Yeah, they're giving him nothing intentionally, but the footsteps heard, and now Xerxin is going to start his rotation over towards Market. Frozen, spotted out.
It's putting more pressure on Zorte. Nade into the smoke. It's not going to be fooling Frozen. If he really wanted to get that one, probably needed to throw a silent one. But in the end, he'll at least get the bomb plant down. Cops a bit of damage on the way through there, and Xerxin won't let him stand up. So Mouse will start the second OT with a victory.
These CT gun rounds for Mouse were hard to come by in regulation. So to kick off this overtime with one of them, I dare say that, yeah, exactly like you're seeing from Cyclone, that's going to be a feel-good moment. This is really where they've been struggling, and they lost the opening pick as well in that round. Nice little recovery in the 4-on-5. Good stuff for Nexius. His A4 has been pretty good. He's been hitting a couple multi-frags on B.
Yep.
Oh, here's the wolf pack straight through middle, just 5-man, running into window and connector.
Ah, ha, ha. Chewy was prepared for it this time around. They've adapted, improvised, and overcome. Gotten that opening double. Well done from Mouse. A bit of an awkward one there for Nexius.
Karen jumps in window. Torsi well aware that someone could be walking through murder hole and punishes. In the meanwhile, BetBoom rerouting back towards this B site. Sessions here with the smoke. There is a molly to push him out of position, but Siren very low here. And with Danis going underpass with the bomb, I dare say that this is going to be some kind of a B fake with just a U-tilt to hope that Danis can maybe creep up corner or jump into window here and win the round.
Well, he is going to jump into window. I don't know whether or not Torsi would have heard that. It seems like he certainly has, because he's really paying attention to the murder hole. And he now is hearing Danis jumping around in jungle, so he'll just creep his way through. And at this point, that's going to be pretty much the round over, you'd think. What's more impressive about this as well is that's 2 on the CT side.
That's what I was going to say. 2 in a row on CT. I think Maus are understanding this is their game now. And BetBoom, they're going to be feeling very deflated after being up 9-3. Feeling like they were unstoppable on the T side. They're starting to run out of steam here.
To be fair, it's going to be hard to keep up that kind of pace.
Timeout here for BetBoom. Do get an additional timeout as we head into overtime. So time to have a little bit of a chat about how to secure this 16th round. They haven't had to consider the fact that T-side rounds might be hard to come by so far this game.
All right, those instant window smokes. Here we go again. They're in the highlight.
Yeah, got it this time.
Got it.
Palace pop.
Yeah, it's faster play from BetBoom. This has been their bread and butter. But Zershin, he's going to gobble all that up. Frozen and Stewie as well, able to strike. It is a little bit too easy for Mouse, apparently, as BetBoom very much have run out of steam. It's going to be 3 on the CT side of OT number 2 for Mouse. Nothing Zorte can do about it, and that is 18-15. One more required for Mouse, and they will have completed the comeback.
Yeah, started shutting down those Palace pop plays. Like, this is why you can't just run these kind of strats usually against Tier 1 teams. Like, these Tier 1 teams, their anchor play is very good at shutting them down. They understand how to react to them. It's the kind of thing that will usually get you wins a lot more against opponents who are going to make some more mistakes. So BetBoom, I think, you know, I was putting it down to the Pika advantage, to the ability to play aggressively, working for them. But Mouse, I think, are really starting to shut that down. Again, smoke to top mid and window, and Mouse just going back to what was working for them. These B-Apps plays have been impossible for BetBoom to defend.
One smoke over the top for the window, and the rest of the lads jumping out with the layered flashes. There's a Molotov on the short as well, and it's Nexius again who opens the account for Mouse. He's doing exactly what he's intended to do. He's been given a hard job, and he's been answering that call quite nicely for Mouse. Now it's just 2 members left alive for BetBoom. Zorte and Danis trying to retake the B bomb site with a double AWP setup. It's just never going to work, and BetBoom are going to be so disappointed at seeing how that map played out, because it was theirs, hook, line, and sinker, but they got baited and outsmarted by Frozen. And in the end, it is Mouse that will walk away with map 1 of the upper bracket final. And they really do have to congratulate Frozen, because he was the one that gave them the chance at that comeback.
Some words being said over in the BetBoom camp here. Siren was the B-site anchor that was getting exploited all the time in regulation. And there in overtime, again in the last round, Mouse cracks open the B-site, and Nafany there, you can see his reaction, but Nafany there at the end of the game, I think having some choice words to say about his performance defending B there.
Yeah, it definitely did seem like one of those situations that wasn't all sunshine and roses, unfortunately, for BetBoom. And to be fair, you're not expecting that is going to be the case. I think it's even worse when you're up so solidly, and you almost, at that point, have kind of said, all right, well, this map's over. We just need to get one more round. Let's already start thinking about Ancient. But then it swings all the way back. This was the round. This was the round from Frozen that got it all started at 11-4 for Mouse. The comeback begins.
Yeah, I mean, it starts from that clutch, but it really was Shui also being worth his weight in gold. There's a reason why Mouse wanted him back so badly from Gamer Legion after he showed success with that roster. His ability to call these different variations of the B-side execute and drag Mouse back into this game with some really, really nice layered calling, constantly playing with the rotations of BetBoom and keeping Mouse in this match really, really made the difference. Nexius was pretty good as well, I have to say. Decent multi-fragging on the A4, but definitely, like we said, just given the job where an inexperienced player with good mechanics who, you know, is given direction can find you impact, because he was just sent in on the entry duties into the B site. And more often than not only was he just someone to martyr, someone to entry for Mouse and set them up in a post plan, I would say 75-80% of the time, he found the B-side entry.
He did, yeah, he really did a great job. He went 19 and 23. I think he ended up getting 11 assists in there as well. So even if he's not getting that kill, he's doing, you know, a lot of damage to a player or something similar. So, you know, they've kind of given him a really tough role. Entering is not obviously a role that tends to have a lot of success. But as you said, I mean, he really did hold his own, I thought, and that's very much what you are going to require again from a substitution position. We had no expectations for Nexius essentially, and I think he's gone above and beyond there for Mouse. And look, again, obviously, massive clutch from Frozen is kind of what makes it all possible. I think if that doesn't happen, the game's done, map's over pretty much for BetBoom, because that would have ended up being 12-4 had he not won that. And I don't know, are you coming back from that one? I mean, yes, Mouse, you can see the mental fortitude was there, so maybe it was possible in the end. But either way, look, they did get themselves a dub. They did get it off the back of Frozen winning that clutch, and then massive string of rounds going the way of Mouse. And now the pressure's back on for BetBoom. Big change up in the storyline that we were talking about at the start of this series, where we were thinking, hey, BetBoom, they're looking great. They might be on for the dub here at IEM Sydney. But as soon as they find that one bit of pressure leading in their direction, things start to crumble. And that's not a good look for them going into the more difficult stages of the competition.
No, definitely. It's great when you're front running. It's great when you're winning. And when you're running at the other team, you're laughing. Things are going great. But once you start to get put under the press, can you deal with it? That's what good leadership is about. It's nice to be a leader when all of your calls are going well, but when things go badly, you got to accept some accountability. You got to be able to make the adjustments, and you got to be able to pick the boys up after throwing a big lead like that.
Well, it should be no surprise that the Air Force aim high is going to go in this direction. It is Frozen who gets that one. And I mean, how many times do we have to say this guy's name? 26 kills. Multi-kills of 6 and 1.63 KD, and it wasn't just that. It was also the massive clutch that he picked up. 1 on 3.
Yeah, that was the spark that turned things back around for Mouse. So look, great stuff from Mouse. I think as well, people talk a lot about the ability of teams to adapt in the MR12 format, that a lot of the time you don't have the chances to adapt, but Mouse did. The thing is, clawing things back all the way on the T side and being able to actually move into overtime and have more chances to actually shut down BetBoom style, I think you showed that. And it's a reason why a lot of these underdog teams that you haven't seen too much before, and especially we say this usually about Oceanic or Asian teams when they find success, is like the underdogs will come out with a nice style or a nice read and they can have success initially. But once these top teams in the world play you for a couple of rounds or a couple of maps and you show a few more of your strats and they adapt, that's where we get to find out if you actually can cut the mustard at the tier 1 level.
Well, that is now what we're wondering as well for BetBoom. Are they going to be able to cut the mustard here going into the rest of the series? That is one map down. It has gone the way of Mouse, and now Mouse get to move into their own pick of Ancient as well. BetBoom against the ropes. Can they survive? Let's find out after the break.
He's pushing smoke, bro. What's he trying so hard? Jesus Christ, man.
Summer is over.
He's so blind. 1 close.
It's time to try hard. Join the first CS2 League season.
Market, door 1. Cat dead. Let's go.
Win your share of $214,000 on your path to ESL Pro League.
You love it, you wear it,
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
To my face, tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of what you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you.
We are back, and it doesn't seem like much has changed in the Bet Boom camp. Still some choice words being had. Nafany, I don't know. How's he feeling? Is he looking happy? Is he looking frustrated? I think a mixture of both, and they obviously are aware of how important this series can be. Pilski, this is for a guaranteed top 4 placing at IEM Sydney. It puts you straight through to the semi-final. Bet Boom, it feels like they've blown up one of their best chances in that game on Mirage, but here we go on to Ancient. We'll see if they can manage to strike back against Mouse and push us through to a third map.
Yeah, Ancient as the second map was a big momentum swing in the last series that we did. I think we already had multiple momentum swings just in that first map alone.
Yep.
Crazy streaks of rounds for Bet Boom, followed by Mouse, who almost certainly bring that momentum here into Ancient. Let's see if Bet Boom can change that narrative now. Moving on to the CT side, they're straight down middle. It's again just raw aggression out of Bet Boom, wanting to take fights, wanting to take space on the map, and Mouse in the meanwhile just setting up for a creep out onto this A site and a relatively easy after plan as CT has been smoked off. Nafany can't really see a whole lot of anything. Bet Boom now starting to reroute to Donut.
Yes, fast in there. Doesn't look like Mouse or Bet Boom want to shy away from the fight, and maybe it should have gone a different way for Mouse because Kyron has banged a couple of heads off, and now in pole position is Bet Boom to win this round. Though, what is going on here? Torchy has gone through the CT smoke, and he's off to the races over toward the B bomb site. He will definitely get at least a plant. And if Shui can take maybe one more with him.
That plan is huge. Like, even though they can't win this pistol, it'll be some kind of insane round
Never
from
say
Torsey.
never.
Hold on.
Glock already picking up one onto Kyron. Time ticking away here. And here's another one for Torchy. Just needs to get that headshot onto Nafany. Has to get the reload off as well somehow. I don't know that he's going to be given the chance there by Bet Boom.
Oh my god.
We're not so great from the CT side. Torchy really would have had a chance there.
I think Bet Boom are just done in this series if they lose at 1v4.
Oh, that would have been
I got to be honest, like after losing Mirage in that fashion, if they lost that pistol, they would have been very tilted. That would have been a very nervy moment for Bet Boom. Has to be said. They did secure it, but what I was going to say is Mouse, they had no hope of winning that pistol. I was wrong about that. But even so, a bomb plant there from Torsey is absolutely massive. Even if they can't secure the pistol, it's going to allow them to keep the press on this T side. And with Torsey multi-fragging as well, he'll almost certainly have enough for AK and armor.
There is the AK for Torsey. Insertion that's going to be sent out into mid first. No real attempt at presence there from Bet Boom beyond the util being tossed in.
Respecting the top mid and donut smoke. Xertion going to be left behind, I'd imagine, at Red Room, which is something similar we saw Mouse actually doing in their last few Go games we got to cast. You'd like to set up Xertion to lurk Red Room and then maybe go for a bit of a 1-4. And I think that's kind of what Mouse are already angling to do in the first place. Mid-round aggression, though. Double thing from Zorte. He's doubled up there. Is forced by not going the way that Mouse would have wanted, and the AK's been dropped behind in middle. Mouse given control of the B site in the meanwhile. It would have to be a 2-on-5 from Shuhei and Nexius. But a bomb plant, again, going to help keep that economic pressure on Bet Boom regardless, who want to try to close this 4-on-2 cleanly.
Yeah, I mean, obviously at this point, name of the game for Mouse is just to get a little bit more economic damage out. And then start to think about winning the round if they can find 1 or 2 picks here quickly. Oh, double setup on the ramp. Kyron's already been dealt with by Shui, and he is going to get that headshot onto Nafany as well. Nexius is definitely on for something here. If he can get that defuser out of the picture, that would have been a lot of damage to the CT economy.
There was no kid on Siren. If he just connected one bullet, Jordan, he would have won that round.
Already a lot of economic damage, though, to Boom, losing 3 guns in a round like that. Bomb plant went down for Mouse.
Yeah, they're going to reforce here for sure. And this just hasn't been as solid of a start for Bet Boom. They're still converting the rounds, but the nerves definitely going to be high. Barely scraped through a pistol they should have won, and then again in another round that they should have won fairly handedly. Almost drop it if Nexius had just connected 1 bullet on the defuser. Mouse switching up the pace now. Crip up the B ramp here.
Nafany in the pole position to do the defending, but his head is going to be deleted by Nexius, and the rest of the soldiers will fall.
That's a round that's over in 15 seconds flat.
That is a round. That is one of the rounds of all time for Bet Boom.
But with all the damage they took in the last round, they are broke. Siren just trying to hold on to this A4 if he can. But Mouse, despite the fact they haven't picked up any rounds, all of these rounds have looked attainable for them. And now when they finally go and pick one up, it feels like, it was only a matter of time, really.
Well, I'm not sure that Siren's going to get away with this M4 now.
Torsi as well, being the one to kill him, is going to be able to upgrade his Galil. So not only does Mouse pick up that round, but also they pick up 2 rifles, which is going to be a nice economy swing for the T side. Not only do they bankrupt BetBoom, force them on a double eco, which will almost incentivize them to force, almost certainly incentivize them to force. Mouse also picks up a whole bunch more economy off the back of that. So if they win this anti-force versus pistols and a couple of shotties, they are sitting pretty here on T-side Ancient.
The deep CT smoke into mid, but that is really not keeping Mouse at bay. There's no coverage from Molotovs or nades. Mouse just walk their way out into mid. They control all of lane as well. It's the perfect start to the round.
Ooh, XM spotted out. Chewy jump spotting. Wants to take the duel with them. Nexius able to trade one back. Dennison, meanwhile, under a lot of fire over towards Cheetah, but he's able to maintain control of that part of the map.
No gun retrieved for BetBoom, though. So still working with substandard weaponry. Although some might argue that the XM's pretty good now. Or always has been. Not me, though. So Mao's are going to work together to try to clear out Cheetah and then move their way into cave.
Molly, close cave will probably polish off Danis here, but they don't want to make a sound cue.
A lot of damage onto Nexius, but he does manage to hit that shot, get that entry. They need to clear out the cutout as well. Siren doing a good job from there, and Kyron alongside Siren hold on to the B site, and that's a big round to win for BetBoom. You can see what it means. They are pumped after that one.
This game just hanging in the balance right now. Mao's able to reinvest here. AKs and armor across the board for all of them, but look at those AKs picked up for BetBoom. It's a big economy swing, fight over middle from both of these teams going to be critically important as Mao's try to retake it after the initial utility, and they found that first entry.
Yeah, it's gone a bit messy there for Kyron. Shui getting that open, and Thurston with the Tech 9 almost catches Siren off guard as well. Still, what that means for Mao's is they recognize the A player is in Donut. They can scale out and take all of Temple. Line's going to go down here as well. It's a ballsy one from Nexius. The coverage is just about there from Torsi, and Nexius gets himself on as well. Quick as you blink. Mouse have won another round. We're right back into the swing of things. 3-2. Blow for blow.
Danis double eco as well as Kyron, so they once again opt to force. It's going tit for tat, really. In these opening portions of the round, trying to wrestle control of this game and the economy. Once again, XM coming out for Zorte. Much better looking buy for Mouse, but we've already seen the shotguns and the pistols get it done for BetBoom in a round previous. Kyron, only 12 bullets left to play with the rest of the round. Oh, the beat ramp push. Frozen is sweating bullets right now.
He's not doing any more sweating, he's dead.
Force buys, man. Danis. AK picked up, takes Sershin's head off as well.
This has got to be getting so frustrating for Mouse now.
Yeah, their money's broke. BetBoom, this is the clean round that you were waiting for from them. You know, it's kind of been in the balance. Oh, that's a messy spray. Torsi barely clinging to life, but does get cleaned up. Look at that, though.
3 AKs
5 alive.
in
Yeah, AKs picked up. Massive economy swing for the CT side. Nafany's happy about that. And BetBoom, I think they now realize that they are in the pole position here on Ancient. Once again, they are going to front run the first half.
MP9 spray that range, not as easy as it looks. Well done from BetBoom. Torsi couldn't get any economic damage done either. So big cheers coming from the BetBoom camp. And in response, it's going to be attack timeout from Mouse. So Cyclone has got some words for the team. Maybe a massage in there as well, I saw. Love that. I wouldn't mind a massage right now.
Multiple talents.
If anyone's so inclined.
Resume says Counter-Strike coach / massage.
Masseuse.
Masseuse / babysitter / well, in some cases you have other, other jobs as a CS coach. Not always what it says on the tin. Eagles and armor out for Mouse with a singular hero rifle on Frozen. A lot of util on the T side here, but they're going to have to get a lot done with just pistols. Pretty significant firepower disadvantage for them. Bet Boom. They've got great money already. Going to nuke open the smoke, look for a timing to try to catch somebody jumping up on shelf. We've seen multiple teams try to go for that same timing already. Here, Ancient.
Rotation going back to B though.
Yeah, looking like they're just going to try to resolve this round through with a bit of a B set play after some utility pressure in the middle here from Xerxen to deny the info. Mau's going to try to hit a nice B timing. It's only Danis on B, all on his lonesome, unsupported by anyone else.
There's definitely enough util from Mouse to make this happen onto B. Smokes for long, smokes for short, molly for default. Didn't go into the cutout, but the flashes hit onto Danis. You can see, as you said, set execute from Mouse. They knew what was clear and what wasn't. Plan is going to be denied by Nafany, and Shui has to work hard for his kill onto Kyron. Fast rotate in from Bet Boom denies anything from that round for Mouse. It looked good until it didn't. They're back to square one. Mouse is having to do it the hard way in this series, that's for sure. They are really being tested by Bet Boom.
Money broken now for Mouse. Bet Boom, an excellent chance to continue to build up their economy. Most of them have already got some cash, but a couple of players a little bit on the broke side. Mouse, probably just more so looking for a bomb plant than around here.
Going to look to try to deny that, and it will very likely be the case that Mouse does not get a bomb plant now. 6-2. Feel like we're watching the same kind of map.
Yeah, it's a little different though. This isn't really necessarily feeling predicated off the back of aggression so much from Bet Boom, although they have made some aggressive moves on the CT side. But I would agree, they are front running once again in the first half.
Yeah, by a considerable margin. So instant house smoke from Mouse.
Xerxen and Frozen having a tough time working their way into this game. Initial util here for Mouse, extinguishing the bottom mid Molotov from the CT side and smokes into Donut as well as on to top mid, but in the meanwhile, Bet Boom have taken A main. Kyron pushing straight on through, getting a lot of information for the Bet Boom side. Almost certainly will catch Frozen in the back here in middle. That's a freebie.
Yep, that's not a position you're expecting to get killed from as a T. Okay, onto Danis. Not quite able to strike yet, but pushing through that smoke, he's going to get one, no more. In response, Mouse is going to look to reroute back to A, and with that kill, they'll be able to do so. You've already got Xerxen, who's crept his way into CT spawn. Bet Boom are not going to check this on their way past. Trigger Discipline will net him 2 if things go to plan. Nice shot onto Nafany. And that's the round done and dusted. Well done from Xerxen. Crafty play.
Bet Boom heavily rotated towards A. And Xerxen, this is something we see Mouse do all the time. They throw this mid utility, they leave Xerxen behind in middle, allow him to find the right timing to slip through the middle of the map, and he's good for that round, just cutting the map in half, so it gives a Mouse the plan B to rotate back towards the A side of the map after they pick Kyron bottom middle, who initially found that freebie. It's a pretty easy rotation back towards A when you know that the CTs have no ability to rotate on the fastest timing. So Mouse hitting back. Now it started well for Bet Boom, but quickly fell apart.
Pop, pop.
Those were Assertion's first 2 kills.
2 big ones. Not a bad way to get back into the map. 6-3 for Mouse. And mid control is the name of the game for BetBoom in that round. 3 players dedicated to it. No one on A at all.
Molly's deep B ramp as well as the lane. You know, BetBoom investing so much utility and so much manpower and trying to control the map, but they still haven't been able to. Xertion sending it through Red Room, just running at Zorte. Unfortunately, can't find the right timing, so now a man advantage for BetBoom. Mal's only now really starting to control any of lane after the initial bombardment of Molotovs. Well, as we've said a million times, a man advantage on the CT side does not a round make.
Definitely helps. A double setup on the B bomb site. You have Nafany boosted in cave, and Danis is there looking ready to take the initial contact. Shuhei will not check the corner. And it doesn't quite go as cleanly as Mouse would have liked it to have, though. They've got that short smoke in, and so you'd think they can get onto the site and plant. Or not. Torzy drops. Trying to cross, which leaves Frozen again in a 1-on-3, and this time it might not go the way he would have liked it to have. Another one on the board for BetBoom.
Just need to make sure they stay in this mindset. Don't slip back into, you know, what unfortunately allowed Mouse to come back into this game, because you saw it in the initial couple of rounds, there was some shakiness from BetBoom. Now they're starting to once again get back into the right mind frame that this is a winnable series for them. Might even get another 9-3 first half against Mouse here. Time for a timeout. Not really a whole lot to buy here for Mouse, to be honest, but they're going to force anyway here. I'm surprised about that. Galils and Pistols with Util to try to force out the half. I mean, we just saw this in the series previous for Cloud9, so I guess, you know, the last couple of rounds of the half, teams are really opting to buy much more aggressively than they would in MR15.
Fast from Mouse into the B side. Xertion leading that charge with the Tech 9, but Danis has it on lock. Triple kill for the M4. That pretty much shuts it down for Mouse there. Kept at bay by a Molotov as well. And it is only Frozen who is swept aside. Oh, okay. BetBoom starting to get happy and excited again.
Yeah, this is why I'm loving Kyron as well, because like when he makes a play, he gets pumped up and he gets the rest of the boys smiling. But when somebody else makes a big play as well, he is screaming at them. He's pumping them up. He's saying, you're so good, bro. And that kind of energy is infectious.
Exact words.
I don't know how to say it in Russian. I don't know how to say it in Russian. There might have been a few more, you know, not broadcast PC-friendly words in there. Although, I don't know, maybe Kyron is a polite young man. Bowser not feeling polite in this round.
They're going fast again. Flash catches Siren. He's not happy about that. You can see him complaining in the player cam as he dies. Nexius, once again, is the player on the entry duty. He's found 2 this time. Bomb plant going down for Xertion. Zorte will flash above the smoke and try to push through it, but Mouse are wise to those tricks.
2-on-5. Try to secure this last round of the half, and Nafany can't see a thing.
Danis will not be allowed to save that gun through to the second half, of course, and it is 8-4. Catches me every time. 12 rounds a half. Here we go. Second half coming up in just a minute. So once again, BetBoom are front running in this matchup against Mouse. It didn't do them any favors though in the first map, which they lost 19-15, double OT. But here in map 2, which incidentally is also Mouse's pick, not having too much success. 4 rounds on the T side was all they could manage, and they got to get it done now on CT if they want to stop this from going to Overpass. And look at BetBoom just charging their way into B. You know they're not going to stop. And Zershin will have to try to pluck a couple of heads out of the mix, otherwise he's going to be run down by Glocks. It's just the nature of the beast in Counter-Strike 2.
He's just had a rough game as well, and he's the first person that they run at. Now he's trying to organize themselves on the retake. It's a 360 to try to entry through the smoke from Nexius. And he may as well have just done a 180 and turned around and gone home, because they've gone absolutely nowhere. They're frozen with no kit. He's got a lot of work to do.
There was a kit, I believe, in CT. Not that that's really going to help him too much. He's got no head left. 8. He's going to turn to 9. And BetBoom, once again, have built themselves a very solid position, a platform to launch from in the second half. Hopefully they've learned from their mistakes on Mirage.
So, got to make sure that they close this map and push us through to a third. Can't let Mao's back into it this time around. And Mao's just a full eco. Going to save for round number 15. Firing squad over there on long. A little bit of a util is keeping them interested, but look.
Look at that.
They look like a bunch of little frogs or something, you know, with the little cute goggle eyes.
Yep.
It's crouching in the corner.
Beatles.
Nafany, he doesn't know it yet, but he's about to make himself very wealthy. Potentially.
Okay, 1, 2, 3 players spotted. There goes Nafany for the 2K. A couple of guns lost though for BetBoom.
Yeah, they've almost taken 3 guns there. 2 guns, about a middling result. BetBoom not going to be too unhappy with that. Mao's also not going to be too unhappy with that. What they are unhappy about is the scoreline that they must face down. They must again complete a comeback.
A big one.
And dig real deep. Starts with this CT side gun round. If they can't get this one done, they might not have room to have many more.
Big presence in mid. 3 players again put in that direction from the CT side. A's left open. B, a couple of members over there. Now that mid control has been established, the Mouse members can start to scurry back to their predetermined positions. There goes Frozen. That is going to bring with it some challenges in itself. Nexius, bit of damage, but no more than that. And Torzi's run down in mid as well. It is not coming together for Mouse.
2 entries for Kyron this round. Zershin got to run through 2 Molotovs just to try to get into position to fight for this round. But even if he makes it there, he's got no bloody kit. They've just got to save the rifles.
Shui was on the other side of the map as well. Like, there's just nothing in this one for Mouse.
Kyron is on another level right now. It's actually insane. He took 4 opening duels again in the first half. Took like 6 on the T side of Mirage in regulation, and they were having a lot of success. Just the raw aggression that this man is bringing to the table for BetBoom is something else.
It's the way they want to play. It's the way they play their best, I feel. There's one more gun taken away from Mouse on the back end of the round. It's just going to further compound the problems for this CT side. They don't have a lot of rounds to play with. You said it yourself. If they lose this one, there's really not going to be that many gun rounds available to them. Maybe one more on... Well, I mean, they're going to force in by the looks of it. Which is really not going to leave a whole lot to be desired.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty scuffed bite. But look, to get to this scoreline, BetBoom won a lot of scuff rounds like this. So we'll see what Mouse can put together. They haven't gone for any XMs of their own. More so relying on the SMGs. It's been a great across-the-board performance from BetBoom, though. No one really lagging behind, all of them within 4 kills of each other. Straight A execute. Torsi with a FAMAS and no util to try and defend.
Torsi's just got to hope they don't clear him, and they won't. So he does manage to line 2 up before he goes out of the round.
He's done well there. Maybe well enough for Mouse to upset this round.
That's what they're going to be hoping for. There's a little bit to work with for the retake here. 3 smokes available. They could maybe smoke off main. Going to give time for Nexius to work, and he might well get that timing onto Nafany. Unexpected in that position. 1 for 1 so far. Sorte stepping up from big box, and you've still got Siren as the insurance fund in Temple. But that's been spotted. That's being covered off now by Mouse. Defuse is required shortly, and the smoke is going to force Siren out. And on the bomb, Defuse is frozen. He wins the round, and the icing on the top is the kill onto Siren. Mouse, tough way to win, but it's a win.
Yeah, took absolutely everything out of them, though, Jordan. 1 gun surviving means that they're going to bankrupt themselves, purchasing back into the next round. And if they don't close it, BetBoom, remember, had cash in the bank accounts and a bomb plant, so they're going to reinvest here. And if they win this round, they break Mouse's economy run on match point, and that's the game on a silver platter for them.
Fast
Same again.
A.
Run it back. It's an empty A site.
It's a good call. There's no one there from Mouse.
Mouse going to have to scramble to rotate through Donut and organize themselves on this retake.
Torsi is at least going to work his way into Temple. Needs to win this duel, and does. Good flash in there to assist, courtesy of Frozen. Torsi's lost his life, and Nexius through the Molotov is going to deny the bomb plant, which is just madness.
Good try at observing that one.
Yeah. What are you going to do? Absolutely no hope. I had no idea what was going on half the time there as well. Shui gets the kill onto Nafany. These rounds are teetering on the precipice, but they are being won by Mouse.
That's the big one, though, because look, without that bomb plant and a lot of lost bonus there, that actually breaks BetBoom's money. And with 2 players surviving for Mouse, looking at an anti-eco, they are finally in a position where they can recover.
I want to see the push through the smoke and the molly from Nexius.
Sometimes you're not really sure that there is a molly. I think they might have naded open the smoke there to get in. Yeah, so this is the save for BetBoom. Once again, okay, look, BetBoom, they were up 11-4 before. Are we about to see the same thing again from Mouse?
Oh, Zershin's going to have to be pretty careful there. Siren is actually picked off of the boost in the end by Shui, who cleans it up.
That is a very quick anti-eco.
So fast, the cameraman wasn't even ready.
Can't blame him. Round was over in a blink of an eye.
He was just trying to have a drink of water.
Cameramen need breaks too.
That's
or women. Right. Or women.
That's true. I'll tell you what, cameras aren't like these days.
Camera woman. How about that?
All right. That's fine with me. I've got no issue.
Sorry, that's an inside joke. Next is down, bottom mid. Oh, look at that. The flash timing is absolutely gorgeous.
Okay, Shui.
1-for-1s all across the board.
You've still got a lot of presence in mid here, which I wonder if BetBoom will be expecting.
Yeah. I mean, look, Cloud9 earlier were resolving these XVXs by just walking onto the site. Lovely. Great patience from Siren is rewarded.
Torsi going to have a crack himself now as well, it seems. I can't imagine it goes any better than it did for Frozen. That is the case as well. So it's on to Zershin, and the same ensues. 12-7. BetBoom are 1 round away.
Mouse, at least we're able to steady their economy a little bit so they can kind of financially recover from losing that round. And that's really just initial trades in middle, and then Siren, he just doesn't move. He just sits bottom mid, and CTs keep peeking him. And he goes, thank you very much, I will take a round. Yeah, Bai's a little light on util, but at least they've got rifles to fight for this one. No kids. Could be a problem in the after plant.
Overpass is looming. Do we expect Mouse to make that comeback twice in a row? Certainly not. BetBoom at this point could be thinking, man, we would have cleaned up a 2-0. But it's not yet done, and Xertion gets the better of Nafani. Shui, I almost expected him to keep holding W through that smoke. It would not have surprised me, given the way this game has been going. That's what Nexius is doing toward A main. And Frozen is really feeling the pressure playing on that A bomb site. Nowhere to go as the Molotov tickles his feet and finishes him off. Kyron goes down to Shui. But there's another player there from BetBoom, and now it's just Xertion 1-on-3. I think BetBoom's going to do it. I think they're going to do it this time.
Been a rough game for Xertion. Hasn't really had a chance to get involved. He'll have to step up here. Will be pushed through to a third map. Bomb's not down yet.
Well, CT not quite being watched, but that won't matter. Danis has got it done, and BetBoom won't make the same mistake twice, which means we're going to Overpass.
Yeah, I mean, much better recovery from BetBoom. Tell, oh, okay. Much more wholesome finish to the map than what we saw on the player cams last time around. And Mouse, look, despite an inspirational clutch giving them this team to actually complete the comeback there on Mirage, they still looked just as flat as they did in the first half of Mirage on Ancient there. That seemed to continue through for them. And look, a couple of individuals having a bit of a rough performance for Mouse today, which is something that we actually saw over in the online qualifiers. We got to cast them in at the end of Go.
Yeah.
Just some uncharacteristic, bad individual performances from some of the players. And it wasn't Nexius, he was fine. He's been fine all series long. It was some of the core players that, will usually deliver for Mouse having a really rough game. Xertion and Frozen in particular had a tough time here on Ancient.
Yeah, well, that sets us up for quite an interesting final map, doesn't it? It feels like both teams have kind of had their moments. I think you could almost make the argument that BetBoom, as a general rule, has actually looked like the scarier team in this matchup. Mouse definitely had a good sort of second half of Mirage, or a good string of rounds in the second half, certainly, and then the OT was even a bit back and forth. But, I mean, Ancient, that was clearly won comfortably by BetBoom, and it kind of looked like Mirage should have been as well. We could have just as easily been in a situation right now where we're talking about BetBoom 2-0 through to the semi-final.
In a not particularly close series.
Yeah, and not an impressive result that would have been, but takes a bit of a different turn, obviously, off the back of that big clutch from Frozen on Mirage.
Yeah.
Still, though, has to be said, Overpass looming. My gut feeling is BetBoom looks a little bit stronger at the moment.
I would agree with you. But Mouse, they're a team that's taken a title right at the end of Go. They've got some great leadership structure between Shuhei, one of the hottest prospects and youngest IGLs in the scene right now, and they've got great coaching structure as well. So if anyone knows how to recover from a loss like that and knows how to get the individual players to kind of turn their form around, then it's these guys.
Yep, indeed. Well, they're going to have a bit of a chat now in the break. Obviously, they've got, 10, 15 minutes or so. I'm not sure exactly what the point-to-point is going to end up being here, but they'll have some time to sort of recuperate themselves. And I wonder if, is there really anything you can say about it? Because obviously, BetBoom, they're just playing this crazy style where they're running, gunning on the T side. And then again, it wasn't even necessarily the T side that was the problem.
I don't even think that they necessarily did that game. I think that they just played Ancient the normal way that you would play Ancient. Some of the rounds that necessitated aggression when they needed to force buy shotguns and pistols, okay, they were doing some crazy plays, but I don't actually think they did anything that crazy on that game of Ancient. I think they played a pretty, normal stock standard brand of Ancient. Their Mirage T side is crazy. I'm not going to argue with you about that, but I think they really just beat up Mouse in a pretty head-to-head game there.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's maybe even worse for Mouse at this point. Obviously, it's something that they're going to have to try to figure out going into Overpass. How comfortable are both of these teams on that map as well? And how much do both these teams want it, right? I mean, a position in the semi-final over the quarter is a big benefit.
Yeah, but it's not an elimination game in the tournament or anything like that. Obviously, Overpass is a bit of a crazy one because it is, again, one of these maps. And in CS2 has seen a lot of changes similar to Inferno.
Yeah, I guess at this point we're also sort of still waiting to see how the rest of the bracket is going to play out. Who are they likely to play in that quarterfinal if they do end up dropping this series? And for whichever team does manage to make it through to that semi-final, how does the rest of that run end up looking? Kind of keeping an eye on the other game that's going on, which I think is FaZe Gamer Legion, and that seemed to be, FaZe won map 1, Map 2 seemed to be going the way of Game Religion. Not sure exactly where that ended up, but obviously still lots of good teams in this competition, and it's only going to get tougher from here for both teams. So I think at this point you kind of want to be looking at BetBoom and Mouse and hoping that they're going to be bringing their A game. And do you get the sense that we're getting that? I don't know if I would say so from Mouse especially.
Mouse is definitely not playing anywhere close to their A game today, and you can say what you want about the stand-in factor. For me, I don't know Mouse's roles in depth enough to know whether maybe some of the other players are making space for him in the roster, letting him play a comfortable role. But Nexus is playing totally fine. I think it's really just the stock standard players that Mouse usually rely on that need to step up and find themselves their normal level of performance here.
We'll take a look at a couple of the important players from that last map here as well before we do go to a break. It was Siren and Torzi on their respective teams that seemed to be leading from the front, but Siren certainly found his footing in that last one after maybe copying the spray at the end of map 1.
You could say what you want about that. I think sometimes people overblow that. I mean, I know that it's something that I specifically highlighted because I saw it in the camps. Sometimes that can be a good dynamic to have in a team. You know, I know that the PC way to have a team sometimes is like, okay, we all respect each other. Let's be nice to each other. But sometimes you just need to kick up the arse to go and play some good CS. You know, some people respond well to that.
Well, it seems like Siren certainly did.
Yeah.
So
he had
I guess
a great second map for himself.
Can't fault the results there, but how does that sort of transition obviously going into Overpass? Is there going to be more of that kind of conversation happening for BetBoom? Not sure, but we'll have to find out. It's time for us to take a short break. Don't go too far away though. Overpass is coming up next, and it will decide who goes through to Saturday and who's stuck in the quarters on Friday.
Are you going outside this summer? Yeah. Me neither. That's why I'll be wearing the ESL Essentials collection while I safely tan behind my monitor. Wow, I love it. Well, you know what they say. You love it, you wear it. Made from 100% cotton, the ESL Essential shorts exhibit a comfortable waistband, embroidery with the ESL logo. Look at the flexibility on those bad boys. Thanks. I meant the shorts. Oh. With a two-tone gray and white blend, the Zip hoodie is made of American fleece, so it's breathable, yet warm. It's Lime time! Try out our new and improved colorful sweater in all sizes. So what are you waiting for? Don't you dare change the channel! Pick up the phone and call now. Call now and get your hands on the new ESL Warmly hand warmers. Side effects may include warmer hands, more frags, and better stats. For more information, visit shop.esl.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Oh, the Australian outback, a beautiful place. A vast expanse covering more than 70% of the continent, and it's home to some pretty gnarly creatures too. Scorpions that'll sting ya, dingoes that'll stalk ya, and also one of the most adorable creatures in the Down Under animal kingdom, the Roo. Too fucking cute. These guys generally look pretty chill, and they're friendly and sociable. They also spend a lot of their time simply hopping around. Don't be fooled though, this guy packs a walloping. Although not always in their peak aggressive form, you mess with his pack and he'll fuck you right up. We all remember what happened to Liquid. This is the Australian brown snake. Highly venomous. One of the most toxic in the entire world. He's not going to come to you. You'll find him lurking around the extremities and inside of these pesky crevices. But if you do ever enter his turf, he's going to become highly territorial. Don't be fooled by his size. He can do a lot of damage. One sting can be lethal. Look, you can see he's getting agitated again. He's getting all fucking annoyed and stuff. But don't worry, I know how to handle this magnificent beast, and he knows I mean him no harm. Settle down, sweetheart. Save all that aggression for the server.
So it comes down to a map number 3 once again. Mouse and BetBoom is where you find yourself here on the B stream. It's IEM Sydney 2023. This is an upper bracket final. Knife round underway, as you can see. We're going to see which way that'll go. Nice movement from whoever that was there on Mouse.
Didn't
Quite
see
catch
the end of the
it.
knife round. Who won it?
Don't know. Don't care, Pilsky. Don't worry about it. It's map 3. We're going to watch it anyway.
BetBoom
won. There you go. Good start, I guess, to their campaign on Overpass. Has been a bit bumpy here against Mouse, but I think you can make the argument that BetBoom have actually looked a little bit better in this matchup. So Mouse have got some work to do, I think, to win this series.
See if they can pick themselves up by their bootstraps. Obviously, the core of the team who won the last CSGO event that we had over at Pro League. So, you know, regardless of playing with a stand-in or not, you have to pin them as a favorite to be taking IEM Sydney here. However, the anime storyline is that BetBoom not really expected to do much going into this event by some, but for those who are fans of CIS Counter-Strike, I think some people had these guys pegged as a dark horse, and I think we're beginning to learn why.
Yeah, definitely. I think they were always going to be a team that could cause some damage. I'm not sure that people necessarily expected them to go super, super deep, but that is a storyline that is starting to materialize as we watch, and it is an all-out brawl over long that is going to go the way of Mouse initially. The exchange favoring the T's with those Glocks. Feels like they're just so much better in Counter-Strike too.
Nafany alone on this A site while BetBoom make moves through short B to clear out this part of the map. Dennis gets dropped off in short B to try to cut the map in half and maybe stop Mouse from rotating back towards that B side of the map. And Siren sitting on pillar. So BetBoom, until Nafany sees anything on this A side of the map, will sit tight.
Bit of a slow creep from Mouse, really, isn't it? Plenty of time available to them. They've got a smoke or two and a couple of flashes as well, which will set them up nicely to head into the A-bomb site, which looks to be now the option as the smokes are tossed across. One for jump up, and the other, you would assume, to go to bank, and it is. Flash is now getting scaled in as well, and Mouse will make their way onto the site to try to fight against Nafany, who's holding from truck. Gets his head lopped off. It's just Siren now, dualies in hand, trying to get in there quick and fast, but it will not really work out that way. And it feels like it's been a while since Mouse have won a pistol, but there's one for him.
Yeah, 3K from Shuhei. Leading from the front, leading by example, denying that long A aggression from BetBoom. And shutting down aggression going to be absolutely key for Mouse, despite the fact that BetBoom start on this CT side. Overpass is a map that necessitates CT side aggression. You need to constantly be fluid, pushing certain parts of the map, taking aim duels, trying to go for picks. And BetBoom, I mean, so far from what we've seen from them this series, they need absolutely no excuse to do so.
Nothing too aggressive in this round from either team. Seems like Mouse are sort of taking that step back, and I think we can expect to see something a little bit more up-tempo from BetBoom when they get onto their T side, or maybe when they get some guns in hand. Rosen's got to be a little bit careful here because there are a couple of members that could swing onto the monster tunnel. Rest of the squad, though, more than happy to put a bit of pressure on A, and still yet not sure exactly where Mouse is going to end up, though, making their way down into the B-bomb site. Looks to have worked out quite nicely. You do have Siren behind. He was cleared off by Xertion. Oh, okay. Nice shots from Zorte. Bomb was dropped off of that as well, and there's no one that immediately can retrieve it. Nexius does well to salvage the round with a double kill from that MAC-10. Would have been one rifle lost there, I think, at least.
Yeah, two, I think. One of them was a MAC-10. So not too bad for Mouse. BetBoom saving round 2 and now going into rifle armor. Somewhat limited util. Head armor for Zorte, but for the rest of them not going for the head armor, which may present opportunities for the MAC-10 or the Galil. No kits. Mostly a setup towards B. Mouse quick pacing for them. Door gets blown open. Extension smoke from Nexius to secure control of connector with the Molotov up the top, and Mouse looking to pinch through fountain into bathroom here.
You can really see that Nexius is still being given those forward-facing roles. He's the point man when charging through Connector in this round.
No util really left for BetBoom here. And any that is, all is presiding on that B side of the map. So really for Kyron and Nafany, it's all about playing the off angles on A right now.
Once again, smoke's going out, and it's not going to bother Nafany at all. Quick couple of taps with the M4A1S, and all of a sudden, Maus from a solid position in the round are starting to fall apart. Shui, he can only get himself a 1-for-1, which is not enough when you're down on numbers. Torshi and Frozen have been tasked with the clutch so many times today for Maus. And once again, 2-on-3 for the dynamic duo of Maus.
Yeah, Danis just holding the middle of the map on short B. Doesn't want to let them reroute. But that's a wide peak from Zorte that is punished.
Yeah, Siren's going to come creeping up through jump up, gets into truck. He should have been spotted there by Frozen, and indeed was. Headshot goes through. Slowly but steadily, the House of Cards is falling apart for BetBoom.
It's not how you wanted to play your 3-on-2, just giving 2 1v1s away like that. Now Danis must 1v2, no kit for him.
Made a bit of noise there. Torchi has heard it as well and ready.
Missed opportunity for BetBoom. Has to be said. Nafany, especially after Nafany gets 2 opening kills on short A and takes 60 HP off of Shui. They really needed to convert that 4-on-2, or 4-on-3 rather. Look at that, Nafany, he took almost 3 players down and Zorte insta trades. So, again, it's just classic Frozen and Torsi making big plays for Maus in the man disadvantaged situations. That's going to break BetBoom's money. They have been the front runners in every initial half so far. This time might be a different story. That half buy's gone horrifically for them. Nafany tries to go for a hero M4, and Maus instantly shuts it down.
It's a very different look from the last couple of maps that we've seen. BetBoom were front-running on Mirage and on Ancient. How do they deal with being the team fighting from behind? It's unfamiliar territory, has to be said.
Now it's just exploring long A. After punishing that initial aggression, just wanting to play the long range with the rifles and consolidate this anti-eco in a pretty sensible fashion. Looking quite clean for them. They've already got a little bit of cash sitting in the back pockets, so a clean anti-eco here will really steady the T-side economy as they go up 4-0. Set themselves up a nice little runway for success.
Same smokes being thrown every round here by Maus. Jump up and bank. Ollie onto Dice. And Shui looking for the entry. So he's carrying the bomb. It's not going to be a problem at all. Plenty of players there to trade him if the worst would have occurred anyway. And so Kyron from the bank is seeing if he can maybe cash in a little bit. Seems unlikely at this stage. A couple of missed shots though from the Maus members. And that's going to be one more gun lost, but Shui doesn't seem to mind. He's mimicking the chicken. Is it a rooster?
It's a chicken.
It's a chicken?
BetBoom timeout. Time to consider how to come back into this game.
How do you? 4-0 down. CT side not going well on Overpass. That's a bad sign. Money's still a little bit up in the air, so Nafany's going to have to go down to an MP9. You're struggling to get an AWP out here if you're BetBoom as well.
BetBoom's played a lot of Overpass in the last couple of months. So it's not like this is a map they're unfamiliar with.
No AWP.
But this is the new version of Overpass here in CS2.
Alright, 3 players down to the bottom side of the map for BetBoom. Aaron looks to be solo up toward the A side. So maybe expecting to see something a little bit more from BetBoom down here. Not that again, given the opportunity, Torsi was so fast into short, that was punished in the end by Danists on the trade. And Xertion fully flashed. Good util usage on the B side from BetBoom. Zorte getting that assist. Sets BetBoom up for their first round on this map.
But we've seen Mouse recover multiple man disadvantage situations across this entire series. They definitely can't count them out. They've got to recover the bomb though. Nexius with a little bit of util pressure over on Bathroom, but Shuhei going to pick up the bomb and go and reroute. Link up with Frozen. Nexius going to have to swing that door open, which is going to give a sound cue to Danis, who's playing retake B. Actually, no, the door's been blown open. Here's the pop flash onto Pillar and the smoke into Heaven to help Mouse come out here. But Danis not really wanted to give anything away. Wanted to maintain that man advantage for the CT side here.
Yeah, Mollies are going to go through. Mouse are working their way in. So they can't do much from up in Heaven when he smoked off. And Nexius with the orb. He's picked that one up himself. There you go. How about that? He's a sub. He's a secondary AWPer as well, apparently. Don't need Torsi when Nexius is here. And now it's Frozen and Shui, and that's going to be run 2 from Shui. Wow. What a nice round from Mouse. 3 on 4. And if you can't win that round as Bet Boom, then things are looking very dire indeed.
Well, that's what I was saying. I mean, Nafany in the previous gun round gets 2, almost 3 players by himself. And again, in another man advantage situation for Bet Boom, they can't close. Now it's just kind of stroll into the site and win the post plant with ease. Very worrying sign. Back down onto another half buy now for Bet Boom. Struggling to get anything going here on Overpass.
Well, Nafany, MP9 in hand, is going to take matters into his own hands and dislodge Nexius, which leaves Connector in control of Bet Boom. And tell you what, Nafany's not slowing down at all, is he? He has gone all the way back through to T-Spawn. And it's going to be on to Torsi to watch for that. Danis down, and Torsi was patiently waiting for Nafany. Mals are aware of Bet Boom's tricks. And it seems like whatever Bet Boom throws at the wall right now is not sticking.
A little bit quiet from some of the individuals as well here for Bet Boom, having a tough time putting frags together, which is a worrying sign because they've been fragging pretty hard so far in most of the maps. It's not really putting any pressure on Mouse's economy. They should be able to buy out the rest of the half.
Zorte wants the AK, doesn't he? That's what the observers are trying to show us. Not sure that he's quite going to get it with Frozen watching. And beyond that as well, Torsi's there as well. So Zorte is going to be very lucky to even survive at this point. Look at that. Opposite sides of the walls. And there you go, 6-0 for Mouse. Certainly not messing around at this point.
Surely a timeout here for Bet Boom. Have a chat about what's going on. Nope, it's going to continue along. Orb comes out for Zorte. Kyron on the Org.
Keep on trucking, I guess.
Heavy presence in connector this time for Mouse. Nafany, that was something that he went for a dry peek on last round on the half buy, and actually Bet Boom once again set up quite heavily in connector. Mouse looking to a contest. Wide swing from Kyron. Just gets him with the drive-by treatment, and Torsi jumping Org. Still traded well by Mouse though. We end up in a 3-on-3 despite the con setup.
Oh, Danis can't quite catch Frozen before that smoke blooms. In the meanwhile, you do have Shui who is creeping his way forward outside of bathrooms.
This is a really nice timing. He pops Zorte. Oh no. Unfortunate.
Yeah, it's one of those 50-50s really, isn't it?
Bob's still in con. Something that Mouse will have to go back for.
Exertion's on his way.
Yeah, still won't count Mouse out of this round though.
No way.
They've just been winning from man disadvantage situations every single round.
Wouldn't be surprised to see it. Frozen's just going to walk through the monster smoke. No, waiting for it to fade instead. Siren down in dirty water is the biggest piece of the puzzle right here for Bet Boom. Danis back at Graffiti will also have a bit of a say in this round. There are some smokes available for Mouse though. They can get a smoke onto the site, maybe get that plant down. Play out the 2-on-3. Step made, though, by Xertion. And now Frozen's position comes into play. Can't win the duel against Siren. And here comes the push from the CT side. Xertion can't hit much. Finally, Betboom have some success.
Cost them a lot of guns, though.
Yeah, serious faces for sure still. They know that there's a big job ahead.
Yeah, I mean, the Mavs have won so many T-side gun rounds in a row that their economy is pretty rock solid still. Going to reinvest in this round, and even probably after this one more buy in the back pocket. Whereas Betboom, you can't keep scraping through CT gun rounds like that. It is going to take a pretty big toll on your economy. They are resettable here with the 2,900 loss bonus. Probably still squeeze something together because a couple of the players sitting on like 1k, 1.8 for Kyron. Once again, Mao's heavy presence in connector. No connector set up from the CT side this time. It's a boost up on top of the sight box. And you can see Nafany had a crack there at the player crossing connector but couldn't quite capitalize.
Shui and Kyron. It's a game of timing once again. Sorte's caught frozen in the meanwhile. Kyron has to be cleared out now, but won't be by Xertion. Still, Shui finding that advantage, at least for Mouse. And now it's on to Nafany to try to hold on to the A bomb site, desperately trying to toss his util out to help himself, and that's a pretty good job. Lots of damage onto Nexius as well, and look at the layer of utility across the top. Now, Torzi, here's your moment. Let's see what you've got. Not enough. And Betboom are back in it.
2 alive again. But definitely stringing CT gun rounds together. Starting to get something rolling for themselves. Surely another buy here for Mouse, though. Pressure is not going to let up anytime soon. Attack timeout. Mouse recognizing that Betboom have been surviving with not many players, and they're producing their loss bonus so heavily resettable here. This will be a great opportunity for Mouse. And given the fact that their own economy is quite shaky, this is a very important round in this half.
Yes, indeed. Six to 2 is a really threatening scoreline still. A lot of legs left in this half for Mouse to put the pressure back on the Betboom. Faster into connector once again.
Been heavy con presence time and time again for Mouse. Progression molly for Nexius to clear out the top side. Shuhei just left behind on the playground duties. Checking out the slide, maybe the monkey bars. Sandpit goes pretty hard, I hear. Betboom in the meanwhile, though, they're going to have a little bit of a push up long, maybe set up Kyron for some more mid-round aggression. We saw him in bathrooms previously, but he'll probably get dropped off at Flower Pot there, and Zorte with multiple flashes could potentially set him up for a peak in the mid-round.
Pretty reserved round so far from Mouse. Run boost for Torji to get them on to long. This is a pretty methodical round from them, isn't it? Slow and steady, clearing out as much as they can. Be another boost, and that one will work out. Ooh, what a
good
shot.
trade from Zorte, though.
Well, he's got a lot of work to do holding onto this site. Is calling for the rotation, and Nafany has come up. 34 seconds, Mouse are pretty much going to have to commit to this A site hit now, and going right into Zorte, who's been quietly starting to put together a pretty good map. I was highlighting the fact that Betboom haven't really been able to get the AWP out, and that was earlier on in the half. Now that it is here, Zorte has been using it very nicely indeed. Drops to Frozen, who's done more damage there as well, and again, 2 guns only for Betboom, despite the good start. But a round's a round when you're down 6 and 2.
Yeah, Mao's not getting these bomb plants the last couple of rounds. I dare say if they were actually able to, they probably could have put a buy together in this. Ooh, that was a single scope, Jordan. That's a very nice round from Zorte.
He's done really well for himself.
That's all reflex. That's all just DMing and muscle memory. The single, like, upwards flick at that range. That is very impressive. Molotov appears to be missing a couple of times here. I've seen it hit the roof there for Betboom a few times. You know, CS2, new game, But definitely plenty of nades that BetBoom need to go back and revise. In the Shine, we'll have plenty of footage to have a look off after IEM Sydney, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, in a worst case scenario, they'll at least have tomorrow. No games on tomorrow. It's going to be the media and rehearsal day and such. And then on Friday, we come back for the quarterfinals. Now we're deciding whether or not it's BetBoom to the quarterfinal or Mouse. The other one, of course, going to semifinals.
Make it stop. They're raving.
I think they've been locked out, though. They've been stuck in those lockout laws that we've got here in Sydney.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting a little later.
Unfortunate for the boys.
I didn't know it was 7 p.m. these days. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Bloody Albanese.
I don't know if that was his doing.
You'd always just blame whoever the current PM is. That's the way it works.
Albo.
Yeah, Albo.
There's some general knowledge for you guys at home. Prime Minister of Australia, if that ever comes up in trivia, wherever you're from.
Just say Albo.
Just say Albo.
5 alive for BetBoom. They finally stabilized their economy at a critical juncture as well. Right at the end of the half. Want to attempt to fix up their cash.
Still having a good time at least, Miles, that's for sure. But I wonder if it's starting to get a bit serious now. It was a great start to the map, but it has slowed down.
Yeah, definitely getting more competitive now. A bit more back and forth. Molly missed, I think, again. Aggression up the middle of the map, though. No one on B for BetBoom. They opt to just fight long A. This is just 5v5 fisticuffs in bloody Fountain, Jordan.
They have the bomb. So that's a problem for Mouse. Frozen, he's fighting hard, desperately. Kyron, though, will get his number.
This is crazy. Disregard the B bomb site. Acquire rounds, says BetBoom. Kyron's got a full belt to util. Needs to buy time for Nafany to come up connector here.
Oh, and he is getting through it pretty quickly. Nafany doing what he loves. Oh, but watch by Xertion. They know. Mals have seen that old chestnut a few too many times.
They know Kyron was in this part of the map as well. So Mals definitely taking their time, knowing that every corner is fraught with danger. But they've got to get a move on. 45 seconds. We're nowhere near the site, boys.
Oh, yeah. It's a big map, isn't it?
Come on.
Takes a good 30 seconds to get there. Here we go. Oh. Where's that off to?
Oh, that's a lineup for ABC.
Yeah, yeah,
perfect.
I'm loving it.
Oh, a bit of a gap.
Yeah.
We'll work on that one. All good.
I'll remember that one. To be fair, though, to Kyron, he has called it correctly.
Yeah, he's in the right place at the right time.
Oh, a very nice position to play from as well. It's so difficult sometimes to dig out the player and truck, especially when that happens. Nexia's down. 9 seconds here for Xertion. Has to plant in the smoke. There's a nade. It's blowing open the smoke, and Xertion's dead. Save your nades, boys and girls. Look at how useful it can be.
BetBoom on the comeback train. We asked the question, what happens when BetBoom doesn't front run the first half? Well, they're passing the test with flying colors. And I was saying it's been pretty sensible play from them. I mean, that last round was madness. They said no one on B. They literally 5-man, they just went, we're fighting A, all of us. We're playing T side on CT side. It's what we do best. The Molotovs missed again, by the way.
What I really appreciate about BetBoom is they miss all this util, but it doesn't seem to matter.
They just win the round
They just
anyway.
win anyway. So how scary are they going to be when they start hitting their util?
Is the question. Kyron. Oh,
Ooh.
Torsty's hit him with the double dink.
Smack.
2 haircuts for the price of 1.
That's a freebie. Anthony's wondering if they've got any more hair color available.
Ooh.
And, he's taken a couple of heads himself. Only a couple of players down, though. Trade is coming back on through from Mouse. It's getting messy. Siren's hiding behind the smoke in the end.
Down in subcon. Could be the key timing here, especially at this range against a Galil. Oh, he's actually threaded the needle on the nice timing here. Is he going to check close left?
Oh, how about that?
Frozen will check him.
Siren's making noise. Good shots. He's still got 2 more to find. Needs to get the reload off. We'll be able to do so. Xertion, his position, is it known? Yes, it seems the pre-fire was there, but Nexius, good for the trade. And the final round of the half is going to go the way of Mouse. It's 7-5 at the end of the half.
I can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give.
Well, there it is, 7-5 in the half. It's about as close as it's actually been in this series so far. It really did look like Mouse was going to run away with things on Overpass on that first half, but BetBoom fought their way back into it somewhat. Now we swap sides, Mouse over onto CT, BetBoom to kick things off on T, and we'll see what they can bring to the table. Will it be a bit more Mirage-esque?
Yeah, balls to the wall aggression has been the name of the game for BetBoom for the majority of today. But they have showed some more measured gameplay mixed in with that as well. Bit of util, making it look like a bit of a B-side execute. Zorte selling the fake, but the rest of BetBoom currently walking through connector, trying to catch any rotations through the middle of the map, but Mouse, they're not interested in that. They're just 4-stacked on the B site right now, and Xertion being left behind on A, or Shuhei rather, left behind on A to go for a bit of a jump spot. Having a bit of a geese around. No util left, but BetBoom going to kick off this B plate.
Well, it looks pretty good for Mouse. Torsey. How about that? All right, that's one way to win a pistol.
Didn't even get up bloody short, mate.
No, sir. No access in that area of the map, apparently.
It's closed for construction. I tell you what, in Australia, usually when places are closed for construction, not a whole lot of work's getting done, but Mouse was doing a whole lot there.
That is
That
true.
pistol, Jesus.
So you got Zorte investing in the Scout.
And Nafany's bought that for him.
Scout's going to be there. P250 out for Nafany. It's not a full investment, really, from the T side, but half. It might just work.
I mean, the Zorte's hit him with the Scout, tagged him up, and then the Glocks bagged him.
Despite the good start to the round, it doesn't seem like maybe Vetboom are going to get too much done here towards the Nexius. Putting in the hard yards. It's Nexius to get the 3K there on the SMG. Happy with that is everybody. Fist bumps all round. Creeping ever closer to number 13. I often find myself in this position where we're at a scoreline like this. I'm like, you know, they've got time. But rounds are only 4 rounds away now.
Well, again, it's going to be Vetboom. They've been front-running majority of this series. They did have a bit of a resurgence there in the first half. They're going to have to replicate that here. Now's applying the pressure. Is this first buy pretty limited? Util, Torzi, as well as Shuhei, all the way through connector here on the CT side. Vetboom really haven't moved an inch. This is Mirage-esque. The only difference being that there's a lot more shift key. It is still 5-man, Jordan, but it's a subtle 5-man.
Ah, yes. The art of subtlety. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee.
That's it.
Move like a snail. I think I read that in a book somewhere.
And shoot like Monacy, hopefully. Shoot like a Monacy.
Shoot like a Chiron doesn't sound too bad at the moment as well. How about Xertion? What can he do? Stuck in this cutout next to Truck. Gets a little bit more than his money's worth, but still not enough to stop Vetboom from getting into the site. Faster play, though, from Mouse. They're not going to let that bomb plant go down. How about it? Mouse, straight through the smoke. Fearless. And they take a leaf out of Vetboom's book, maybe, by picking the pace up, leaving Siren on his own. Oof.
Could have connected the shot there. 30 seconds. It's a difficult crossfire to break. Move deep up onto the site. Isn't really going to break the crossfire at all. Still that nice little triangle. Lost a little bit of HP walking up into the smoke. This is just not coming together for him, is it?
No way. Oof. Nice effort. A+ for effort.
That's a pseudo bonus one by Mouse, though, as well as an ability to upgrade to a bunch of AKs. They are well on the precipice to the semi-finals here. Despite not looking like it initially, they are undoubtedly in the pole position here. No bomb plant for Vetboom. Nafany, unfortunately, kind of left Chiron high and dry there. Didn't really defend the planter at all, but opted to swing around the other side.
What do you think about that smoke animation when the T or CT runs out of the smoke? It's like Vape Nash. You seen it?
Go green.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
No.
Really?
Yeah,
if you run out of a smoke, there's like a smoke trail that follows you.
That's really cool.
Yeah, it's pretty epic. Yeah. Laser.
Wow. It's not legal here, Jordan.
Yeah, drugs are bad, kids.
You can do whatever you want when you make it to California, mate. Until then, cast some more Counter-Strike with me.
Okay.
No head armor
Molly
here
misses.
for Chiron. Yeah, Molly's missing for both teams.
Oh, Chiron's fast up into short. The nade is there, but headshot onto Xertion. See you later, Mouse. That pace is going to beat them again. Vetboom are into B. They've got BB in their name. And that is now the site that they hold on to. Shui can't do too much to keep control of it for Mouse. It's 4-on-2. And I think Mouse are better off maybe saving the AWP and the AK here.
No having smoke. Of course, he's going to have a look and see if anyone's going to feed him a freebie. But yeah, they are saving. And Vetboom, once again, seem the most comfortable when things are just simplified down into, you know, aim duels, quick exes. It's where they get their best work done. And once again, they've shown us why. Kyron, what a cracker of an entry from him. Straight up short beat. Money's still well and truly there, though, for Mouse. So they're not out of the woods yet. Bet boom. But that's a good step in the right direction.
Okay. Some smiles still in the Bet Boom camp, but they know they've got a tough job ahead. What an entry this was.
You know, he really just doesn't have a lot of time to react to that information. He's got nades flying at him. He's staring through a Molotov, and he still makes the raw adjustment to the head in half a second.
Yep.
Kyron is definitely showing us some very impressive Counter-Strike here.
He's doing things, that is for sure.
I'll keep an eye on maybe for CS2.
Oh, how about this one? Oh, Torsey, get off. Nades over the top as well. Ooh, good chunk from the nade.
Seems like they want to hit B on the timing yet again here. Just waiting out the Molotov. Hot flash onto the line there. Nexius refreshing the monster smoke.
Xertion, it's a scary spot to be in, and Kyron's actually killed Nexius, but not Xertion. Xertion, though, was finished off, and Shui again tries his best, but try as he might, can't hold on to the site. Siren Danis and Anaphany possess control of it, and again it's Torsey and Frozen who play toward A that are going to save their guns.
Starting to feel more and more like Mirage again. BetBoom just running into these sites and Frozen having to save on the other side of the map.
If you're wondering what...
Translate. Wait, keep that there. Keep that there. Don't move it.
Abenteuer Spielplatz is Adventure Play Park. Naturpark is Nature Park. Bei Benutzung der Parkanlage und des Spielplatzes ist täglich zwischen 20 Uhr und 80 Uhr untersagt. So it's basically saying you're allowed to use the park daily between 8 p.m. or 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. So I guess that's the opening times.
Okay, guys. You heard it here first.
It's not 8 o'clock yet.
Yeah, we got to get this game done. Half an hour. I guess we're cancelling the last best of 3 for today.
Well, if it's on Overpass.
Oh, we'll just play it on a different map. All good.
That's fine, yeah.
All good.
I think that's fine.
Tack timeout for Mouse. Money's running a little dry. I'm not sure they can buy into this one with the saved weapons. They've probably got to take a single save with pistols around the rifles that they've saved over. So BetBoom really getting on a roll now.
Yeah, some thinking happening here for Mouse. That's for sure.
Just a full save around the 2 rifles. See if Torsey can do something special. He's been having a pretty good game for himself. If you guys are wondering, well, we'll pick up on this point in a minute, actually.
Yeah, it's going to be too fast. Don't worry about it. This round, they're just going to send it again. Here goes BetBoom, ladies and gents. Xertion has got an AK, though. Oh, the lineup!
Oh, my God.
It was so nearly there. It was almost it. It might still be. And hang on a second, Torsey. Can he pull off something impressive here? He's been smoked off.
Can jump up on the sandbags now. If he wants to. There you go.
Resmoke. Does he have enough to get an AWP next round? If he does, I suspect not.
Can't blame him. So yeah, for anyone who's wondering, how come these pro gamers are missing Molotov lineups and things like that? The way that this sub-tick works, it makes things when you're running and when you throw mollies on the fly so inconsistent. You know, it's very difficult sometimes to hit the right lineups. These guys also, worth mentioning, you know, this is a new game. They might not have had time to flesh out all of the util that they want to throw. Overpass in particular is a map that's seen a lot of changes in terms of you know, the layout staying the same, but a lot of the features and the scenery changed in many ways.
Is not a bathroom.
Oh, what is it?
It's a subway.
Well, some people would still say that's a bathroom.
That's true.
And on some of the subways I've been on, it smells like one.
Not wrong. And then, like, on top of it, there's a restaurant.
Nice.
Well, there is a bathroom there.
Okay.
So maybe it still is a bathroom. But I'm pretty sure the other side of it, like long bathrooms, long toilets, is a subway entrance or something, I'm pretty sure.
Another miss molly. That's going to allow BetBoom to scale out Fountain and Party side a lot quicker than they may have been able to. And look at Kyron. He's straight up that A long wall. BetBoom waiting out this utility. This is a bit of a slower round from them. Molly onto Divider, smoke into bathrooms, denying information to Mouse. Torsi gets pushed off of the line. It goes down to a molly. He just went 100-0 in a molly. No one shot at him.
That's not cool.
That's not how you want to lose your AWPA on CT side overpass in an important gun round to decide if you go to the semi-final of IEM Sydney.
Well, you can say that again.
It's a bit of a tongue twister for you guys. Say it 5 times fast. In the meanwhile, let's see what BetBoom are going to do on B.
Contact play is what it's going to be. Flashes do come over the top, and Siren, so sharp and clean on the entry. 2 headshots. Nexius and Zorte. Sorry, Zershin cleaned up. Zorte did fall as well, and that is the bomb plant for Nafany.
Frozen is so over this.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't get to play the game, does he?
He
He's just,
doesn't.
please come A, man.
Feels like my Prem games. Oh, we just lose B, and I'm just, you know, as the small side anchor most of the time, or the big side anchor, you're just playing rotate strike.
Yep. Or trying to save your gun, which is not that fun. But he might get away with it. There you go. So wait, let's have a look here. Because, see, this is the subway entrance. That's what I'm talking about. There you go.
That doesn't look like Subway. Where's the menu?
No, it's like the train station.
Right,
We don't call it a subway in Australia, I guess.
Right.
But I thought since this is an international show, everyone doesn't want to hear me talk like an Australian, you know. No one can understand that.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about, mate? You know, the shrimp on the barbie, hey.
Tack timeout.
Tack timeout.
Come on, Torsi, you know better, buddy.
Ooh, that in it. It's a good way to just go
parkour.
You know, maybe parkour. 1 HP smashes his face into the wall and dies. I feel like that would be a funny change. Valve could. I mean, I'm not going to say it because they'll probably do it.
They got a few more things to work on
April
today,
Fools.
honestly.
Just like if you run into a wall too fast, it does like 1 HP worth of damage.
Don't bother them now, Jordan. Valve's copying the spray today, okay?
Oh, well. There you go. Worst holler. It's like it's a sausage sizzle. It's Bunnings.
Worst place to eat that I've ever heard. You didn't take the bait. I'm sad. Torsi. Open on the line, but smoked off. This is big pace coming in for BetBoom. The Molotov seems to have missed yet again, and they've been able to run straight out long A on a very quick timing. There is no sound cue to prepare Mouse for the fact that BetBoom could just run straight up long into the A site. No one's rotating. Torsi now realizing, oh god, they're running at me. I hear the footsteps. Frozen's trying to get into position.
Oh! That's not gone too well for him. He's been hoping for his
God.
chance to hold on to a bomb site, and when it finally comes, Torsi goes down for free. Frozen's on half HP, and the site is lost. They've got to save.
Guys, I keep highlighting this, but there's a reason. The missed window smokes on Mirage, the missed jump throw molly on this map that just decided a crucial gun round.
Yep.
These missed pieces of utility are making such a big difference. Someone just missed a jump up smoke. It's a double smoke jump up. This is getting crazy. And yes, some of it is user error from the players. But for anyone that's played CS2, you understand my frustration. I was screaming at my monitor very recently, trying to throw a flash, and it just would not leave my hand. It just wouldn't leave.
Tell me more.
It wanted to stay with me. It wanted to live the rest of its life with me, and I wasn't interested. I just wanted to throw it.
Oh, it was like kind of clingy, you know? You never want that kind of partner. Oh. Like, leave me alone.
Coming from someone who's been in a relationship for the last 12 years or something, on my side of things, then no, I don't mind it. But my flashes, no, I'm good. And smokes as well, like they're just stuck. They're stuck to your bloody hands. I don't want to be Spider-Man. I want to be Batman, as you mentioned. We won't go there again. Another gun round. They hit it.
They hit both of them.
Oh, they're so
Damaged.
cooked. They're absolutely cooked. Oh, no! It just keeps happening.
Hello? What have we got against the hedge? You know, how many times do we have to burn this bloody hedge down? It keeps coming back. Is there ants in the hedge? Is that what it is?
Maybe.
They're fire ants at this point, Pilski.
Yeah.
That was a problem in Australia for a few years.
Yeah, I've been stung by them.
But don't worry, we've sorted it out. No worries about that.
Look, good util here for BetBoom.
Come to IEM Sydney.
Yeah.
It's a good place to be.
See what happens.
No fire ants, that's what will happen. 10-10 though.
Yeah.
How are we
crazy.
here?
What a comeback from BetBoom. Pop Flash over onto Flowers' side is going to be a bit of a sound cue here for Mouse to realise that BetBoom is taking control over on that side of the map. No presence over on B for BetBoom. Aggression in the mid-round for Frozen. He's sick of sitting by the wayside. He says, get me in. I want to take a duel. I'm not rotating anymore.
Well, he's in the spot to make a difference this time, though. The flash has gone over the top. It has not connected onto Zorte, who'll pop his head off. And it might be BetBoom now that are in the lead for this round. Torsi catches Kyron, missing through the smoke. Shui on the line, helped out by Xertion. It's a strong hold from Mouse. It looked rough for a moment with that opening kill going the way of BetBoom, but now they're on their way back down to B.
Yeah, Siren wants to take as much space as he can, smoke into heaven, try to get up close on that ABC line and not let Mouse back into this site so that Zorte can get this clean plant down.
Come on, Siren, what can you give us here? Big round for you. Boost up for Nexius. But Siren's tucked underneath the window, and Zorte has not moved a muscle on default. Mouse are wasting time. They've all got a couple of kits there that they can play with, but no util, no smoke for the bomb, that's for sure. Here's Zorte with his opportunity, only able to get damage, and Siren a bit of a whiff. Can't follow up, and so Mouse will win the round. They get to 11 first.
So much money built up from BetBoom on this comeback train, though. They are applying pressure to Mouse's economy here. So despite securing 11, dropping 3 guns here, still keeps this one hanging in the balance. BetBoom, they could be slowly opening this reset window.
Oh, God.
Need to see a replay of that. Come on. That's just slack. Shooting, though, from both sides. This one's going right down to the wire. Both of these teams want to just go straight into the semi-final. An extra day to explore beautiful Sydney. Maybe the weather will be a bit better tomorrow.
There's another Molotov missed.
Another Molly missed. They've missed more than they've hit, both of these teams. It's kind of crazy. Here's a 1-4 from BetBoom, though. Siren solo over on that B side of the map, throwing a little bit of utility. Smoke gets nuked. BetBoom wanting to start to step towards the A side of the map. Torsi getting isolated on Bracket's side, this time at least not just to a Molotov.
Oh. Frozen is able to convert at least one kill, and then another sharp double bink onto Zorte. Hang on a second, Frozen's not done just yet. Nade over the top, softening the targets up, and Frozen is having one of those rounds. 2 players left to find. He's got one more, looking for the ace. Frozen putting on a masterclass.
What a round for it. Mouse right on the ropes, and Frozen just takes over. Siren now 1-on-5. He's been put in a lot of untenable positions. He really just wants to do damage to the economy if he can, even if he just doesn't win this clutch.
Surely, no, maybe not. Xertion does go down. Siren, there's maybe still something on offer until he runs into Shui, and that is 12 for Mouse. They won't be denied. 1 round to go. It's been a valiant effort from BetBoom, but it certainly seems to be Mouse now.
Still plenty of cash to keep reinvesting, though, for BetBoom. These slower rounds, they've been kind of getting picked apart most of the time. Maybe need to up the tempo yet again and just simplify it down to those entries and trades. Playing in that tight pack and just rolling straight on through into the site seems to be a big strength of this BetBoom team. Again, heavy presence towards this A side of the map. Torsi being tasked with keeping an eye over on bathrooms. Again, a couple of times he has not been able to pass that test. No lurk here for BetBoom yet again, just rolling around as a 5-man pack. Torsi's left bathrooms. Frozen will take that space back.
Yeah, BetBoom got to find a way to dig deep here and find a way to get past Frozen. Here he goes again, creeping toward the bathrooms. Doesn't want to let anybody into the A bomb site. BetBoom at the moment all lining up a bit of util. Smokes are going to go over. And Torzi already able to strike onto Kyron, which gives more room for Frozen to play with. Fortunately, he's not going to get to play much longer. And now it's on to Torzi, who has already hit 2 in this round. And kept BetBoom at bay. They've just stopped. In place, cut sound, backed off. That A hit is not where they want to end up.
There's no chance to reroute though. BetBoom, they didn't actually go through their paces and take any B control. They didn't leave that B site lurker in short or over towards Monster or even work any control of connector. So there is no plan B for them. They have to continue back towards this A side of the map, and that has been very firmly closed for business.
Not again.
2 more from Torzi.
4 for Torzi. He's now on for the ace. We just saw Frozen miss out by 1 kill, and we might get the same here for Torzi. But what a way to close it out. That is the ace from Torzi, and that is MOUZ confirmed through to Saturday. They get themselves that spot in the semi-final, force BetBoom to play on Friday in the quarterfinal, and they continue their undefeated streak at IEM Sydney. Another dub in the book for MOUZ.
Yeah, call him a snag on the grill at Bunnings, because Torzi's gotten saucy in that round, Jordan.
Oh, I love to hear it, Pilski. Fantastic stuff from MOUZ. Got to say, though, commiserations to BetBoom. They played such a good map 1. It really did look like they could have gotten a 2-0 actually today. But things just let slip a little bit. Couple too many rounds left by the wayside. Certainly a lot of conversations to be had throughout the night and even going into tomorrow for BetBoom, because they did really look like a threatening team.
These are,
if they got an extra 10% somewhere, would have just run through this series.
They're a bit rough around the edges. I think for BetBoom, what I'll say is they're good at what they're good at. I know that sounds like a dumb statement, but they have very, very good core strength. They are so good at moving at this tight pack. They're so good in this up-tempo gameplay where they're just running at their opponents, where they're playing with that full confidence, but they're a bit too rough around the edges right now. There needs to be some more development, and these kind of losses are the learning experiences that they need to either break apart and not be a team that actually makes it into the Tier 1 of Counter-Strike 2, or potentially learns from it and continues to not only more finely tune those strengths, but also shore up some of those weaknesses and have a few more learning experiences. And I think MOUZ, they're happy that they're able to scrape through that series. I think it was mostly B game today from MOUZ. That was definitely not their top level of form for the majority of that series, but they still put the pieces together, and that's what makes a championship winning side.
Yeah, indeed. So I don't know if off the top of my head I'm going to get this one right, but I think it might be MOUZ and FaZe, is that right? Or are they in the same group? Because it was FaZe that did just win against Gamer Legion.
They are in the same group.
Same group. So it'll be MOUZ versus the winner of Complexity or Monty, and FaZe versus the winner of Hens or G2.
No, they played the winner of the quarter, don't
whatever.
they?
I'm not even going to try and do this anymore. Don't worry about it. Check it yourselves. We'll look at the bracket at some point over the course of today. You know what? It was a mistake to even try. 13-10 though for MOUZ. They've gotten themselves the win there, and they'll be very happy with that tonight. But look, as you said, Pilski, obviously still more work to be done for MOUZ, right? I don't think we 100% saw their A game, so something that they'll be looking to sort of figure out. They've got 2 days though to play with, right? No games tomorrow, plus obviously Friday they're going to skip straight into those semi-finals. That said, again, I feel like actually BetBoom's probably one of those teams that if they can win on Friday will really benefit from having that extra game under their belt, because there seemed to be a lot to sort of figure out for them there. Lots of misutil, we were talking about that. And I think just for a team that is still quite fresh, quite new, especially at this kind of a stage, getting those reps in is going to be always useful.
Yeah, for sure. Even a team like MOUZ, who will now skip another series, at least they've got a little bit more time to practice. They were also missing a lot of grenades. A lot of teams were having a tough time throwing that molly from short A into deep overpass, or things like window smoke earlier in the event. So a lot of learnings for these teams here in CS2. However, MOUZ, despite playing with a stand-in, still looking like, even though they're playing their B game, they're a good enough squad to go through to the semi-final and still be competitive in this tournament. There's more than enough quality there to give a lot of teams trouble. But look, I think BetBoom, despite a good run of form, despite showing us that they're a really dangerous dark horse kind of team in this tournament, MOUZ, I'm not convinced by them if they're going to go up against a better quality squad like a G2 or something like that in the semi. If they play like that, I don't think they're going to be getting through it.
Yeah, I guess that's a good point that we're going to have to sort of figure out as we do go through things. But, you know, has any team really hit their peak? Has any team really felt like they've been 100% solid and on point here at IEM Sydney in Counter-Strike 2? I don't know. I mean, obviously, we haven't watched every single game, but...
I've been most convinced by ENCE, I think, to be honest. But they obviously have a game that they still have left to play, so...
Yeah, I mean, that could throw some caution to the wind as well. I mean, G2, again, have looked okay, but maybe jury's out, depending on how that ends versus G2
I would say they
goes.
almost slipped up against Greyhound, but that was the
True.
best of one. So.
Yeah, best of one. Can't really read into it too much.
Who's safe? No one's safe. But that's what we love about IEM Sydney is danger around every corner. People say usually snakes, spiders. Personally, I've seen almost none of those my entire life. I've lived here forever. And, you know, I'd say more dangerous is the Russian Counter-Strike players. Those guys look scary as hell.
They do indeed. I mean, look, Mao's looking pretty scary at this point as well, right? They come off of the back of a win at ESL Pro League Season 12. Season 12, Season 18. Jeez, I'm going back in the past. Time travel, guys. It's fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
Either way, they come off that win there at Pro League Season 18. They're looking pretty good here at IEM Sydney. And we've got Shuey, who's, I dare say, looking pretty good, ready for an interview. Congratulations, mate, on the dub. You must be feeling pretty good about that one. How's things been going? Obviously, with the substitution, it seems like it hasn't really caused too many issues, and you guys are straight through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, it's been amazing so far. Bram, Nexus, has been doing a really good job stepping in for Jimpat. He makes the process look very smooth, so I'm very happy with how it's going.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you actually two questions. First of all, I just wanted to ask you what it's like playing an aggressive team like BetBoom, who's just running around in a big pack and running at you in CS2. Is that something hard to deal with? And then I also wanted you to talk us through the end of that Mirage T-side game and how you kind of structured your calling after Frozen won that big clutch and you guys were able to bring it back with all those B-side executes.
Yeah, I think their style, the way they play very aggressively, I personally enjoy that, and I think this whole team, my whole team, really enjoys that as well. So we feel comfortable playing against such style. Obviously, it's a little bit different, but we're used to it. In terms of Mirage, towards the end, it was all about mind games. I think we went towards B like so many times that my team was just laughing at me every time I called that we should just end B here. But yeah, it was all mind games. They were playing fast on their T side. We were changing it up in a different style as well, uncomfortable style for them on our T side. So yeah, mind games.
Can you give us a bit of insight into the situation with all of the util at the moment? We've been seeing, I mean, from a lot of teams, util being missed in toward mid-window, for example. The mollies over towards T-stairs on Overpass as well seems to be one of the key pieces of the util that tends to be missed at the moment. Is it something that teams and players are kind of struggling to adapt to in Counter-Strike 2?
Yeah, I think overall there hasn't been a lot of time where you could actually go over every map and make sure everything is done to perfection, especially the utility. We're trying our best as well, and I'm sure a lot of pros are doing that as well. It's just something you need to get used to, and it will come with time, and I'm sure right now you're seeing a lot of it, but as time will go on, there will be less mistakes with utility.
Yeah, definitely, and we're expecting you guys to have a good performance going into those semi-finals. Congrats again on the dub. Thanks for the chat.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, mate. All right, well, Pilski, obviously now is when we get to start talking about how things are going to play out in the playoffs as well. So probably a pretty good time to start looking toward what those brackets are looking like. We have got Maus confirmed as the top seed through from Group A, BetBoom as the second seed, and FaZe come through as third seed. So Group A done and dusted. That's how it's played out, ladies and gentlemen. And FaZe narrowly getting over Gamer Legion. A pretty respectable performance for them. Still waiting to see how the rest of the results are going to go, though. One more match for both of the teams, or both of the sides of the bracket, I should say, here for Group B. ENCE and G2 coming up next alongside Complexity and Monty. Of course, Complexity and Monty vying for the last remaining spot in the playoffs, and both ENCE and G2 having been secured now are playing for that seeding position. How do you see that Complexity-Monty game going? Have you got a horse in that race?
Oh, Complexity looks so good in the series we casted for them. I'd love to see them go through, to be honest. But, you know, I feel like both of those games should really deliver. Looking at the performance from both of these teams throughout the group stage, that's also a rematch as well, that Complexity-Monty from the initial BO1. But the ENCE G2 game, I mean, if you're a fan of like the best, you know, Counter-Strike players, Counter-Strike teams in the world, rather than an elimination storyline between two teams that are, you know, kind of trying to butt into that tier 1 if they're not already there, and you know, potentially fight for their lives and show who have already shown good form in the group stage. I suppose you're kind of satisfied either way, depending on whether you prefer, you know, watching the best players or whether you want to see something a little different.
Well, I guess that's what we're going to have to wait and see, of course, as we do jump into one final game for today. We'll take a break, but we'll be back again for the final game of the night.
Game, same challenges. Play in enjoyable lobbies. The most feared anti-cheat. The fairest matchmaking. And choosing your preferred server might just help with that pesky peeker's advantage. See for yourself.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Well, it's been a long day at the office for Elfman and Pillboy, but they have hung the coats up for the moment. And we've got two banger teams. We've got an upper bracket final to get through. We've got Ents and we've got G2. Two heavy hitters, Jim, to see what they can do in CS2.
And it looks as though they're limbering up for this match. And I think as far as, I guess the expectations are set, obviously very high. Both these teams already qualified technically for the arena, but they want that higher seed. And that's going to be super important because it gives them not only a chance to go and rework maybe some of what they've shown already in the group stage and develop new things, but it also gives them much needed time away.
Well, it gives them a chance to watch BetBoom in the quarters, fighting for their lives, which means they're probably going to pull out some extra stuff. Everyone seems to be, stealing a few things from BetBoom here and there. That's what I've noticed over the course of the last 2 days. But that was crazy comeback on map number 1 of the previous series from Mouse there. So needs to give a little bit of props there because BetBoom looked like the absolute favourites for the tournament. But Mouse, without Yimpat, are taking names.
Absolutely. I think it's just shown that these guys have such a depth of talent. So it's not over-reliant on one player. It's showing that the whole squad can turn up and even then, birth an academy player into the main roster and still, qualify for the arena.
Yeah.
That's massive.
Well, speaking of, these two teams already qualified and Ents, well, let's see what they're going to be able to do. So far, look, we've heard a lot of negative things from Snappy, but he's also said, there's the other good things as well that CS2 brings, and so far, so good. We're looking at a few individuals who are certainly doing the heavy lifting, and I've heard from a bird named Blett that Sunpius is that man, having a whole bunch of fun so far in CS2.
Yeah, look, he's one of those players that have found their comfort zone already, and I think, for a lot of these players who are on that AWP, it's a big talking point for them. It just doesn't feel right.
The other thing we need to mention as well with Sunpius is last time he was in Australia, he was playing for Movistar, and that wasn't that long ago, so his shift into Ents has been pretty swift, and he's done a great job while he's here. Now everyone else in the roster, Dika, of course, doing some big work there. Snappy calling up a Storm and calling him the victory time after time. And I feel like, look, going up against the likes of G2 today, they may be tested, especially on a mechanical level. You got the likes of Modesty running around. You got the likes of JKS as well, and you've seen the highlight clips that everyone's been putting up so far here at IEM Sydney.
Yeah, definitely one of the more mechanical teams that they do have to encounter. That's an interesting... what have we got on Sunpius' head? I'm not too sure. Maybe it's an extra set of cushioning. Not quite comfortable.
I had no idea what you were talking about for a second. Maybe he, bleached his hair and he's just getting his tips did. Also.
Maybe.
But look, so far the tournament here is the stats for everyone on the team. Madden as well with a pretty solid performance.
Oh yeah, he's been super consistent for them. And one of those players that definitely has enjoyed some of the finer guns in the armory available to you in CS2. Yes, he's definitely one of the AUG and SIG enjoyers. And I think it's safe to say that the rest of Ents are also relatively comfortable as well. But it's one of those things. I think Snappy was mentioning that all the teams have to adapt and overcome. They have to develop new strategies. They have to think differently about the same problems.
Or over-adapt and undercome. You can sort of mix that one up as well if you really want to.
Don't know if you want to.
Let's keep moving on with the conversation. We got this Organ SG556 statistics for you guys. And 42% of Madden's kills are coming out of the scoped weapons. So that is interesting. And that's just these scoped rifles. If they're picking up the AWP as well, then things can get a little bit more fancy, but you're looking at some Pius to be doing that. And what's that? 30 out of 71 kills so far in the tournament. And I believe, they got that 2-zip yesterday. So they haven't had a chance to play too many maps to actually get to this position.
Yeah, these guys are definitely putting up some good numbers. And I think having some comfortability with these two weapons, the AUG and a SIG on both sides, those scope weapons that are just proving to be really handy. Also, navigating some of these smoke situations too. I feel like they give you so much more vision down the smoke, and it just clears this pathway, and a lot of these players are enjoying that fact. So teams have got to find a way to be able to deal with that. And to be fair, the SIG and the AUG, you got T and CT, but I feel as though the AUG's just got that edge at the moment.
Yeah, it's definitely getting purchased more. It feels like it's because the difference in the cost of that compared to the SG from an AK, right? You're thinking about that, and
it's got a great rate of fire as well. That's the other thing to note on the CT side. You can spray down multiple incoming Ts.
Honestly, I've been more of a Mac 10 enjoyer myself, so I
I
haven't
know.
done too much of
I
the
know.
heavy homework on the org personally. But G2, they've been putting in the hard yards because, as we all know, they only had 3 days to get ready for Intel Extreme Masters Sydney 2023. And they've done a good enough job to stay here in the upper bracket, almost getting knocked down in that first match against Greyhound. But then, of course, yesterday, keeping it clean against Complexity 2-0. And everyone's had a couple of good rounds on this team. I've heard Hootsy screaming as well, having a whole bunch of fun on those round wins. But every name on this roster that's on your screen right now, you can pick any, and they're going to be farming up a storm on a particular round.
You don't have to look too far for frags on this roster, and I think that's, you know, been the name of the game. But it is all about consistency too. And when they don't have everybody on the same page, things can get a little bit troublesome for them. And I think, you know, there's been a few teams that have exposed their weaknesses. And I certainly think, you know, even in the earlier stages of the bracket, they were troubled by, say, a Greyhound comeback in some of those earlier stages. So they do have their weaknesses. They've been able to patch some of them as the tournament's gone on. And as you said, that limited preparation time has started to wither away. And you've got players like Monesi as well, who has also been so comfortable with that AWP. You spoke about Sunpius, but how can you forget his highlight reel?
Yeah, you've killed me by just saying the word patch today. I've just been permanently triggered. Can't say that around me. Either way, look, we're playing on the old patch, so none of that matters. I haven't had my vent on stream yet, but look, I'm sure we'll get some kind of tactical where I'll have a perfect time to do that. But Modesty, as you mentioned, here you go. This is what his rating is so far. 1.49 is pretty good considering it's only been 4 maps, and he's been doing a lot of the heavy hitting.
Certainly has. And he's been one of those players that has looked super comfortable with the AWP. And I think a lot of the teams still struggle with that a little bit. But over the course of this series, Ents are going to be that roster that really do try and test that. And I think going head-to-head, I think it's perfect because these two teams are definitely familiar with one another. It is a rematch of the IEM Katowice final in 2023. So obviously different game, different time. We'll see whether or not some of these rivalries can be reignited.
Well, rivalries are something that Nico probably knows about, and he's had a lot to say so far on CS2. This time the quote is a bit more in-depth than the last one about Vertigo.
I think that was perfect, though. I think it was to the point.
Oh, I love that one. I love that one. But what's this one? Maybe for some players it just feels a bit better. But I think for me, it's probably like if I talked less and was just actually focused on just shooting and doing my own thing, it would have been better. But I'm just focused on way more reactive things and how to help the team. So that's where he's at right now. And that's what his thought processes going into CS2, or at least into IEM Sydney, are. So we'll see how much that affects his game today. Obviously, had a bit of a slower game in that first series, but I believe yesterday up against the likes of Complexity, they managed to turn that one around. I saw a couple of crazy little clips over on the Twitter sphere.
Yeah, they've definitely managed to turn things around. They're one of those teams that, you know, when their backs are to the wall, they can turn up, they can show things. And I know, you know, a couple of the players here as well have said that from time to time, things have, you know, the temperature here has sort of affected them a little bit. And you can see them, they'll jacket on, jacket off.
How?
It's all about comfort, Mac.
I'm standing here sweating. How's he cold? What's going on?
We've got these bright lights on us, Mac.
This is weird.
So have they, technically. They've
certainly
probably got the brighter lights shine on them, let's be honest. But it's definitely one of those things where you've got to find your comfort zone early on, particularly in a best of 3 like this. And I don't know, I feel as though quite a bit of that is going to come down to where they actually land with the Veto. You mentioned that Nico quote about Vertigo. I would be very interested to see whether or not that's a topic for Ents in their Veto at all.
Yeah, well, we're not at the Veto just yet, Jim. You're getting ahead of yourselves.
Not yet.
But this is what the Veto was last time they went head-to-head. And this was at IEM Cologne. So
Cologne.
3-1. It was the grand final, and G2 won 3-1. But this is when Ents was really starting to make a couple of statements as well. Their Anubis looked insane. But this is one of those things as well. You know, the caveat here is, yes, it was Cologne, yes, it matters, but it was CSGO. And
exactly.
All these maps have changed.
I think at the start of this, we threw out all the data that we had on these teams in terms of what their map pool was, where they were at. Obviously, preparing at least 6 maps for this was going to be difficult for all teams.
Difficult indeed. Now let's see if the Veto is going to be similar to the last time. Is that ice? Is that an ice pack on his head, or is it It might just be bubble wrap.
I reckon it's bubble wrap.
I think it's just bubble wrap because, you know, sometimes these headsets, if you wear them for too long, can, you know, leave a little indent there.
Oh.
You know, I believe some individuals have that going on. But look, let's talk maps. We got Ancient pick from G2. We got Vertigo in there for ENCE, which means it's confirmed.
Yeah, that is actually a big talking point as to whether or not G2 even wanted to go to Nuke. I'm surprised they left it in the Veto, but they were more concerned with the overpass of, it left it in the Veto.
Yeah. No, you said Nuke. Vertigo, of course, is the game that's going to be played.
Of course. Yeah. Overpass is the map, though, that they decided to ban rather than banning out Vertigo. So it's not their permaban. So they've gone into this
playing Veto Chicken. Do they want to play Vertigo? They let it through in the Veto yesterday, and I believe they played that one as well. So I guess we'll see. Obviously, you know, Nico's voiced his opinion on that map.
Maybe
for
they've got some dark crosshairs.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. We've learned a thing or two from those interviews from many a professional here at IEM City 2023, but it's time to jump on into the first map of the series. And we're going to be kicking it off on Ancient. I've been loving the amount of Ancient we've been getting here at IEM Sydney, and I hope that this one provides a great match for us. You know, both these teams want to have that extra day off before jumping into a semi-final and not having to play every day in the arena. So we'll see who gets that little skip onto Saturday.
Yeah, that'll be super important for these two teams to be able to get themselves an early mark here and get themselves straight into that semi-finals. Now, just the one posting up on mid with snapping. As G2, this is that group terrorist aggression that we're seeing. Smoke dropped immediately by D-Hart. And he's just bought a little bit of time. As G2, they're not calling the cancel, they're going straight in.
Snappy couldn't see a damn thing, and it's some players to at least enable that trade. With Snappy falling, though, it means there's not a huge amount of info. Hooksy going to be planting. Oh, safe from Donut, and is going to be able to rip the Glock out just in time. Monacy, with the temple control, is happy just to keep on fighting, even though he doesn't have that shadow advantage. Madden all the way to site now, swinging, looking to make their way in, and that flash, it was good, but it wasn't good enough to stop Madden from making this retake a reality. They are just waiting for that swing on the temple side. Just trying to fight this one together. Patience, the virtue, and Madden won't be able to find any more. Dika,
hang on.
2 more to get here, but that time is ticking right away. And the patience displayed from G2 is enough to net the first round. Everyone should die here.
Yeah, that's a really tough bomb radius to escape.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Monacy was a goner, but Diha had to hightail it. Now, that was actually really well worked in terms of commitment from G2. They were potentially put at risk by that smoke, but all it did was provide them cover from being shot as they entered into this site. They were there ready for the retake, ENCE, but Crossfire was just, it was disciplined, it was patient from G2 and well worked in the end. Just that single smoke now, it's a little bit deep. As that Molotov's actually going to round them off. They're kind of caught here if they wanted to aggress into mid. Nerds. Well, there goes that Hero M4. It only goes 1 for 1. Hunter's clipped quite heavily.
That was a risky maneuver, and it certainly doesn't pay off at all. Now, with that and the man advantage, G2 going to take that donut control, filter out everything on that side. And in this 3-on-4, Nico still just lurking over towards B main, but will reunite with the rest of the troops and eventually go late towards A.
Yeah. Nice amount of view tilt. Still left in the back pocket for G2, and, well, Madden will take no more part. And Snappy is just looking for something to bolster the CT economy. He may be able to isolate a duel here with Monacy, but it'll be a while before he can get anything. Yeah, there's a Galil on offer, but maybe he fancies that prize of the M4. He knew his teammate was felled in mid, so there's a chance there's a weapon lying around here. We'll get the first shot, we'll get the drop. But Monacy, too much armor, and a little quicker in the reaction. G2 navigated around where just the Hero M4 at the start there from Nerds was the only real form of resistance.
flicks around there. And G2 putting Hooksy on that Mach 10 duty. Let's see if he can crack open this B side. He had the spawn. He's going straight towards that cave, but slowed down for a moment. I think that was the nades actually forcing him there, but either way, Molly on the right side means Madam and Snappy are not lasting too much longer. Easy picks already and fast rotations for Ents, but I don't know how much work they can get done here with what they've brought into the round.
Yeah, that airstrike from Ents actually could have potentially paid off a little bit more. Didn't quite find the value that looked to be on offer, but they're going to roll their way into this B site. Nico just lays Sunpias to rest. Oh, D-Hop swinging with that USP. Just trying to make it a little bit more expensive for G2. But Nertz is interested in also trying to tie up a few defenders on this site. You've seen it a few times already, Mac. You were mentioning it before. There is that incentive with the bigger bomb radiuses for teams that are buying in the next round to try and tie up as many in the side as possible. He chooses his moment, and it's an easy exit for G2.
Well, into the third, and it's time to buy for Ents. Let's see what they're going to be able to do and what kind of defense they work up to.
Okay, come on. Oh, straight in. You've got 3 scope weapons. You've got the AWP, you've got 2 AUGs, and we've seen this plenty of times.
Let's see what they can do at the initial point of the round. Molly at the bottom of mid. Hunter not able to make his way out. They'll drop a smoke on the Molly just to draw more attention. And Nertz down here with the AUG. Just going to keep on creeping, G2. They've almost got full lane control, but the flash here and Snappy playing on that short side is going to be able to get the better of Hooksy. 12 in the clip, and swings for a second. Snappy, the aggression, catching G2 off.
The risk worth the reward there. They have a player advantage for now, but Hunter, patience is going to be rewarded. Nertz digs in with that AUG and actually doesn't touch Hunter at all. Back to a 3v3. A lot of territory now for Ents to cover. If that duel in mid goes the other way, JKS providing the perfect rebound for G2 as they take control of B. Now Nico is going to be blindsided, but he's quick to react, and that should be the site secured. That Molotov locking out Diha.
1v3 angle. Diha could give it a red hot crack, but that nade is just going to bounce off his feet.
Talk about red hot.
Ah, the impact. Giving them all the information that they needed, and G2 mop it up for 4 in a row. I thought Ents were good to take this one after this kill there.
Yeah.
But Nertz getting a bit big for his boots, and this too was great. The util thrown from underneath shelf drew the attention away from Sunpias. And JKS, full capitalization. Well, let's see if Ents can do it with the half bite. Heavy presence towards B now. One towards A main. Dika with a swag 7 about to have some action. Dika, he's managed to find one. Lane control is there, and Dika as well. Gets another big double to lock down the aggression shown towards the A side of things. And just like that, Ents with a half buy might find a round.
Yeah, Dika with the bank of Ents right there. Also has a great deal of information for the rest of Ents too. He's got control of A main and could choose to upgrade, but for now, power of position is all he has. So G2 have got to rework this. Hunter and Hooksy to try and stabilize this round for G2 on this wicked buy from Ents. It is despicable. And we'll be able to get themselves into the bomb site here. Sunpias looking to just hold things up. He's got a teammate in tow. The bomb plant will come out, forcing this 2v1. Hunter's being tagged up a little. That might be problematic as they do both choose to exit the site. And we'll be playing this post plant from the B ramp.
Smoke fading. And now's the time that G2 need to lift if they want 5 in a row. Because advantage not quite working out for some highest. The damage more than enough. Hunter 11 in the clip here, trying to find it through that smoke. He's fishing for something that he cannot see. And he's hoping that maybe he's got the line up there, but he's shooting at the wrong individual. And it will be a 10-second wrangle defuse unless, no, won't be able to catch him.
That was certainly very close. And they make that wretched buy work, don't they, Ents? It was a party mix of different weapons. The ensemble somehow becoming a symphony. And I don't know how Snappy survived that. Certainly lucky to take that round without the diffuser going down. But, oh, here we go. All progression straight out of the gate. Monacy with some highway robbery.
Push in. Madden going ham-o, and it's time for Snappy to try to trade, but he doesn't want to give the whole of the B site. Happy with the cheater control. Well, happy enough. After Madden overcooked it there. And Nert's on a long rotation. He might beat G2 here to B. The flash. Not doing too much. Had a sniff at mid to see what was going on in that molly. It's been heard. Snappy knows that he can swing. You got to swing to win, and oh, won't get the MP9 out in time for the re-engagement. But has they got the time for Nerds? He's rotated in time. Unfortunately, Monacy was posted on that for what? The greater part of a minute.
Yeah, he had discipline. And now Sunpius is just trying to save. Looks like his headset couldn't be saved. G2, they're not necessarily too interested in hunting just yet. Hunter does have plenty of cash to potentially try and find Sunpius, but there's just far too much territory to cover. In fact, he's the first one. They only ship off the dock. Try and go for some hunts, but it's mainly just about saving their weapons too, getting away from that bomb radius themselves. What a nicely worked round though from G2. Again, just punishing some of these aggressive mistakes coming out of Ents.
Where's he looking?
He's checking out all the moss on the rocks. Are you a moss man?
No, I'm not, but I had a mate that used to have a moss Instagram.
Moss Instagram?
Yeah, he was just into plants, and he'd go on hikes and take photos of all the cool moss that he found on his hikes. And I haven't thought about it for years, but you saying that just triggered a memory. And I'm glad I could share it with everyone at home. I'm sure you enjoyed it as much as I did.
He would have been frothing at like the moss gardens in Japan and things like that, wouldn't he?
I can't remember. It was just... I can't remember the name of the account. It was Moss something.
Moss, the most interesting man on the planet.
Uh-huh. Mechanical engineer.
And a man of the moss.
Curious mind. Sure is. Mine goes many places. And so is mine. Anyway, that's tactical timeouts are all done and dusted. 1xBet impact player, of course, is going to be Monacy there. And G2 continuing to stack on these rounds on the T side.
Yeah, Ents have got to find an answer. And I think the answer's still going to be laying within these orgs. Maiden actually switching out to the M4. So I know Madden's been loving the org. But, oh.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought that was... Sunpius has missed 2 sitters. And that's going to be the site giving up. This retake now from Ents. They have some utility to make it work, but that donut control is going to be super important. And there we go. The crossfires start to set. They're just going to spam these laneways. And yet to play the ball.
Yeah. Spotted on the edge of that blooming smoke. Going to be able to lock it down yet again for a kill. But Ents with the 4v2 are looking to hold on to this as best they can. That nade looked so good, but Nerds just barely surviving on 4 points of health. Drops the flash and waits for the swing, but Hooks didn't have the bullets to deal with it. Now it's all up to Nico to try and tow this one right back. Only that AWP in hand and 40 seconds to try and save, which could be a play.
Well,
there's still some money in the bank.
Oh, hang on. That's a miscalculation.
Hello?
He's been put in a Hertz locker, Nerds.
What's going on there?
It's now a 3v1. Nico could be incentivized here.
Okay.
What do you got, Nico?
Something's going on. A little bit of typing going down. And 20 seconds, Nico, those jump sounds probably heard. But either way, he is just going to opt for the save. And there's the fallen Nerds.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate occurrence because they need to keep their money up on the CT side. That's look. I know the TK, you know, money loss isn't necessarily a huge factor like it used to be.
Yeah.
But it's the fact that now he's lost all his weapons, his armor.
You mentioned that some players, you know, had a shot or two there that looked like they should have hit. I was watching a clip earlier from that first best of 3 they played today where he actually killed, I think it was Crims, from behind a wall. So that's
both
still
ways.
happening, you know? LAN, huh? Crazy.
LAN.
CS2 on LAN. Do it on LAN. Well, I will. Shoot you around a corner. New round.
A man of the land.
And we're going to see Ents going a bit more heavy towards mid now. 2 players here. Nurse just going to be dropping that smoke a little early to try to get away, but the smoke at the bottom of mid allows him to keep on playing that flash. Gets fully tanked, and Nerds wants to try to fight this. Scoped in, but G2 missing what could have been an opportunity as they play it slow.
They do. JKS posted up on this laneway aggression. None shown, though, by Ents, and so Nico will be calling that across. He's also now clearing out Cheetah. And so they have themselves set for this vice grip on the B side. Ents, though, they do have 3 players rotated towards B. They might actually catch a timing here. Madden's on his way back towards mid, but now will be forced to come back as swing in the peak.
Maybe a little wall shot coming through there. Or bang, at least, onto Nico. And Snappy gives the cave control, but they still have a 3-man setup here at B, and that time, it is slowly but surely ticking on down.
Oh, hang on. Snappy's with the info.
That's more than info, Jim. It's looking like it might be the triple and the bomb. No, Hunter going to be able to at least slam one back. And maybe just say wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, and take some control here over towards the B side. He's got a helping hand right behind him, taps it, waits, and hopes that they can find some kind of equalizer. And there isn't going to be the U-tilt to stop this one from happening. Monacy, the cover is immaculate there with the orb. And now we're down to a 2-on-3, bringing it right on back smoke. Fading Madden. Not able to phase that one out. Not in CS2.
That is vintage Monacy. I know he's only young, but he's already got a vintage. How's he turned that round on its head? He said, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. Wall Black Betty, bam, balam. And that is a round that goes the way of G2. They pull themselves out of the fire. Snappy, what a push. The right time to disrupt the execute on the site. I thought he'd done enough, but...
That's multiple times. Think about the amount of times Snappy's pushed and found himself a double in situations where in CSGO, you probably wouldn't be doing that. Dry. It's CS2, baby.
Well, maybe it's time to change the flavor. Dihar certainly thinks so. They've got the MP9 on Madden. So the Croc. City aggression. Again, just trying to place... It's passive pressure, isn't it? Now, eyes on mid here. Nertz actually might find some timing with this push, but he doesn't continue. Now Ents are coming through with a double push of their own. Oh, the flash is good. It nets 2, and Ents are now just going to back off.
See if they can lock it down from here, but Monacy ain't done just yet. That line, that shot. This kid, he's doing it again.
What?
But no bomb means Monacy has to cross back, has to keep on fighting. And there's a world where he has to do it all himself here. They know that the bomb has to be somewhere, and Dika as well. A late flank with the XM after picking up one there. But an isolated fight here, and Monasteer has so many angles to clear, it's all going to boil down to the timing. But Sunpius, patience, but picks his fight wisely. And that's going to be 3 on the board for Ents.
What damage did that shotgun do over range, Mac? That was ridiculous. Like that XM actually hit him like it was a rifle. And he finishes the job with the USP. D-Har, I want to know what damage that shotgun did. I need to know. That's insane. He's just been snapped. JKS. And despite Monasty's best efforts, Ents pull themselves another round, and the buyer's looking pretty decent too. They're making these SMGs and these XMs and whatnot.
I got the answer for you, Jim. Apparently it was 45 damage at that range from behind Aimeen.
There's no way, man. There's no way. Ain't no way an XM does 45 at that range.
Oh.
No wonder the USP. Holy shit, man.
Insanity. Absolute insanity. Well, I'm keen to see what Modesty keeps bringing to the table. 9 rounds in. 11-4 for him. The rest of the boys all doing what they need to do. Hence, though, let's see if they can string 2 together, because they've been struggling to do that.
They certainly have. But this is a real chance for them to put a run together. So they execute. About to be set up on this A site. They do have the Mac 10 bust. I know you love this, Mac.
Certainly do.
Donut smokes out.
Let's see if the flashes get them all the way through and if Ents want any of this. But it looks like they don't. So just falling away and spamming through instead. Looking to nade a couple of those. Donking in. And G2 just don't have the space to plant. But Monastery going to give it a red-hot crack here. In a 1v5, AK and too many members running at him. So it won't work out this time as Ents string 2 together to find 4.
Dear me. Well handled by Ents. Getting a lot of value on blowing that smoke.
There you go.
There we go, man. This is why that man became the smoke, hey? I love it. Just a shadow step through the smoke. All right.
Faster.
Faster. And they may actually get some value out of this if they get the bomb planted. Madden going to try and dig in here. He's got a few to deal with. And this is why the AUG is such a good gun in these situations.
The space. They got that plant. Objective already found. And Snappy going to be getting a quick triple against the Glocks there. So G2 are going to be happy, but Ents will too. And everyone's got money. Everyone's got guns going into the final round of the half.
Dear me. There's a lot to do in this round, though. I don't know. I feel as though things have just slipped away from G2 after what was a very convincing start. Ents have managed to battle their way into a few of these rounds, a few unconventional buys that we're honestly loving here in CS2. So the early set of util comes out. Again, aggressive from Ents. They love trying to isolate this duel instantaneously in mid, but now it allows them a gateway through for alleyway control. The counter-aggression through from Ents. The reflash is good so far. Sunfire sticks around and he gets the trade, but Nico is quick to slap him down.
Those mollies not fully able to deny the aggression coming through from Nico there. And the mid control for now, it's going to be held by Monacy over towards Red Room. Madden could be walking into the wrong position, but Monacy, that flick was insane. 2v4 now. And Ents, it's going to be difficult for them to get back in, but a shot like that might make it happen. Madden not going to be able to get more value. And it's all up to D-Hut in a 1v3. Bomb going to be going all the way back to B. As they know D-Hut's position. They heard him. They saw him. And Nico ready and waiting for the rotation back.
Yeah, JKS also just cutting the map as well. Full rotation back through T-Spawn, though. He doesn't want to take any risk. And they're going to do everything to absolutely secure this round. They're going to look at walls. They're just not going to move. Try and play this timer out. As D-Hut is looking to try and make the most out of this single flash he's got to take this 3v1. Oh, he's actually picked up 2 more on the way through. That's certainly very handy.
Picking. And D-Hart gets past the first hurdle. 2 more to find. Again, oh, Modesty.
Oh, dear.
Gets to safer pastures. Nade chunks down D-Hart to 24, but he'll find more and needs to knock out the door of the win, but that bomb gets tapped and no time left to play with means JKS slots in a 7th, and we're going to be 7-5 at the half. Ladies and gents, we'll see you after this. A crazy affair in the first half leaves us 2 rounds between ENCE and G2 here, but are we going to see ENCE kick back in the second half? Remember, it was a, 5-1 start, a 4-0 full start for G2 before ENCE started to get those rounds on the board. And it ended up only being 7. So ENCE, once they got that economy sorted, things were a little better for them. But I dare say we might be seeing a quick B hit here from ENCE as G2 start to wander into mid.
Oh, Monasync. Easy as you like. That's going to kick things off towards B, and they've got a lot to deal with here.
Defensive smoke?
Yeah.
Nico dropping that just to live, just to wait and survive. Hooksy going to be able to find one on the Madden as the cross comes across. And Snappy hoping to get a couple of shots from the back of the head there. And the bomb going down means at least Ents have that small victory, but they might find more. Diha! Whoa, what a bloody round out of him!
Woo-hoo-hoo! Dear me. Hasn't Diha turned up at the right moment and everything looking up Ents? What a way to start the round. What a way to finish it.
Out of nowhere. That first shot into the second, and then the rest of it. Here we go. Blink and you'll miss it.
Dear me, that is nasty.
That's a cracker of a Glock round. Ents is going to be full of adrenaline after that one.
Snapping necks and cashing checks.
So
what did G2 do? They answer with the buy.
Take that. Certainly will take that.
Hunter's just eaten 2 grenades. It's only chipped him down to half, though. The boost just tags nothing. So G2 have not given away the fact that they've got that buy now with that scout going off.
Time's really ticking away. And G2 still have this trap set up. Bait and switch in cave. And they are expecting it to be this B hit. They've done their homework. They've seen Ents throw something like this before. And the pistols, you know that they can dish out damage so quickly. It's a nasty scout shot coming through from Modesty. And Hooksy at the back of sight with the CZ, able to find one. Trade still favoring Ents for now, and they have time on their side. But look at this Hunter. Will he turn around in time? Big damage on the Madden. But the trade is a little bit better for Ents in the end. So they will be able to get away with 2 alive into the next round as we tie things up 7 apiece.
Oh, man, that is pretty wild. Modesty there provides them a slither of hope. I thought maybe Hooksy would get better value out of that CZ, but it's just the fact that they've got too many chess pieces on the board for G2 to deal with. It was that late flank camp coming through. So it's back to 7 apiece now, and the buy from G2 is nowhere to be seen. They've invested far too much in the last 2 rounds to be competitive here. Already Nerds has thinned the numbers, thinned the herd. So G2 just putting their eggs into the A basket for now. Ents slowly grip their way towards B. Should be a bit easily around now for Ents, unless they make some catastrophic mistakes.
Well, it's been a long day of Counter-Strike for the final day of the group stage. But action everywhere, and I have a feeling, have an inkling that this is going to be a long series again. Ents with 5 alive, going to be extremely happy. And Bubble Wrap gang over towards the right there.
I wonder if JL comes tomorrow or like to the arena with a Bubble Wrap, you know?
Maybe. The headband?
Headband, yeah.
But we'll see if Admin Wander allows that to happen.
I reckon he
didn't make any friends yesterday.
Events, yeah, future events, JL's just going to have a Bubble Wrap headband.
Well, Molly towards the bottom of mid, and G2 hunting for this mid control. Whereas Ents speeding things up over towards B. They threw themselves a nice prog smoke towards B ramp. But are they going to go through it, or are they happy just sitting in the beehive? Pius tucked away there. Defensive util from G2, slowing down the lane push. With this mid control, they can potentially pop Hunter up and through this lane smoke, but we'll see what they opt to do here.
They don't want to burn too much more time by sticking around in mid. They just don't have the utility to control it, G2. So they will just backpedal the defensive line somewhat. Cave control given away to Ents, as they are pretty firmly set in B lane. They've got that late presence in mid with Nerds. We're looking to cut out CT rotation. That's a good entry from Snappy. But it's the push from Nico that could have been problematic. It's dealt with in the end. Modesty, though, this angle, undealt with. And it provides G2 with so much.
That'll be that.
How many rounds is Modesty going to multi-kill in?
How many rounds is Backside going to go unchecked, unmollied? That's the question. It might have been mollied. He could have slotted in afterwards, but either way, it's very focused on long, on short, and just getting caught off by that multiple times now. A1S seems to be the go-to for G2. And it's putting in the groundwork as they find their first round for the second half. Hence, they've got money. They're buying up, and we are going to see an Ace of Predator tactical, or Ace of Predator economy here. Is there is another Ents tactical taken. Just deciding what they want to do here on the T side, how they're going to operate the game plan. Some players will get that AWP in hand. A couple more scopes there. At least one more for Madden.
Yeah, this is a pretty important round for the economy. Just looking in now. I mean, I imagine Hooksy's got a gun there waiting for him. That's it. So, I mean, this is a round that could be crushing to either one of these two teams. Probably more so to G2 with that CT economy really feeling the brunt. So, very important round for both Ents and G2. It's great aggression early on. Modesty comes up, trumps, and he picks up a second as well. That player pushing through platform. He knew the trade potential was there and flattened it anyway. And now they're going to double aggress, but they have this AWP of Sunpias to contend with. Oh, they're going to continue to put pressure here. You can see the double cave push comes through. Nico nets that, and Sunpias again. Oh! Missing another sitter.
Where'd it go?
Where is it?
Where the bloody hell are you? Sunpias asking. 1v5 angle, probably not going to be happening here. The odds certainly against Sunpias.
They've got extra bubble wrap head, like Kevlar.
G2 fully locking him in here. Chains in the way. Modesty down on that close side of T-spawn. Sunpias will not be allowed to save here no matter what. He's going to have to fight for it. Just a matter of when. And chances are that'll happen as the clock strikes 0. Smoke going to the door.
Oh, he sent it. Does not want to give it away.
Yeah, he realizes what's at play. And with that going down, he's hoping maybe, look, he can get some kind of damage going.
It's gone now. It's with the Pixies.
Yeah.
Does he want it back? He wants it back.
He's going to nade it back.
Give it back.
Look, that nade was going to go to the grave anyway.
He's lost.
A solid attempt, a solid thought process, but unfortunately, it didn't work out as he intended.
He's accidentally kicked the AWP over the fence. He's like, hey, mister, can you throw me back my AWP?
Can you give me the ball back?
He's now suddenly British and not Spanish. That's unfortunate because he's just backpedaled at the wrong moment. So, moving under brakes.
Snappy unhappy. And G2 taking back the lead with that round. No casualties, which is what you want to see as a CT enjoyer. With some extra cash in the back pocket for the next, or any potential mishaps. Don't know if there's going to be too many of those up against the Glocks in this round. Modesty readjusting the crosshair. He's setting the spray. And him and Hunter farm up a storm. Diha. Big pistol play already this game, but a 1v5 with a Deagle. I don't know about that one. Good start, though.
Diha has shown that he has proficiency with pistols. Here we go. There's certainly a 1B on the end of this. You're almost... Oh, okay. Diha cancels.
It's okay. He's comfortable as hell with his headset right now.
That's true.
Bubble wrapped up. Ready to headbutt some motherfuckers.
There's double trouble with the bubble. Perhaps being burst here for D. How? This animation. I never get that on my inspect.
Yeah, he was going ham. Well, that's another. And only one rifle going to be lost in the pistols, which is pretty solid for all the G2 fans out there.
Now
Good
it's back
enough with
to,
that second shot.
I was going to say, now it's back to regular business here, though, for Ents. Vi's looking good. Early smoke set out. There we go. Love that smoke from spawn. And just with that Molotov in pairing, it just splits up any CT, or sorry, any T aggression through mid.
Hooksy going in with the banger. But there will be no match to follow. Ents playing real passive behind B main. Waiting for that util to bleed dry from G2. Before they go for a later approach at B, it seems. Nerds as well. Hasn't made too much noise at A. And G2 staying very proactive with where they're all playing. You can see the constant shift where the CT members are going. And Hooksy could get caught looking the wrong direction here if he doesn't respect the timing of that smoke. Looks like he will.
So much respect being given to that smoke.
With the time ticking down, what's left here on the B site? Nothing for Nico. One flash for Hooksy.
There we go, some flash timing on the push here. Oh, Madden! Hello, Nico.
Didn't need the scope this time.
Is he going to go?
Oh, there's more there, but the burst is not enough. Hooksy saw that lineup, but couldn't find any more. And Ents now. Are they going to be able to lock it down? Monacy disrespecting the molly. Won't be able to stop that. It's Sapias. Stops Monacy in his tracks. 2v3 as G2 are still thinking about going for the retake here.
Yeah, JKS and Hunter, two abreast, are going to be filing into this site through long. And it's certainly doable if they can isolate this duel with Snappy. Sunpice is surely there to show presence, and now they've got their homework to do. Where are these two remaining from Ents? Sunpice has given away his position, but it's all going to be on the swing from Nerds. Oh, they're just going to full stick it. JKS with the cover. This is brilliant.
That'll do it.
That'll do it. I don't know what Ents were playing in that post plant, but it certainly wasn't for the round.
The 2v3 is going to sting that a little bit more. Hooksy having a little yell there in the studio.
Sharp from Madden.
But unfortunately, even with entries like that, it's not enough. Cover from JKS gets the job done. And now just 2 more rounds needed for G2 to take Ancient, the first map of the series.
Certainly is on the cards, isn't it? The last tactical timeout used here ends. They've got to get rounds on the board and stat. I imagine the buy is going to be somewhat low on utility if they're going for rifles like this. So don't expect much in terms of second wave utility. For Ents out of this round, they just don't have it. They've got, to be fair, they've got 4 smokes. It could at least deny some information. But where do we go from here for Ents? Laneway control is the name of the game. A little bit faster this time. That HE timing from G2 just a little too early to get them the result they want. But Nerds has taken space and it's been given to him. Miko only good for 1, and now they've got control of the site. This bomb plant won't be denied either, but Hooksy has got a nice stabilizing frag. The retake is certainly on here for G2.
Oh, just locking down that short push to allow Hunter to rotate in, but Ents needs to make this move and make it now, and Snappy certainly does. Times it to a T, and Madden 2 making a little bit of noise. We'll see if G2 read where they are, and if they want to go for the 2v3 again, but without finding anything, and the time that's already gone too far away. The round escapes G2, and Ents will continue to play with 9 secured on the board, 2 rounds the gap, a chance to go all the way to the end of regulation, and still close it out for Ents.
Just looking for an exit or 2 there, if they could, G2. And Ents survive with 3. But plenty of money there on G2. JKS had about 8k before losing that round. So he should be able to distribute some funds, some weapons across the board. It's a great flank from Snappy. That's a round-winning flank, to be honest. As soon as they lost cave control, the retake gets tenfold increase in difficulty.
G2 going back to what was working, but Nerd's going through the molly, and it hasn't quite worked. Oh, the molly still stacking in CS2 means there was so much damage pumped onto him, and a great reaction from Hunter to pick up the first Snappy, able to go through the smoke and trade. But with many numbers here for G2 at mid, it's very hard for ENCE to keep on penetrating this defense. And now in a 2v4, ENCE have a long way to go and plenty of time to play with if they want to try to net this round.
Oh, dear me. The play from G2 is just superb, and they've just layered a lot of utility. The problem is, though, they've burnt quite a bit of it on just trying to control both laneway and mid. So ENCE on the regroup, they do have a full set of utility between them. And I feel like Madden's got the, you know, the mental edge heading into this B site. He's entered a few times before, but it's Diha!
Look, you think Madden does, but Diha doing all the work for ENCE right now. 21 and 13, and still hitting shots like that. Pika's advantage exists here, ladies and gentlemen. Longside smoke is there. Madden, smoke off short as well. There'll be plenty of space to get this one planted, but the G2 respect it. There's a nade there and a smoke to get them through. But we're going to see a donk now.
Here we go.
A little blow from JKS. Oh, Madden still able to find one there. D-Hub brings it to a one-on-one. Two goats headbutting one another here. Who's going to come out on top? And it's all going to boil to the timing. D-Hub opts to go to cave side and doesn't play the bomb. But JKS just doesn't have the read on this position. And that time it's ticking. He needs to make a move. If he's not here in the cutout, then D-Hub might just have him. But can he raid it? Can he reap it? Can he make it happen? Oh, JKS! Is there just enough time? I think he's just got it. Barely brings it back, and G2 put themselves on map point.
That's cool, calm, under pressure. JKS in the clutch. It's been a feature of his gameplay over the years, and that's a big one. It's G2 on match point. Oh, man. Pika's advantage, the swing. I feel like m0NESY has been one of the better at dealing with it with his reaction time, but that's just nasty.
Still doing so much work there. Crazy shots coming out every single round here.
It's exactly the gameplay we expected out of these two teams, though. The playoffs berth already secured, but they want a day off. The things you have to do in Australia to get a day off, just call in sick. But right now, both of these two teams are certainly not just phoning it in. The national sickie. They're working for it here, Hoopsy. Steps! He gets potentially 3, but he's tanked the Molotov. Madden is on 4 HP. And maybe that's the round and the game slipping through for ENCE.
Ridiculous scenes here right now. And ENCE just getting caught off time and time again, but still able to bring it back from these disadvantages. And that's another opening. Nerd's going to be able to clock one straight onto Hunter. And Madden, with the AWP in hand on 4 points of health, can still find value. But G2, they're going to stay proactive. They know they want to peek here. Crab walk. Where the fuck did that bullet go?
I feel like ENCE are just missing some of those bullets that normally we'd be seeing, but that is the first map going the way of G2, and it was some CT info plays that got the job done. And, well, so many memorable rounds in that match, Mac. I think it's safe to say, though, that the B holders might have a bit of PTSD in future games, but G2 get the job done. Their mid to late round play on that CT side was superb. They were excellent in the clutch.
They certainly were. I'm still just shocked. Sub-tick or sub-shit, let's talk about that for a second. G2 though, one map in the bag is a great way to start this and try to lock in that semi-final. Ents did a really good job to keep it as competitive as it was, but just unfortunately was not able to get this map. Weren't able to bring it back there in the second half, but they will have their map in Vertigo to try to make it happen. I just guess we'll see how that one plays out once we get there. But yeah, plenty of blown smokes in this game, plenty of great CS2 gameplay, but also some unfortunate CS2 gameplay. And Diha, whoa, what a play. I'd love to relive that one again.
Yeah, that really fired up Ents as well. The problem is they kind of ran out of gas a little. And with some of these frustrating plays coming out of G2, the no doubt sort of built up over the course of time. Felt as though m0NESY just had free reign wherever he wanted to go in mid. They kind of had trouble dealing with him. But, I don't know, they kind of had trouble checking that cutout too every time they went into this B site. But these entries, Ents are looking sharp. They just can't put the finishing touches on some of these rounds, and I think that's going to be frustrating, but it's something that they need to look into on Vertigo. And we know players on G2 aren't fans of Vertigo.
Yeah, well, they let it through now a couple of times in the vetoes, so you know they've got a game plan. But at least with Ancient in their back pocket, they can go all the way to 3. They can go to Mirage if they need to. I'd be down for a 3-mapper between these two titans, you know, CS2, even though it is in the state that it currently is. I think my feelings are heard. I'll stop, I swear. This one's been a cracker. You know, Ents, we saw Madden making some crazy plays. Diha, he's here to play today. And the likes of G2, everyone's there to party.
Yeah, look, it's a party at G2's place, and everybody's invited as we head over to Vertigo, Mac. But look, I think what we're seeing is exactly what we expect. The org, I guess, supremacy, reigning supreme for Ents, worked for them on their CT side. They were able to get themselves a pretty decent run of rounds on the back half of their first half. But when they got into the second half, it felt as though they ran out of gas against some of these G2 aggressive CT plays, the early round aggression, the mid to late round aggression.
Yeah.
m0NESY just went unchecked,
Not just
man.
that, bro. The reactive plays as well. You're talking about m0NESY, and he will be the Air Force aim high player of the map for sure. No one else could really do it. It's not that guy. Look, they're both young, they're both strapping, and they're both handsome. But it ain't him. He is not him.
He is one
not
player
m0NESY.
to certainly aim high to.
He is.
But look, if it's m0NESY, then I think it's no surprise because he's one of those players that is just cerebral in his play. There was a 3v5 that was in favor of Ents, and his AWP entries turned that around. I felt as though that was like one of the nails in the coffin for Ents.
There was plenty of nails.
There was a lot of nails, don't get me wrong.
There was a lot of nails everywhere.
But that was the first nail that really put them through. And I think it's no surprise that he's one of those players that everybody's still talking about. The mini GOAT, if you want to call him that. I know he's known to be the mini GOAT.
There's lots of goats in the server today. That's what
true.
you get when you watch an Ents versus G2, right? You know.
And sometimes you end up in a GOAT rodeo.
And I feel like it wasn't that chaotic, you know,
It wasn't.
Compared to some of the other games we've seen here at IEM Sydney. It has been a relatively structured performance, and even though there was, yes, aggressive mid-round plays, random pushes for no apparent reason other than knowing that they could try to make it happen, it still worked out. It still looked structured. You knew why they were doing what they were doing. And here you go. We'll try it again. Air Force aim high. Player of the map is going to be m0NESY. 1.79 rating. That's astronomical. That's going to take his rating even higher than what it was at the start of the game.
Yeah, that's incredible. And I think it was all due to that massage at the start. I think he came in, he was relaxed. Look at some of these AWP entry shots. He was stabilizing the round. This round is the round I'm talking about. That's the round where Ents felt as though they really copped the brunt of that. But
yeah,
to be honest, he just went unchecked. Like this early round play, this aggression in mid, like Ents aren't dealing with it. How can you? He's just flattening you. And I think, look, they're going to need a bit more than bubble wrap on those headsets if things continue this way.
Can we get some helmets? You know, helmets with little earbuds or something. Maybe, you know, they need just, Kevlar. Kevlar is probably a good way to put it. Now, look, Vertigo, let's start turning the conversation over there. I feel like it should be an Ents map. If they're both going to bring a similar performance to what we just saw, you know, I'm thinking it should be. But G2 getting the start on the side that they want to start on, maybe they get off to a really good roll.
Yeah, a win condition for me, though, heading into this map is Sun Pius. He needs to find where on earth his bullets are going because, don't get me wrong, there was a few sitters there that I feel But I know you've
need to breathe.
hurt your
I
foot,
can't-
but don't hurt
I can't
anything
watch
more.
that again, man.
That was painful to watch. Some of those shots just go into Narnia. And I think
Into
we've
the
opened
sub-tick
like,
system.
I'm pretty sure someone else on another server close by copped that bullet.
What you see is what you get.
Because, yeah, look, if they can get some Pius firing on Vertigo, he's going to provide a few openers because we do know that G2 like a cheeky peek or two.
They certainly do. Now, look, swing to win here at IEM Swingney. We've been going on about that, and you can see it displayed there again. Yeah. Even, look, swing to win or crab walk to win, as we saw at the end of that map.
It's a crab rave.
I just don't get it. I just don't get it. Sometimes things make sense in the world of Counter-Strike, and at the moment, a lot of things don't make sense. Maybe that'll change with some more patches. Who knows? But
and then any more patches, and you end up with a quilt.
That's true.
We'll see how we go.
Well, let's go grab a quilt for you, Jim. You look like you're a little bit cold, just like some of those players. It is time to move towards Vertigo, but to get there, we've got to go to a break. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you after this for some Vertigo.
Statistics from all of your CS2 games? Simply search your Steam account to access a detailed breakdown of all your matches. Find your best maps, check when players are banned for cheating, and access other in-depth statistics from matchmaking and basic games. Gain access to your entire CS2 playing history with csstats.gg.
Oh, he's pushing smoke, bro. What's he trying so hard? Jesus Christ, man.
Summer is over.
He's so blind. One close.
It's time to try hard. Join the first CS2 League season.
Market, door one. Cat dead. Let's go.
Win your share of $214,000 on your path to ESL Pro League.
I feel like the games are a bit too long. Like, I think BO5s are actually more viable now because the games aren't going to be as long.
Honestly, I think it's not that bad. We shouldn't ever play best of ones. We should always play best of threes at least. And of course, finals best of fives. I think like underdogs will have more chances, and that makes more fun as well, I would say.
For me, it's really short, and I think there were times, for example, when you played MR15 and you need some time to get into game, and I think maybe the first 5 or 4 rounds can go on the from the other team, and I think it can happen. But now it is just such a large percentage of the max round that it shouldn't happen anymore, you know, and it goes with the economy, right? Like they need to swap, I think, the economy if you play MR12.
If you lose both pistols, and then if it's gonna be the same like in CSGO, lose both pistol force, you lose forces, and then you have to equal the third round. That's 6 rounds out of 12, so half of the game already. So that's not good. Like MR12 and economy will like they need to come together, because MR12 with bad economy, it's gonna be so bad for us.
I think that you shouldn't ever have to save twice in this economy, like with having MR12.
I think the MR12 though is nice. I don't know if they can do anything to the economy. I think I like it so far.
Hard to say. I mean, they could definitely do something with the economy, but I think you just gotta win rounds.
Yeah. Yeah, I also like best of threes more than best of ones. I think best of ones just like pretty short, kinda.
One round can change everything.
So maybe I would put 6.
Yeah, same. I wanted to say 6.
I would have won a lot more finals if it was MR12, so I'm gonna leave it on 8 on my scoreboard.
I'll do a 6 again, just because I think the economy needs some tweaking.
Yeah, that's the only thing that needs to change for me as well as the economy.
I would say overall it's probably like a 9 out of 10 for me if they can just fix that one part of it.
No.
I mean, I don't think that we should be double saving at all, and it should feel pretty good.
I'll give it a 9 like John said.
Yeah, 9.
For me, it's very nice when they play a lot rounds. I can see more ideas. For me, it's better to watch MR15, not 12.
So you don't agree with me, huh? I don't know. I will go with
I'll put 7.
I will go 8.
I vote for. It's a low for me.
I say like, yeah, 7, 7.5 probably.
COVID was definitely a really rough time for me. I wasn't having the best time in the team that I was in, and the atmosphere wasn't very good. The last thing, which was probably the biggest one, was I hadn't been home in like 2 years or something like that. I definitely thought about a few times when I wasn't having that great of a run during that period. Is this really what I want to do? To kind of, you know, should I just quit and go back home, and at least then I get to spend time with my family and friends, and at least I can be happy in that way rather than being away from home, unhappy with CS and also unhappy with my living environment and stuff like that. When I got benched from Complexity, I wanted to play it, but I couldn't get a team. But I was kind of happy that I was benched and I was off that team, if that makes sense. Like my mental state was a lot better, but I was a little bit worried that I wouldn't get a job offer. Definitely a really rough period, but I mean, came out on top, and I think I got pretty lucky that I got the offer from FaZe to stand in for Veto, and if I didn't get that, then I probably wouldn't be here right now. So I guess it's a little bit of good karma.
Where am I going to put the be good part?
At the time, I think it was Twists who approached me. I didn't want to show up, play like shit, and then they get eliminated from the event. I think there was a little bit of pressure for me at the start. It kind of started off a little bit rough because I hadn't played it so long and I was playing it with a bunch of different people. I was just really happy to be playing again, especially because it was a LAN event as well, and I hadn't played a LAN event in a long time. Match by match, it got better and better. So yeah, it was a really good experience, honestly, and I think that was probably one of the most fun events I've ever played, just because everything was so carefree, everyone was getting along with each other super well.
We're gonna do it for Hoey, we're gonna do it for Justin, for all our fucking team, for everyone, okay boys? Stay fucking positive all the fucking way. This is final, it doesn't change anything.
Yeah, they're out wide. Savagery on the site. Justin freaking Savage, man!
Kind of a fairy tale in a way. Yeah, I guess that kind of put my name back on the map for other people to look at me.
A fun-filled first map of Counter-Strike 2 between G2 and ENCE here at IEM Sydney. And we've got Vertigo to get to. Who knows if it's going to go to 3 or if G2 are just going to take us home early today. I guess we're all going to find this one out together. And I'd rather learn my fate with no other individual than this man here, Jim. Jimmy Jim, how you doing?
I'm doing great. I don't know how G2's Vertigo is doing, but we'll all find out together. And everybody, we're all in this together. This CS2, this ride through some of these new patches.
Yeah, ride or die, baby. G2 doing it on the fly, and Hooksy, the man on your screen and the man leading by example, calling up a storm. Also putting his body on the line a few times there, as we saw in map number 1. Let's see if they do it again, but G2 are choosing to start on the CT side here of Vertigo. We haven't seen a lot of Vertigo so far here on CS2 at IEM Sydney, but hopefully this shows us a thing or two that we might not know. Other way, it's fast approach. Ents going straight into B.
Yeah, and then really no presence. Aggressive from G2. They're opting for this retake. JKS gets the spot, and the info is potentially going to be pinched though with this push through mid. They do back off, and they've got the picks. The plant will come through. It's even better for Ents right now. This is only Manesi and Nico to deal with, and I say only Manesi and Nico because they are showing their stripes right now. Back to 2v3, and oh, the timing's going to work out. The 2v2 is on. They've got the info on Nerds, but Nico has to work out where Snappy is.
And he's about to do that. Head spotted, Balaclava dealt with real quick, one-on-one. Nerds, a few left in the clip, and that time is really ticking away. Nico waiting for the swing, and Nerds is going to get it in the end. Another pistol in the bag for Ents, and an early lead on the T side of Vert.
That was so close. Nico and Manesi almost bringing that round back out of the fire for G2. I thought Ents had done a great job in just establishing the round, this pressure they put on both JKS and Hunter. They had absolutely no chance going through. But it was this Nico that kind of kicked things off. Dear me. What a round that could have been. But now G2 just grouped together. There's not a single dollar spent. Crabbing their way down this A ramp. The element of surprise. Ents though, they got the Mac 10s. They're looking for some farm time. And the crops potentially are ripe for picking. As Ents are just slowly walking their way straight into B. The execute comes out now. The utility is used up to flush out every single hidey hole.
What'd you get up to today, Jim? It's a great time to get those out of the way.
Maxin chillaxin. It's a great day in Sydney, to be honest. Spent a little bit of time on the streets.
Yeah?
Yeah. Bit of walk and talk.
I'm almost able to walk successfully. Well, I am walking. It's a bit better than a hobble right now since my content injury the other day. But we're right on track to be able to maybe even pop a run out.
Pop it.
Maybe a walkout over in the arena, the Super Aware Theatre.
I wasn't super aware it was called that.
You weren't?
No.
Well, now you are.
Consider myself educated.
Everyone super aware. Into the third we go. Ents getting past the formalities, farming up there with the Mackies and keeping them going here on Vertigo. It's a map where, some of the substandard weaponry can really reign supreme, especially these Mac 10s. Lots of close range positions. Just playing with the sound there, making noise on the bridge, then waltzing their way back to B. And the B site doesn't have a huge amount of defense here right now. Molly to danger. Diha just throwing all the default util, starting to edge his way forward. Let's see if they just go for the bust. They are. Early round, Diha all the way through. Not worrying too much about the man on the back of the site. That's JKS, but Diha at Gen has not been seen, but he's been dealt with. JKS and Hunter teaming up to lock down B.
He's still the man in the smoke, and just that delay on throwing the smoke meant that Ents had progressed into the site without checking the girder. He tanked the molly just to get a little bit of extra time, but that grenade removes him from the round. Ooh. And so, Nerds and Madden have got this potentially. They can just suss out their next kill.
50 seconds left to make it happen. Drop sound going a whole long way, but Modesty ready. They shoot down there through the catwalk. A chance for the trade, but it's missed. The moment gone. Fleeting. But still plenty of time for Madden to have a crack. He doesn't have his weapon of choice in hand. And the AK. The two-man swing is great teamwork to net a first for G2.
Double swing, always powerful. Even more powerful in CS2. Being swung from two different angles, forget it, man. And JKS played that really well. Survivability, it really split up Ents' focus with that smoke. You had the back half, weren't able to support. the player at the front of the site taking the jewels. And it really just split up Ents as they progressed into that site. They couldn't scale effectively.
Anchoring up a storm. And Ents a different approach now. Heavy presence at mid. Hunter going to get tested as JKS goes forward. Snappy peeks him with that Tech 9. There might be a world where he can find an upgrade, but for now it's mid we're worried about. Hunter going to be able to find the first and maybe even stop that second, but Nertz catches Monaco. Meanwhile, Hunter falls as well, and Nertz, he's a sprayer, he's a prayer, and sometimes that doesn't really work in CS2, so you're praying more than you're spraying half the time.
Yeah, and believe me, there's been a few prayers thrown up across the course of the day. The AK swap out there. Nertz hands that over after doing the dirty work. He's picked up 2.
Lord Gaben has lost a lot of faith by many an individual today in the Counter-Strike scene.
Forsaken by Gaben.
Looks like we are going to have Nico tested on A in this 1v3. Looksy, JKS a bit further away. And Nico might even just play for the retake. Look for the save. JKS starting to move forward. Now they know that it's probably not going to be B. There's no one here unless they're clear over towards mid. And G2's seen that too. So now we're going to see a flank starting to happen from G2. Time ticking, and that nade can certainly polish off at Nertz.
Could be problematic. That's for sure, as that smoke. There's all the info. Nico just checking things out. You can see Nertz, he's well and away. That's a nice little tank down on Dihar. Nertz falls. A stiff breeze comes his way. And now, well, that grenade's going to catch Dihar. Oh, JKS has the info, though. And Snappy's on 1 HP.
Oh, couldn't be in a worse position. Swings through the trade too. Good enough for Nico. I was worried that he wasn't going to jump up in time, but you saw that quote earlier. He's playing reactive, and he's done just that to net a second for G2. However, it was costly.
Yeah. Only exposing himself to the one angle there, but they had the info that they were both scaff. So they had to play that. It's a nice round for Ents in terms of thinning the CT economy. That's the positive they're going to take out of it.
Yeah.
They didn't net themselves the win. Oh man, Snappy just getting out of that molly. Too hot to handle. Yeah, look at the CT economy, man. That's like burnt.
Yeah.
Burnt pretty hard.
And that's exactly why you're seeing the investment from Ents. They know that the financials from G2 aren't in a good way. And with that tickle on the Nertz, they are aware that someone's over towards mid. Hey, Cheese. I think they got patched today, but we're not playing on that patch, so it's irrelevant. And the early pick coming through, favoring G2. As Ents keep on contacting here. Hunter has his multi-kill potential. Well, it should have been better, but the MAC-10, it's a beast in the hands of this man and that man. They're just tearing him a new one. A chance, but Monacy fading them away through the smoke.
Need to be careful, though. Oh, the aggression through. Gets caught out. Sunpire's fully aware of that potential. Clips it around the ears, and now back to 2v2. Snappy maintaining that MAC-10.
Oh, Nico in the right position to deal with this wrap into the maze side, and he's figured out the puzzle too.
Yeah.
2 alive at the end as G2 take the lead.
Shadow just giving them away. Very powerful there in that position. I had to hard clear it. But Nico had all the info.
I guess we haven't seen a large amount of Vertigo, so we haven't had a chance to really talk about those shadows.
Yeah.
But these work lights, man, they go crazy. You've
Yeah,
seen the
look at
shadows
that.
up on the wall
1,
there,
2.
but also when people are swinging or moving around heaven, those ones are huge. So keep an eye on that for later on.
Call
Any A-site retakes?
Call it Divine Light.
I won't, but thanks for the suggestion.
Why not?
I don't like doing things you ask, Jim.
You're just a rebel without a cause, aren't you, Mac?
I've got a cause.
Yeah?
It's drama. It's theatre. It's emotion.
Yeah?
It's about grabbing on to what you have and telling a story, Jim. And telling the best damn story you can give at any given time.
And you give and you give and you give until you get a
Life
good story.
Is but a movie, but a book. And Hooksy about to book Dihar. If he walks through this one, we'll see how the timing goes.
Didn't know you were Pitbull, Mac.
Oh, JKS. I think he was heard jumping up there. Either way, Diha falls. And now it's just the mid boys. Looking to bang some heads. The white swing is here to stay. And Snappy again. Ooh, wait to play for JKS. Trigger Discipline going to be able to get one and fall away. The molly forcing him to play it passive, and Hooksy all alone will fall. So 3v3 and a chance now in a round where Ents brought nothing in.
Got to be happy with that, but the flank, it's problematic. And now they have so many different directions to look. Sun Pius, unfortunately, the bubble wrap couldn't protect him.
G2 managing to fend off the low bite. But I'm liking what we're seeing from Ents. You can see they know how to play the game now. They know how powerful these multi-man swings are. And they're trying to abuse them, but G2, great utility just to slow things down. Great team play as well. And world-class aim. But I felt like that didn't need to be said. I felt like that didn't need to be said.
It's always implied, but I'm glad you pointed it out because sometimes people need to be remembered. People need to be remembered. People need to remember. But you also need to remember people.
I feel that itself both statements are correct.
It's a conundrum, isn't it?
It's the start of our shift technically, but it's also the end of our shift. We're on the last shift today, only getting one best of three. And what a best of three to be bringing you all the action.
It wouldn't have us on for a second. Not today.
Round 7. And Ents will buy up. We're seeing 2 Kriegs come into the mix this time. 3-man set up at A from G2. Not too worried about mid. And Ents, after making some noise again on the bridge, are going to regroup towards B. JKS, still with the smoke to play with and the molly, but ooh, that shoulder spotted.
That's problematic grenade if they were to take a further step, that's for sure, but just backing off. Diha's been lethal on these entries. Just seeing if he can work that smoke in his favor. Molotov to clear the close angle, but he actually is going to have to smoke himself up. Now Hooksy.
Oh, hello?
What a play.
The Giga Chad. He's looking at the map. He's waiting for the perfect moment. Is he going to get donked in? Is he just playing a timing? Jumps up, hasn't been heard. And Hunter, in the meanwhile, going to be doing work from the backside. Hooksy, fast flank. The T's were ready, but they're not going to be able to deal with him. Bomb hasn't gone onto the site just yet. No plant to come. And Hooksy damn low means it's going to be quite hard for him to win this. Great trade from Sun Pius. Sunny P running back to A. But is Hooksy going to be heard? Hits that shift button at the right moment.
Here's the plant.
And he will have the element of surprise on his side. But it's all down to how Sun Pius plays this. Has gone towards Ninja, Tetris, playing the game.
Surely he checks right.
Sticks it. First go. He's just around the corner. That's not working this time. And Sun Pius gets a third for Ents. 1 round the difference.
Sunny P. Look at that, man. It's well played in the end. That round was looking fantastic. Hooksy with the play around the smoke. Again, just splitting focus of the T's as they hit this site, but that's the round-winning trade there. And enables Sun Pius to go 2v1.
Noisy. He knows there's T's around the corner there. Going to lift at Crane, but will fall away. And Ents just running through the paces. Boost up top. Let's see if they can catch a timing here. Making not enough noise for Ents to be aware, but they will spin and stare at the right moment. Early opening. And G2 with this forced by. Oh, not going to be able to do it initially. Snappy swinging and just getting all that info. It's going to be extremely hard for JKS to have a chance now in a 1v4. And I dare say he's not going to bother, but Ents are already hard on the hunt.
Yeah, they got Nerds on the case. Inspector Nerds on the case. Oh, the stick doesn't quite land a bullet. Does actually chip him down, but regardless, he's a man now on the run. And they are on the hunt. Ents are looking for blood.
Is there a knife angle here? I don't think there will be.
No.
Madden was sitting in a corner, knife out, ready and waiting, but JKS with his back in the corner. Oh, looked good, but now he's walking in danger's way. Madden hasn't seen him. Away far enough from that explosion, but JKS could get some extra damage at the end. He will. No trade, and he'll be happy with that. But Ents tying things up here, 4-4, as we get ever so close to the half.
Hunter didn't get a second bite of the cherry, did he? And Nico, he was backpedaling pretty hard to get out of that position after the double burst was called. It's great decision making from Ents. They were very reactive in the way they played. It was very fast. G2, they could only backpedal and hope to get out of that situation, but now super aggressive up A ramp. They know there's unlikely that G2 have the utility to deal with this.
We don't even know what's going on. We've got X-ray vision, JKS giving us this POV, but he was waiting that smoke out, hoping there could be some info from the rest of the pistols for him to play off. But things are still difficult. Things are still denied vision. And JKS barely gets the value out of that one. Nice attempt, but there was just util going everywhere.
There was everything happening. Just a lot of smoke. A lot of smoke and mirrors, Mac. I couldn't tell what was happening.
Lots of smoke, no mirrors.
Yeah. I need that mirror so I can have a long, hard look at myself after that round. Oh,
this is something as well.
You dirty boy.
I don't know if it's a bug or if it's every round, but I saw the other day some people, depending on which settings you're using, can see that shadow come through yellow. So I don't know if that's that shadow come through yellow. So I don't know if that's still there or if that's been patched. I haven't played a lot of Vertigo. I try to avoid it because of many of these things.
I've seen where two smokes intersect as well.
Yeah.
There's a visibility bug.
Well,
it's like someone's wearing a cloak of invisibility. And you can sort of see it.
Yeah, you think that, but Sunpius is putting on cloaks, taking names, and skinning his enemies right now.
Yeah. They've been absolutely hoodwinked here, G2.
Yeah, that's
hyper aggressive. That's it. They're done. Forget about it. Well, we're waffling on. They've gotten on with the business, and G2, their woes will continue.
Booksy, nading to draw attention away, and will go forward. This is beautiful. We saw Twist do this yesterday as a bit of a fake, and Booksy holds a line. Hold that thought now. If he puts his life on the line, JKS might be able to get back in here.
Yeah, I don't think so.
But it looks like they're too worried about the future, too worried about the next round. Understandably.
I was happy to let him go there, let him hook, you know?
Humble up Ents while he can. But Nertz finds one and knows that Hooksy's hanging around here somewhere. Tight line.
No
and
save.
that scope certainly allows that to feel a little nicer. Ents going to be able to find 6 now. And G2. A little bit rough here for the A-site members. Sunpius taking full advantage of that prog smoke. Pika's advantage.
This shot was quite spicy.
Extremely spicy.
Oh, yeah.
Round 11. We shall see if G2 can be more successful here with the pistols at A ramp. Swinging in, blowing that smoke and blowing up a huge hole in Ents with these shots. Okay, 3v2 and maybe a shot here.
There's a chance. Nertz escapes down the ladder. He's got to rejoin his teammate because right now they're outnumbered. That bomb is still in transition between the sites. Snappy's seeing whether or not he can create just a little bit of space for his teammate, and he's certainly calling him over towards B. That's exactly where G2 are staged. No kits on them, but they'll be right here for the plant. They need to avoid some of this U-tilt. Hooksy's quite low, and I expect him to be the sacrificial lamb. So some patience from G2 before they retake.
Not going through the smoke this time. There is that nade, but the damage that can do make this look damn good. Snappy hiding. I don't know if he's been seen yet. Fully tucked and waiting for that flash. The teamwork is immaculate, and Snappy's aim's even better. What a round coming through there as Ents secure 7.
Snappy, very snappy indeed. It was off to a good start though for G2, wasn't it? These pistols were getting some value. Great stabilizing play there from Snappy. Just using the girder. Just swinging that pole.
Brilliance. Team play. Ents bringing their A game today. And might even be bringing in an 8th T-side round on Vertigo. G2 may not have done enough here in the first half, but I guess we'll see as time goes on. Last round of the half, Modesty burning, dying, Madden swinging. And look for the ramp control. Nico, Vengeance on the menu, and he's only going to be able to get one course of it. Hunter looking for a timing. That smoke again makes things difficult, but he's found D-Hut as well and put G2 in a position to succeed. He's running for dear life, though.
He's got to get out. He's a man pursued. A fugitive, if you will. Look at that utility.
Oh, dunked. Smacked.
If you've ever played Madden football, that is a touchdown pass. Sun Pius now, what's he going to do?
Well, how good is he on the stick and how many can he get past? Oh, it looks good for the second, but JKS is that little bit better. 7-5 at the half again, and we've got a second one to get to. Ladies and gents, see you after this. 2-0 on the cards now. And can they fend it off? A solid performance on the T side. But G2, of course, it's their turn to run it down. And so far, I don't know, man. It feels like T side is super solid. Some teams better on the CT side, and it ain't CSGO. Everything's being played differently right now.
They're on CT. You've heard of Elf on the Shelf. Now you got Ents on the fence.
G2 on the loo.
It can happen. So Ents on defense. We'll see whether or not it is effective. Madden, jiggle peeking this.
Yeah, G2 about to lay down some cable or lay out the law. But we'll see if they can polish this one off. Oh, okay, Nico, crispy. Just splattering that one everywhere, making their way with a late flank at A. But the bomb's still hanging at mid. They're pincering CT. They're taking more numbers. And Ents have no idea what they're getting hit with. But I don't know if G2 want to be running into Diha. You know what happened before when he's got a pistol in hand.
Yeah, he's just a little too hot to handle. And here we go. They've got to try and get rid of him. They eventually get control of this B site, but that bomb, they've just got to recollect it before they can get anything done. Snappy might be able to capitalize on some timing.
Looking for it, knows while that's being planted, he's got an opportunity to find one, which he does. And he swaps guns. 15 in the clip on the Julies. No kit here, but he doesn't need it. Plenty of time after shots like that. Snappy, a big clutch from the IGL of Ents.
Filthy. Absolutely filthy, but he gets the job done and just edges Ents a little bit closer towards match point. But these pistols are going right down to the wire. This opener here was brilliant from Nico. But Ents just kept them in stasis. Like, they weren't allowed to run free between their sites. The rotations from Ents were solid. And it really just constricted G2. And normally a shot like that would open up mid, and you can see Nico's frustrations. Now they've got the rifle buy coming through. Already looking to get aggressive, looking to see if they can get something done. Snappy.
Yes, sir.
Lucky to get out of there.
Dropping that molly. I like the idea, you know. These MP9s, the running accuracy is dumb. So why not spray through the smoke? But he comes out worse for wear. At least this time. Oh, molly towards that right side of the bottom of ramp. And oh, Modesty going to get caught too. So these rifles not finding the impact just yet that they were looking for. But we are going to see that one recycled. As that minute mark creeps closer. There's still 2 smokes here. G2, one opportunity to go for the execute, and Sunpius wants to stand here, wants to make sure there's no one sneaking through on the lane side. Ents, they've got the read. They know G2 are about to go all in.
The question is when. MP9's just chilling around, scaffolding, but you don't want to gaff at the scaff. I can tell you that right now. Smoke will provide Nico with some cover to try and isolate the duel here. However, he gets the first, looking for the second. Oh! He gets the third. The spray transfer's there.
Just locks it down. That thing, that spray, doesn't usually work in CS2, but Nico just built different.
He's analyzed the source code.
Diha. Can he clutch it up? Looks like he has opted against it and is now just playing with the shadows before getting out of here. Looks like G2 might have seen that one. You can see them starting to move their way towards Maze. Hunter looking to deny the exit. But Diha, heavy priority on keeping the M4 alive. Oh, that shadow not spotted this time.
They're all spotting shadows.
It is just mayhem.
The
Absolute mayhem.
Right now, they're boxing shadows. What is going on?
Ugh.
Everybody was in pursuit of Diha, but he gets away, saves that M4. But how do they utilize it in this round? Are they going to buy around it?
You've got a feel for the observers as well, with these shadows being a whole new thing in the game. Like, shadows obviously existed before, but not to the extent they do right now. How do you show it? Like, how do you really emphasize this shadow advantage some players could see, might not see?
Manesi.
Love your work, Jim.
That's why I'm here.
2 rounds.
Just the odd semi-intelligent comment will do.
G2 winning a round like that with only 1 alive at the end means Ents are forcing again a round of that M4 save, giving themselves a red-hot shot at cracking G2's economy. But this mid-pressure could force a fast flank to start to come through. Ents sneaky, making their way into ladder and trying to find any information. Madden falling makes things harder. And there's no defense on the front side other than Diha, who's head right down. Molly not going to hit his position. So he might be able to pop it up in time, but he won't be able to. He's just popped his hip out instead.
No, he was playing heads down, thumbs up. Unfortunately, though, couldn't work out who done it. Yeah, it's Bing chilling.
Looksy, hungry for some extra cash in the bank. Oh, and he's perfectly timed this one. Finds the first. Nertz in that solid position, not seen. But it will be hard for him to save now. G2 swarming, Nico connecting. And it's 7 on the board on the T side for G2. Trailing Ents by 1. Ace of Predator Economy letting us know that there probably won't be another 4 spy coming through here from Ents.
Yeah, the economy from G2 is in ascendancy, that's for sure. Ents are the setting sun, though. So they're just going to have to take an eco, take a break. Just a 5-7 investment from Nertz. Another grouped approach towards this A ramp.
Best way to do it in this game.
Absolutely.
Strength in numbers. Molly at danger, allowing G2 to feel safer with this B-stairs control. And Nico could get swung by many men at the moment. That one. But, oh, that Molly getting dropped and him deciding to fight. Might need an AK for the CTs, which it will. Plenty of damage from that util, though. And Monacy getting the fire down at Maze to make sure that there is no fast flank coming through from Ents here. G2 trying to figure out how to 100% the round. But I'm looking at the map now, and they are hunting. They are pushing. Hooksy wants the info. He wants the money again.
He loves a good splash of cash, doesn't he? Ooh. The bait and switch. Thanks for coming out. We'll take what you got to offer.
Mac 10 Heat.
That's a nice throwback skin.
And we're all tied up at 8 apiece. Both teams want it. Both teams would love that fast track into one of the 2 semi-finals on Saturday here at IEM Sydney.
Working
Great team play there.
Working it really well.
Madden with that AK. I thought he'd maybe swap that across to Nertz or Sampius for an Org instead, being that #1 Org enjoyer of the tournament so far. But Monacy, scope of his own, swiftly smoked right off the line.
They have been enjoying the Orgs, haven't they? It's organised crime at its best.
Sometimes I think your mouth and decision-making is organised crime, Jim.
Look.
Your word selection. Nico, though, great crosshair
Bars,
placement.
mate, bars. I could call me Optimus Rhyme.
Wrong time, wrong place. Hooksy.
Looking to transform the round.
Oh! And we'll at least get traded out. And can now have that bird's eye view on the rest of the G2 boys. Hunter dealing with Nertz there. Just barely living on 1 HP. And on the 4v2 Ents without any money in the back pocket, you're probably going to see them save here. And G2 continuing to string these rounds together. This will be 4 in a row.
It'll be a nice run of rounds, that's for sure. Definitely what you need when you're on that CT side.
Well, even after everything Nico has said about Vertigo, he's still fragging up in a great manner. 18-10 right now.
I mean, you'd hate this map if you're a white crosshair user without an outline.
Oh, for sure. Heard that from Acor? I think it was Acor yesterday.
Just can't see. That's why green hot crosshair is supreme. It's eternal.
Rip Acor. Rip Gamer Legion. I would have loved to see them in the arena. But FaZe, of course, you know, making that full lower bracket run. Can they make it all the way to the end is the question. We'll all find the answer to over the weekend. There you go, round by round G2. They've managed to reclaim the lead. And Ents into another gun round. Another mixed bag, whatever this is. Yeah, it's lower util, you know, Famous in the mix, which arguably has been great to watch in CS2 comparatively to CSGO.
Absolutely. I've loved the assortment. Yeah, I've loved the assortment of weaponry though. But yeah, the Famous, they needed that viable second rifle option on CT.
Yeah.
That was a little bit cheaper.
Funnily enough, while we're thinking about Orgs, talking about Kriegs, last time it was that Krieg and Org meta was actually in 2019 at IEM Sydney, and then the patch came through which fixed it. So maybe history's repeating itself there. Want to see how quick is he on the stick this time. And is Sampaius going to test him on the line? He's thinking about it. He's on the offline. And Madden just watching the gap in the sandbags.
Yeah, this could be a wild double swing.
They're teasing me.
Yeah.
The X-ray, knowing that they're there. No sound made just yet. No one has a reason to swing the offline. Damn good. And Sampaius keeps on fighting. Going together will be Madden's downfall. And the 1-for-1 may favor G2 in the late round.
It's a good trade from Monacy. They're in transition now, though, G2. Nico thinks he's found some space in mid.
Yeah.
Be coming that through. Here we go. He's got one on the rotate. Now putting pressure on this B. Anchor. Oh, doesn't quite spot out D-Hart. D-Hart's going to try and get away. But that's the site given over.
That info was so crucial from Nico that at least that B anchor's position was known, and Sampaius tries to make the hero play, but not today. My mate will fall. And Snappy in the 1v3 needs to try and stand tall. Re-smoke on CT makes it so much harder for him to get through. And he's hoping now, just spamming through that smoke, but he'll not be able to escape. Monacy aggressive in towards CT from the catwalk line. And G2 again, another found, a 2-round lead now. And Ents, this CT side has been lackluster to say the least.
Yeah, that swing gets booked so hard. All over that. It was all over Red Rover for Ents as soon as Nico found space on that B site. Caught Nertz with his pants down to rotate out. And now they've got to try and talk about it because G2 have doubled up on the round count. And they want to book a day off on Friday. They want to go straight into the semi-finals.
Interestingly, Ents has barely taken a timeout. Maybe G2's just been calling them at the times they've wanted them. But you have to remember as well, that's 5 rounds in a row for G2. Ents, the only round they've won this half is the pistol. And then if you lose after that pistol, if you go for that extra force, which could have won them the half from there, look where they are now. Economy has been horrendous, allowing G2 to stabilize their economy and very easily get back into the game. Just slow calling, great positioning. This time we might see something different though. Monacy's thinking about going in through that smoke, but over towards mid, JKS cracking open the middle of the map.
Yeah, looking to create a little bit of space. The pistol nets JKS to get a free AK. They'll be looking to try and save that. And so, what can Dihar and Nertz cook up? Mad's going to wide swing there. Monacy all over it.
try and save the armor, I guess.
Yeah, it was a swing and a miss.
Maybe have a look for the AK left at mid, and that's if it was even left there.
This Dihar just has mastered this animation.
Yeah, what's he doing to get this, huh?
He's a cowboy. Yeehaw.
Does he just cancel it until he gets it?
I think so. Unless he's playing a different game.
Well, Nert's going to find contact. And at least has that molly to carry across the half armor, the Kevlar there as well.
Round by round, they're doing this, G2.
Yeah, it's getting more and more intense as G2 string these together. An almost flawless side right now.
And this is only going to increase the woes for Ants. Their money just keeps on getting drained. No surprise to see quick tactical timeout to discuss this. What are they going to do? They've tried different things.
Yeah.
They've tried some of these high-low setups. Just haven't worked out. 3 orgs. Playing that meta, that's for sure.
Yeah, doing that. But it's hard to pinpoint what's going wrong. It feels like they're just losing some odd fights at some wrong times. You know, they're taking decent map control at the right points, but G2, just their flow state, their rotations, feeling a lot better. Pressure on both extremities always. You got someone lurking there. And then the pack. And if you run into the pack, well, there's no going back. G2 are just tearing through them. And they might be looking to do it again. Monacy. See if he can play this gap in the smoke. The CTs. Don't know if they can hear that scope, but in comes the donk, in comes the blow. Nico is going to be able to follow through on the leg.
It's a blow and go, that's for sure. Nico just got a little bit of residue on his leg. Oh, dear me. Nico now. That's 2 gone from Ents. What did they do?
He just threw a flash into Nico.
Nico's the punching bag.
Yep.
For all the team util.
Just coppered it on the back. 2 Giga Chad, 2 jacked. It's good to see the smiles coming through on the G2 side of things. They're enjoying themselves, as you would be when you've put this many rounds together, and things are just going right. 3v5 for Ents to have any shot in the round. Dihar has dug deep a few rounds in this series, but this is going to be a round where they really need to start connecting, and they will there. Without getting too much traded damage, Hunter falling away with that util. Ents trying to rotate in time as the smoke start to fly through. And a dangerous swing coming through from Sampaius makes it that much harder. Nerds not going to be able to do it. JKS with the 2K puts 12 on for G2.
That's a nice cap to the round, that's for sure. It was just good fundamentals there. Every line was held by G2. They dug in. The sprays were... Oh, man. That's a dangerous place. It's a hard hat area at Scaffold.
Get some of those for Ents. Set up with the PPE.
PPE, bubble wrap, whatever you want.
Bubble wrap to keep them feeling safe and sound. Dihar making sound with this gun in hand. Unfortunately, there's 3 more found from G2 at other positions, and that makes things still difficult. Dihar getting that upgrade to the AK and the B-Stairs control is all he'll get because Nico's hitting taps like that. And G2 looking to put the map in the bag and the series. Looking to book those tickets to Saturday.
Yeah, G2 looking good. Nico, premier form from him. 1 tap, dirt nap, hand it out.
Oh, Dihar not quite out of it. Knows the molly's going to force him one way, but Nico, the cover, too damn good. 13 secured, 2-0. And G2 are ecstatic with that one. Smiles all round. Already secured the arena the other day, but being able to play on Saturday and only play 1 more before going to the grand final would be a stellar feeling.
Absolutely. They've deserved it as well. They've been one of these teams, as you said, that had minimal prep time heading into this competition, having to still play the remnants of CSGO into the sunset they ride and into the semi-finals here at Sydney. And I think they'll be buoyed by that because every match they have looked stronger. They looked a little bit shaky in some of their earlier matches. I know they conceded a whole heap of rounds to Greyhound that made us believe. But they've gone from strength to strength here in Sydney.
Strength to strength indeed. Just having a quick look at the stats back from this map. Nico went 5-1 in opening duels. He was doing so much work there. Second half was stellar for him and almost got involved completely. 95% KAST. So always doing work. 125 ADR as well for that whole map. Man, didn't have to do a huge amount in map 1, but he's showing up on Vertigo even though the quotes may lie.
Look, man.
I agree with that from Madden.
You can hate the map and still be good at it. And I think this proves it. G2 were pretty much on a roll. Ents had lost control of their CT economy in the second half. They did a good job on T side. First half, things were looking good for them. It looked as though G2 were going to lose control of their emotions. They stabilized with a good run as they switched over to this T side, and they never really looked back. They exploited it a lot in middle. It felt as though they were also super prepared for the aggression of Ents on that A ramp. How many times did we see opening duels won on that A ramp by either Nico or Monasing? It was damn impressive.
More than not, for sure. Only one round in that second half for Ents is a feels bad because they looked so good in the first half, but they get to play on Friday. They have to play on Friday to make it into Saturday now, which could work for them, could work against them, who knows. They're going to be the guinea pigs to feel out exactly what CS2 feels like on LAN in front of a big crowd.
On stage against in the Aussie crowd as well. I mean, that's a recipe for either, look, pandemonium.
Fun.
Or fun. If you're in the crowd, even more fun.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it.
Look, there's some skepticism around the pros as to how this sound's going to work in the arena, because if it's loud in there, if it's crazy, which I'm expecting it to be, then it might be really hard to focus on the game, and comms might be all you're getting.
Absolutely. And even if the crowd's loud enough, your comms might be blurred a little bit more too. So things are going to get a little bit hairy. We already saw some players, you know, not necessarily reacting to some pretty obvious sound cues from our perspective. So it's going to be a real, it's going to be a real mixed bag of some results. And I think that only adds to the excitement.
Yeah, look, those nades, usage of them was so good. It was experimental sometimes. You could see people using them as fakes, using them just to open stuff up. But the main thing I've found that seems to be really solid on a CT side is you just go to play retake, but you wait for those smokes to bloom, set up, get ready to blow that smoke out. And as soon as you do that with multi-members sitting there, waiting, ready to shoot, and the other team doesn't expect it, if you go for that left and right click, is so strong.
Yeah.
So as long as it's not a fake. If it's a fake, then you just get the info, no one's there.
No, absolutely. The amount of times too you saw G2 utilizing this blow and go strategy up that A ramp. They were throwing their own smokes. It was a progression smoke in CSGO. You typically throw that just to stop CT aggression. But then they were the ones able to execute the timing, and they weren't having to wait for the smokes like they were in CSGO. They could just blow and go, head on up to that A site. Definitely caught Ents a few times with their pants down, and I think that was, you know, just another contributing factor that helped open up a lot of those rounds.
Well, the man with the plan is the Giga Chad, who we have on the line. Hooksy, mate, how you feeling after that win?
It feels good. It's always fun to play a new map that we haven't played an official before. So, yeah, overall, just happy with the T side on Vertigo as well.
Yeah, I just want to pick your brain for a second, because I was interviewing you guys the other day and it didn't sound like there was a whole bunch of confidence in the lobby before you got to play some of these games. But how's the confidence level now? You've managed to go through the upper bracket. You get to skip into the semi-finals straight away. Have you had a lot to learn over the last couple of days?
Yeah, of course, in a new game like this, you learn a lot every single game. And I think we maybe just overestimated our opponents a bit. Because if we still don't feel good or confident in ourselves, so I don't know how we are in the semifinals, but I don't know. This tournament is a bit random, I guess. So,
but you did it. You did it.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, look, are you guys actually enjoying Vertigo at all? I've heard some, mixed reviews. I want to know.
No, it's a shit map. It's so bad. But to be honest, I feel like the map pool is in a really bad state right now. So Maybe it gets better as the meta develops, but for now it's a really low level of CS being played, even from the teams doing the very best. So yeah, I think it's just a bit sloppy in general from everyone because nobody really had time to practice.
Now, are you guys going through and you're finding some really geeky kinds of boosts and bugs and things like that?
We we definitely have something up our sleeve for the arena, that's for sure.
I'm looking forward to that.
Okay. Well, maybe a sneak peek, maybe a little hint there. Now, in terms of your biggest takeaways as to what is working, have you guys gone and looked at your bet booms who are just going in numbers and just sending numbers in? Do you think that's kind of the best way to play, or do you think it's just what's working because no one's done the prep to deal with it yet?
I think it's because of how the game works right now that it's just really hard to multi-kill, and yeah, I think something like maybe I call a bit different, not too much, but I think it's very different for a guy like Nico, for example, who was and still is really good at clearing his angles, and pre-aiming, it's not as efficient as just holding strafe now and just swing. So I think that's a bit of a nerf for him, but I hope they will change that because it really lowers the skill cap of the game, in my opinion.
Okay, well, on that note, Hooksy, look, we'll let you go. Enjoy your evening, and you got 2 days off before the arenas, so enjoy your time.
Yeah, if you call media day an off day, then I guess I have.
Ah, true. By the way, look, we'll pretend it's an off day. Good luck. Have a good night, mate.
Thank you.
Always good to have a quick chat with him. Now, I guess it's not an not an tomorrow, but it feels like an off day.
Quick to correct you, though.
Of course.
But I think definitely one of those things where
they probably got the early slot, that's why. If it was the late slot, you got your morning, maybe they're the early guys.
Yeah, look, there's plenty of good places to enjoy around Sydney, so maybe they'll get some time to do that over the next 2 days. We hope so.
Yeah, well, let's have a quick update on the A stream. Oh, we're on map 2, and Complexity are very close to closing out this one, 2-0. And knocking Monty away. Oh, that might be happening right now.
That actually might be happening right now. They could be qualifying for the playoffs.
Oh, look at Grimman, 25-18. Farming, Elijah as well there. Floppy, the Dream Trio making it happen. Let's sit on this. I want to see if this is actually the round. 20 seconds. Oh, Halzerk, mate.
Oh.
Demka, if there's a man that can do it, it's him. But
it's not him.
There you have it. That's the update. So they're finishing up with a 2-0 as well. Congratulations. Complexity going to be going into Friday.
Yeah, heartbreak for Monty, though. I think it's safe to say that those guys played their hearts out.
Bro, they were so good. They were so good to watch. They're so entertaining because I feel like that messy, puggy play style sort of works with a couple of their members because they're also sharp individuals. Exactly.
Yeah, the CIS play style is working for a lot of teams at the moment, which is just that group
teams.
play. Yeah, exactly. But they're the ones that are definitely doing the damage. They kind of worked out that the team play is probably most effective, where teams are still focusing on these micro mechanics of what actually is going on within the game.
Yeah.
You know, working out the nades, working out the sub-tick, working out all the little bugs. But they're the ones that are just going, well, let's just work on our team play.
Well, have you been working out? You're looking pretty jacked. And so's the bracket. It's all filled out now. Let's bring it up and have a look at Group A and where we're going before the arena days. Mouse, of course, beating Bet Boom means they're into Saturday as well. Bet Boom going to be going down and playing on the Friday. Down in that lower bracket, though, the game that was very good to watch. FaZe Clan against Gamer Legion. That was the other game today from Group A, which means, we know who's playing in the arena now, especially with Complexity just finishing up there. So it's FaZe Clan, it's Mouse, it's Bet Boom. We got Ents, we got Complexity, we got G2. So it's going to be a mixed bag. And to how that next bracket's going to look, I guess we can all see that one shortly. But we need to say goodbye to all the other teams that fought so hard here. Group A, I think we said bye to Lin Vision. Oh, that's here, actually. Lin Vision's gone here.
Yep.
Greyhound's gone.
Goodbye to them.
Vertex has gone. Vitality, they're gone. Oh, Cloud9 out. Fnatic, unfortunately, for our sake. Dexter's gone.
Yeah.
And Monty.
Maybe
joining them just then.
We can make, other members of G2 honorary Australians and things like that. I know Jacob was an honorary Australian. He, unfortunately, bowed out with Apex the other night. So, look, if you're an OCE fan, you're an Aussie fan, I think there's, definitely still some teams to cheer for. There's players to cheer for.
Yeah.
And I think being in the arena is going to be a huge spectacle. I'm looking forward to that.
The thing is, if FaZe not only make the lower bracket run, but if they somehow take out the whole thing, they'll be the first organization to do it back-to-back, or to be the two-time.
Yeah, two-time champion of IEM Sydney.
They won in 2018, right?
I believe it was, yes.
Yeah.
Because it was SK, Liquid, and FaZe, who have been respective
and
winners.
Liquid did the whole bloody Grand Slam. That was part of the run. So maybe we'll see G2 take yet another IEM. They've been pretty good at that so far. But look, Jim, any final words for all the Jim and ESO pun fans out there?
Oh, look, I think if you're going to be in the arena, you're going to probably be in tears, and I don't know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Well, on that note, look, we got one day off before, of course, we jump into the Super Aware Theatre and bring you the finals of IEM Sydney 2023. Thank you for joining us here this evening for so much action, so much fun. Enjoy your night, and we'll see you on Friday.
Say that I'm such a weirdo, tattoos from my toes to my earlobes. Was a role model, I never had a hero. I learned how to live through the stereo. Coming from where I come from, the inferior. Everything you see ain't what it appears though. Everything that I built, made that from zero, then added a zero. I am my hero. You couldn't imagine what it's like in my mind. It's beauty and catastrophe at the same time. Remember they laughed at me when it was game time. Now I know that they mad at me, I'm when you can't find. I'm not from the day, I come alive at night. I'm not what you used to, couldn't recognize. They all on the ground while I'm taking flight. Yeah, you're welcome to join me, I promise I won't bite.
They're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. 'Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me. I'm taking the mask off, prepare your conscience, prepare for honest, cut off all the nonsense. I'm all of your chakra, wonder who shot you. Go call the doctor, boom like the chopper. Don't you get chopped up, I'm here to stop you. Whoever wants smoke like a roster, break you off proper. Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. What's that? 'Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me. Break your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me. They say that I'm such a weirdo, tattoos from my toes to my earlobe. You can never stop building up inside of me. They say that I'm such a weirdo, tattoos from my toes to my earlobe. Can never stop building up inside of me.
Really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
GD! And it's all done. And Strawless with it.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Navi!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com. Want to access statistics from all of your CS2 games? Simply search your Steam account to access a detailed breakdown of all your matches. Find your best maps, check when players are banned for cheating, and access other in-depth statistics from matchmaking and basic games. Gain access to your entire CS2 playing history with csstats.gg.